accept the fact called death. Doesn't matter, a person may be agnostic or atheist or polytheist or monotheist or, whatever, zindiq or mulhid or mushrik or kafir or munafiq or mu'min. In every case, maut and death is undeniable, an undeniable reality. So it's important to embrace it. It's never a good policy to run away from haqiqat and reality. The right policy is to embrace the reality and live up to the expectation of Allah. So Allah wants us to live a life in real world, coming out of virtual things and lahw and la'ib, play and amusement, which derail us and make us forget the realities. Prophet ﷺ was living in the real world and was expecting us to follow his footsteps, to end up living in haqiqat, alamul haqiqa. Isn't it right? So he prayed to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allahumma arinil ashya'a kama hiya. Oh my Lord, make me see the things the way they are. That means the reality of the things, not the way they look, the way they really are. So that's how we are supposed to be able to see, by removing the hijabat and curtains of sins from our soul. So our batin, the vision of the batin, ainul qalb, the eyes and vision of the soul, becomes effective and operative, and we start seeing the things. So let's have a look about the reality of death. This is something we learn from our beautiful religion. And obviously, the Holy Prophet and Ahlul Bayt, they're our leaders who teach us the ma'arif. Definition of death, first of all, is infisal ruh anil badan wa intiqaluha ila alamil malakut. That's the doctors may have a different definition of death in their medical science. We respect them, we respect their knowledge, but Islamic science is the most superior. Science and knowledge of Prophet and Ahlul Bayt alayhi salam is the most superior. And according to the teachings of the Prophet and ma'arif and high-level teachings of Prophet and Ahlul Bayt alayhi salam, we learn that death is actually not defined by the fact if the pulse of somebody is fading away or the heartbeat stops. Now, this is not how in Islam we define death. Medical science may have their own, signs and their own ways of defining and going by that thing. In Islam, death is separation of soul from the body. Infisalu ruh anil badan wa intiqaluha, and transferring of the soul min alamil nasut ila alamil malakut, from the world of matter to the world of hidden realities. How it's going to take transfer? In what situation? Which of the angels will take the ruh out? And why not every angel comes for everybody? Depends on the condition of the death, condition of the status of the person in terms of his iman and faith, in terms of his akhlaq, as sifatun jamila or sifatun razila, appreciated attributes of the soul or condemned attributes of the soul that he make a malaka and a constant charisma of his soul, and depending on his taqwa, piety or lack of taqwa, means fisq and fujur and haram and transgressions and violations of the red lines of Allah. So depending on that, there are different ways how the soul of a person is taken and different durations in which the soul is taken out. Isn't it right? You find some of the people have stayed in coma for a long, long time. The soul is not taken out. Isn't it right? So, a transferring of the soul after its separation from the body, transferring to the world of malakut, hidden realities. The purpose of death, it's a means of test for us, proving that mabda means the origin and ma'ad means the destination is one. Death is a proof and evidence of the belief that we have in Islam, we believe that Mabda and Ma'ad is actually one. The origin of the universe and origin of ours and the destiny of ours is one. We came from Allah and towards Him we are going to go back. Inna lillahi, definitely we belong to Allah. Wa inna, and certainly we, ilayhi raji'un, towards Him we are returning back. So the origin and destination in Islam is one. So, causing all to believe in the ilm and qudrat of Allah, this makes a believer to end up realizing that Allah is all knowledgeable and all powerful, and خلق الموت والحياة ليبلوكم. The Holy Quran says He created the death and the life. The death is also a creature of God, just like the life is a creature of God. خلق الموت والحياة ليبلوكم, so He can test you. So the purpose of creation of death is testing. Status. Liqa'ullah. What is the status of death? Death is meeting with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Is coming up. जी समझा सकता हूँ, बस ये कि टाइम डबल लग जाएगा, अभी 7 घंटे ये हैं, तो फिर 12 14 घंटे लग जाएंगे. आप लोग कहें तो मैं उर्दू में कर देता हूँ, मुझे तो कोई मसला नहीं है. जैसे आप लोग कहें, मेरे लिए तो कोई मसला नहीं है, आप लोग जैसे कहेंगे. So, the time of the death is the day of judgment. After the end of accountability, death will be destroyed. Um, uh, Time of death for the death itself. That means how long, what I mean to say, how long is the death? I told you death is a creature of God, just like hayat and life is a creature of God. So, what is the lifespan of death? Death's lifespan is the day of judgment. As soon as the day of judgment ends and the accountability stage ends for the humans and the jinns, death will be destroyed forever, and the era of khulud, eternity, will begin. Some of the narrations tell us death will be brought in the form of an animal, and and it will be killed. And there's a munadi, there's an announcer who will announce on behalf of Allah. Khuludun, there's wala maut, there is eternity and no death. So whomsoever is in paradise, whomsoever is in Jahannam, they are both going to stay forever, for infinity, because death will be killed in front of them forever. So the lifespan of death is the day of judgment after the end of accountability. And view at the time of death, we all look at the face of Amir al-Mu'mineen wa Imam al-Muttaqeen Ali ibn Abi Talib alayhi salatu wassalam. He is visibly seen at the time of death for all the persons, and when the Israel comes, when the angel of death arrives, Imam Ali alayhi salam is visible. He said in his authentic Mu'tabar hadith, which I mentioned here, Ya Haru Hamdan, Man Yamut Yarani. Hamdan was a tribe in Yemen, which was the lovers of Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam. And Haris al-Hamdani, this is not the city of Hamadan in Iran, this is the tribe of Hamdan. With Sukun al-Mim, Mim is Sakin. So Hamdan, that's the tribe of lovers of Imam Ali alayhi salam in Yemen, and Haris belongs to that tribe. Imam Ali said to Haris al-Hamdani, then Ya Haru Hamdan, Man Yamut Yarani, whoever dies sees me. So this is a done deal. Everyone sees Imam Ali regardless of the fact who is a person is Momin or Kafir. No distinction. And in some of the narrations we learn that not only Imam Ali, but the Prophet and Ahlul Bayt are also visible for the Mu'mineen, at least. For the Mu'mineen. So our fariḍa, our duty is that not to be afraid of it or run away from it, as every haqq is unescapable. Instead, we must run away from our sins. Right? So we are supposed to not run away from anything else but our own sins for the preparedness for death. Okay? So, a Momin is not afraid from anyone or anything other than his sins. When we say you need to have khawf of Allah, fear of Allah. Why? Is Allah scary? No. Allah is Rauf and Rahim and all those attributes, isn't it right? Allah is Adil. We mean to say, when we say fear Allah, we mean to say fear our own sins. Because Allah is Adil. If I don't do the tawbah after sinning, Allah is Adil. He is going to apply justice and I cannot escape from the justice of God. That's why we need to fear Allah, because I did the sins. So actually, we are afraid of the sins in the real sense. Allah is Adil. In Dua of Joshan al-Kabir we say, Ya man la yukhafu illa adluhu. Oh you, nothing is being afraid of you except your justice. Ya man azabuhu adlun. Oh you whose azab and torment is justice. Jahannam is the madhar of the justice of Allah. Justice is being served. Not the madhar of any dhulm. Na'udhu billah. Allah is not zalim. So, haqq is unescapable. Let's move forward. And the first thing first, before we move to the tafsil, we always give the preference to the important things in the beginning. The first thing is izn. पहली चीज़ गुस्ल देने से पहले जो ज़रूरी है वो है इजाज़त इज़न लेना. There's a difference, brothers and sisters, in Arabic between izn and ijaza. Ijaza in Arabic we say where you are able to take permission after the action. Whereas izn, walaikum salam, has to be done prior to the action necessarily in Arabic. You don't use the word izn except in the case where you are taking permission before doing the action. That's called izn. After doing the action is not called izn. That's called ijaza. So here izn is required. That means before we do the, before we start anything else, we take the izn. Isn't it right? So izn from the wali of the mayyit. So just like we say Ali ibn Yaqeen was working with the Taghut, Harun al-Rashid in his, with the izn of the wali of his time, Imam al-Kadhim alayhi salam. Prior permission before taking a job. Taking a job with Taghut is haram. It's not a rocket science. Even a Shia child knows Ahlul Bayt never did Bay'at of Banu Umayyah. Is it rocket science for a Shia? Even a Shia child knows Ahlul Bayt never did Bay'at of Banu Abbas. We never support a zalim. Is that a rocket science for a Shia person? We don't support the Taghut, isn't that right? We don't have sympathy towards them. We don't work for them. Ali ibn Yaqeen was working with the izn, prior permission before seeking the job. Not that you seek the job first and then you try to process and, this is not called izn. He had the prior permission from Imam al-Kadhim alayhi salam. And the same applies today. You want to work today with any zalim, you have the permission from the wali of today. Imam Sahib al-Zaman alayhi salam or his deputy. So, as Zukur inheritors have preference over Inas inheritors regarding izn. When it comes to permission, the male inheritors of the dead person, जो मर्द हजरात हैं वरसा के, उनको तरजीह हासिल है ख़वातीन वरसा के ऊपर शरअन इज़्न के सिलसिले में. So we need to, we need to take permission from the male inheritors. They have preference over the female inheritors. So obviously if there's no male inheritor present, we will take permission from the female inheritors. That's what we would do because there's no male present. Whoever is preferred in receiving the miras is preferred in giving the izn. Among the inheritors, who has the preference between the inheritors? Let's suppose there are 5 different inheritors. Which one has preference to be asked before you start anything? So obviously, the one who has preference in receiving the miras is the one who we have tabaqat and miras, layers in the chapter of miras in our Islamic jurisprudence. That's not my subject and I don't want to go into that tangent, but just very, very short ishara and indication. We have tabaqat. We have tabaqatun ula, first layer of inheritors. Then we have tabaqatun saniya, second layer of inheritors. Then we have tabaqatun salisa, third layer of inheritors. Isn't it right? In the presence of the tabaqatun ula, first layer, the second layer does not get a penny. In the presence of the second layer, the third layer doesn't get a penny. So they are rules of the miras in Islam. So whoever has tarjih in receiving the miras in terms of fiqh and Islamic jurisprudence has the tarjih and preference in giving the izn to me and you, whoever wants to do the ghusl. If the mayyit fix some muayyan specified person as wasi, the executor of his will is called the wasi in our fiqh, so you should seek izn from that wasi and waris, both according to ihtiyatun wujubi. In Arabic we say ihtiyatun wujubi, in Farsi we say ihtiyat wajib. Isn't it right? According to ihtiyat wajib, ihtiyatun wujubi, you need to take permission from both. If there is a wasi, somebody fixed by the mayyit, it is actually mustahab in Islamic Sharia to do ishhad. Ishhad means assigning witnesses. A mu'min's alamat and sign, he never sleeps until his wasiyat and will is under his pillow. This is sign and alamat of a mu'min. So we all must have, our wasiyat ready 24/7. This is alamat of a mu'min. Now in the wasiyat, when you write down the wasiyat, write it down instead of making it oral. Islam says it's mustahab to do ishhad. That means make two adil witnesses over your wasiyat. Make them witnesses, and obviously they will sign, they will witness about your wasiyat. So if you also want to assign an executor of your will, in our fiqh we call him wasi. The one wasiyat is done for him. So that person, we will, if there is a wasi assigned by the mayyit, we will take permission from the wasi, plus the warasa, means the inheritors, both according to ehtiyat wujubi, ehtiyat wajib. अगर किसी मय्यत ने किसी ख़ास इंसान को वसी अपना बनाया था, अपनी ज़िंदगी में वसीयतें की थी कि तुम मेरी वसीयत को का इजरा करना, तो उसको वसी कहा जाता है. अगर ऐसा किया था उसने, तो फिर लाजमी एहतियात वाजिब के तहत लाजमी होगा कि हम इज़्न लें उस वसी से भी और वरसा से भी, एहतियात वाजिब के तहत. अच्छा, so now let's move forward to the next step. There's a lot to learn in this, and so many slides to go, inshallah. Taqsil means washing, doing the washing of the dead person's body. It is wajib to provide 3 washings to every Muslim 4 months or 4 plus through the SGP. What is SGP? Standard ghusl procedure. There's a standard ghusl procedure in our fiqh. I'm sorry to say, there was a sister coming from Jamiatul Zahra from Qum, and she was delivering a muhadara, a lecture of fiqh among the sisters, and she studied for 8 years, and she said among the sisters, the way of doing the ghusl is to you divide your body into half. From the head, you divide your body into half. Make the niyat, wash the right hand side, right half, and then the left half. What did you learn in your 8 years of education? Is that what you learned? If you prayed your prayers according to this sort of ghusl, all the prayers will be batil if you did the prayers after this ghusl. There's one standard way of doing ghusl in Islam. There are not 2 ways, there are not 10 ways. That's why I intentionally wrote the standard ghusl procedure. There's one way Islam has taught how to do the ghusl. Okay? We will do the ghusl in that one standard way. 3 washings are wajib. We do it for every Muslim. We don't do it for non-Muslims. Non-Muslims will follow their own laws. We respect them, they need to respect us. We respect our Jewish neighbors, our Christian neighbors, our Hindu neighbors. Isn't it right? We expect them to respect us, living based on mutual respects. They follow their laws and principles and values. We have our own laws and principles and values. We don't apply our things on them, and they obviously cannot apply their things on us. So we don't wash the non-Muslims. We are not allowed to wash the non-Muslims. Please remember that. We are only allowed to wash the body of a Muslim. We respect all the human beings, but that's the principle of our fiqh. So any child which is 4 months old or 4 plus, 4 lunar months, 4 lunar Hijri months, or 4 plus, the ghusl becomes wajib. If a baby is less than 4 months old, ghusl is not wajib. Okay? So in the 4 months, we learn that the ruh, the soul, is blown into the baby. That's where the soul comes from Allah. When the baby reaches the janeen, the baby reaches the age of 4 months, Allah blows the soul into him. So the first three, there are three washings. First washing is with the ma'us sidr, the water mixed up slightly with the sidr. Okay, so don't mix it up so much that it's, neither so much that it becomes mudaf, nor so less that the urf doesn't call it mixing. So don't mix the sidr so less that in urful uqala wal mutasharri'a, the Islamically intellectual and religiously practicing people, when they look at this water, they will say, where is sidr? We don't even see any traces. It's not even sidr water mixed up. So don't mix so less, and don't mix it up so much that when urful uqala wal mutasharri'a, Islamically intellectual and religious people look at that water, they will end up saying, this is no longer pure mutlaq water. This is mudaf and mixed. So remember, we mix it. That's why I wrote slightly. Mix it slightly with sidr. पहला गुस्ल जो है आब सिदर के साथ होता है, ना बहुत ज़्यादा मिलाया जाएगा ना बहुत कम मिलाया जाएगा, हल्का सा सिदर मिलाया जाता है. Second washing is with ma'ul kafur. That means the water which is mixed with the kafur. And muhrim for hajj, if he passes away qabla sa'i, before doing the sa'i between Safa and Marwa, the 7 walkings between that we start from the Mount Safa towards the Mount Marwa. 7 walkings. This is called sa'i between Safa and Marwa. Isn't it right? So if a person is muhrim, he has the niyat of ihram for hajj, for doing a hajj, and he passes away qabla sa'i, before doing the walking between Safa and Marwa. And likewise, a muhrim, a person who is the niyat of ihram for umrah, passes away qabla taqsir, before doing the taqsir, means cutting few hair of your head, or cutting your nails of the hand. This is called taqsir. So if the muhrim for umrah, someone who has ihram, niyat of ihram for performing a umrah, he passed away before doing the taqsir. Taqsir we do at the Mount Marwa. Has ghusl with ma'ul khalis, not kafur. The second ghusl that we give to these two people is not with the ma'ul kafur, not with the water mixed up with kafur. Instead, we give the second ghusl with the regular water, pure water, ma'ul khalis. Okay? Remember, these two people are mustasna and exempt from the second ghusl of ma'ul kafur. Instead, we give them the second ghusl with the pure water. So, so obviously, we do the ma'ul sidr, the first ghusl, and then the ma'ul kafur, and then the third ghusl is with ma'ul khalis, pure water. And there's a sequence. This is the same sequence which is necessary. First, we have to do with ma'ul sidr, the water mixed up with sidr slightly. Then we'll do it ma'ul kafur, water mixed up with kafur slightly. And then we'll do the third one, which is ma'ul khalis, means the pure water. So this is the same tartib and sequence that we have to follow. So obviously we do the ghusl of ma'ul sidr and kafur if available. If the sidr and kafur are available for you. And mubah. Mubah means permitted from the owner to use it. You have permission from the owner to use that sidr or use that kafur. Let's suppose you have sidr and you have kafur, but the malik, an owner of sidr or kafur, doesn't allow you to use it. Is it allowed to even touch it? No. We have very high moral standards in Islam. We cannot even touch the property of somebody without his permission. I remember Imam Khomeini Ridwanullah alayh, it's narrated he came to deliver Dars al-Kharij, used to deliver Dars al-Kharij in Madrasa al-Faydiyya, historic madrasa, right next to the shrine of Sayyidah Ma'suma of Qum Salamullah alayha. When he was about to enter, he saw some of the students entering before him, and one student put his shoes over the shoe lying there on the ground. One student was rushing into the hall,
He put his shoe over the shoe which was already lying on the ground for somebody else. Is that allowed in Islam? That you put your shoe over somebody else's shoe? Do you have permission from him? Imam Khomeini did ta'til ad-dars. He abandoned his lesson on that day. And instead of delivering Darsul Kharij, he delivered Darsul Akhlaq to the students. You guys are here to learn Islam? And this is how you do? Why are you stepping on the shoe of someone else? Do you have permission? The basic akhlaq of Islam. And you find aghbiya, humaqa, people taking caravan to the Zionist state. Where is the ABC of fiqh of Islam? You are stepping on the lands of the owners. Do you have permission from the owners? The biggest problem of our community is our own jahl. We are jahil. Some people, despite their jahl, they think they are qualified. Okay, let's move forward. 0102. Tafsil 4 shara'it of the ghasil. Ghasil is the ghusl giver, the person who is giving the ghusl. The man, in the case of a man, it has to be a man. For the woman, it has to be a woman. So whoever is giving the ghusl, the person washing the dead person's body, must fulfill these 4 conditions. He or she must be, number 1, an Isna Ashari Muslim. So you don't allow Muslims of other sects. We respect them. They are our brothers, but there are certain principles that we follow. Ghusl has to be given by an Isna Ashari 12er Imami Muslim. Not 6 Imami, not 8 Imami, not whatever else. 12er Imami who believes in the walayat and imamat and khilafat of 12 Imams alayhimus salam. And second of all, Islamically mature. Islamically baligh. A non-baligh person, man or woman, cannot give the ghusl. For the A'imma alayhim salam is totally different. Imam Sahib al-Zaman alayhi salam was approximately 5.5 years old. The youngest who became commander-in-chief of the universe in the youngest age among Ahlul Bayt, because his great father Imam al-Askari alayhi salam died and Imam Mahdi alayhi salam was 5.5 years old. So he became the commander-in-chief of the universe, calling the shots at age 5.5 approximately. And non-Ma'soom cannot give ghusl to a Ma'soom. It's Imam Mahdi alayhi salam who gave ghusl and hunut and kafan and salat al-mayyit and all tadfeen and everything for his father has to be done by the Ma'soom. So he did it in 5.5 years age. But that's different. Ma'soom, there's no difference between young and old. We are talking about ourselves, okay? Ourselves, we have to be mature, Islamically baligh and mature. A non-baligh girl or boy cannot give the ghusl. How do we become baligh? Any one of the 3 signs appear. I'm not going to go to the 3 signs, but we have 3 signs for bulugh, okay? And any one of those 3 signs appear, and usually one of the 3 signs appears for most of the people. One of the 3 signs appears before the age factor. Isn't it right? For the girls, they need to complete their 9 lunar calendar years and start the first day of the 10th lunar calendar year. Please pay attention to what I'm saying. And the boys, the age factor is they complete their 15 lunar calendar years and they enter into the first day of the 16th lunar calendar year. This is one of the 3 signs related to the age. Usually for most of the people, at least one sign appears, one of the other 2 signs appears before the age factor comes to play the role. Okay? So in other words, you can say in the simple words, the 9th birthday for the girl. Simple words. Just say 9th lunar birthday. That's the 10th. That's the first day of your 10th lunar calendar year. For a boy,
Very simple words. Your 10th, your 15th lunar birthday. That's the first day of your 16th lunar calendar year. Okay? Usually other signs appear. So only the Balik can do that. Non-Balik cannot. Third of all, Aqil, sane. A person should not be Majnoon, a Majnoona, a mad, crazy, insane. We have two types of Majnoon in our fiqh. Al-Majnoon, Al-Itbaqi, Wal-Majnoon, Al-Adwari. Do you have a whiteboard here? Oh, okay, I can write it down. So you can also write it down if you want to. And sane person is classified in our fiqh. Baqi and Ari. Baqi is that who is in 24/7. Ari is that Majnoon person in our Islamic jurisprudence is Adwari is Itbaqi is that insane person who is insane 24/7. And Adwari is that Majnoon in our Islamic jurisprudence who is Majnoon some of the times of the day, not all the time of the day. Some of the times he's in the normal situation. So both the types, if any person is Majnoon, whether he is temporarily or permanently, in both the cases, when you are Majnoon, you cannot give the ghusl to the dead person. You have to be Aqil. So, if a person is drunk, he is no longer Aqil. If the person is unconscious, he is no longer Aqil, no longer sane, okay? So these things are all included in Aqil. Fourth of all, the ghasil means the ghusl giver, person who is washing, has to be alim bil masail. You need to know the rulings. Know before you go. Know before what you are doing, okay? If you don't know, don't do it. As simple as that. Leave it for the one who knows. ये नीम मुल्ला होते हैं ना हमारे यहाँ तो माशाल्लाह बहुत पाए जाते हैं जनरली स्पीकिंग बड़े कई सारे पैदा हो गए हैं सेल्फ प्रोक्लेम्ड उलमा never studied in the hausa or hausa dropouts, isn't it right? Unfortunately we have several and some of them claiming to be very open-minded intellectuals. So now you find one of these so-called hausa dropouts, or not hausa dropout, self-proclaimed alim, never studied in the hausa. And he was asked by the community, Maulana, please go wash the janaza of such and such person who died. So now he took the Tuhfat al-Awam book in his hand and he went to the washing place. And from there he called the community that, you know what, I cannot start the ghusl until you first arrange 70 women. People say, what are you talking about? What it has 70 women, what they have to talk about, they have to do with the ghusl? He said, it's written in the book. ऐसे नहीं कह रहा किताब में लिखा हुआ है और किताब में क्या लिखा हुआ है वहाँ कि 17 औरतें लाजमी है गुस्ल शुरू करने से पहले उसको वो मोहतरम 70 औरतें पढ़ रहे थे और कम्युनिटी को कॉल कर रहे हैं कि पहले 70 औरतों का बंदोबस्त करो तब गुस्ल शुरू किया जाएगा किताब में लिखा है ऐसे नहीं कह रहा. So enough is enough. We don't invite this type of people. That's why we emphasize to the people, don't allow anyone who is not qualified from the house, any recognized hausa and doesn't have taqwa to sit on the mimbar. Enough is enough. We don't allow anyone to play with our souls.
You have to have principles.
So the ghasil, the one who is giving the ghusl, must have niyat of qurbatan ilallah for all the three ghusl till the end of the third ghusl. Well, uh, obviously, giving ghusl is ibadat, and every ibadat requires intention. Isn't it right? So, and niyat and intention is something that has to be
Before starting the amal, throughout the amal, till the end of the amal and action. That's how niyat for every ibadat is like this. Not just the ghusl, not just the washing. Every ibadat is like this. If in the middle of the prayers, you don't know what you're doing, if somebody asks you, hey, what are you doing? Obviously, you're not allowed to speak up in the prayers. But let's suppose if you were allowed to speak up, can you reply immediately without thinking? If you can, then you have the niyat, our scholars say. If you cannot reply immediately and you start thinking, oh, let me see what I'm doing, that means you are out of your mind. You lost your niyat. Your salat is already batil. Okay, niyat is something for every ibadat, not just the ghusl and washing. For every ibadat, it has to be there before you start the ibadat and worship, throughout the worship,
till the end of the worship. The same applies for the ghusl as well. Need to have the niyat of qurbatan ilallah. Obviously, all these things that we are learning for, the wajib things, they're all wajibun kifai. I already talked about that in the salat presentation. Remember about this, that all these things are wajibun kifai for those of you who were present. So, if let's suppose, one one Muslim dies and 100 people get to know the news, so one person went there to do the ghusl and all that stuff. One is not sufficient to do the job. He couldn't even lift the dead person. The dead guy was like 230 pounds, and this person is like, 95 pounds, skinny. He cannot even turn the janazah of the dead person. He couldn't do the job. He went there. He's a nice moment. He did a good job. He went there, but he couldn't do it.
because he's unable to do it. 99% who got the news, all of them are sinners, except this person who went. He couldn't do that because that's not in his control to do it, beyond his reach. But all the 99 are sinners. Okay, this is the nature of wajibun kifai. It applies on everyone equally without distinction. If some who are sufficient to handle the job go ahead
It's
of the
5
rest and
o'clock.
do the job, and the job gets done, the rest are no longer, liable. But if no one goes, or fewer people go who are unable to handle the job, then the rest of the people
Will be considered as sinners. So ghusl al-mayyit is al-wajibu ta'abbudi, not tawassuli. And I talked about that as well for those of you who were present in the salat workshop. The difference between wajibun ta'abbudi and tawassuli. Can anyone reply to me? Please raise your hand if you remember the difference. Any sister, you remember the difference between wajibun tawassuli and ta'abbudi? Sisters first. What's the difference between wajibun ta'abbudi and wajibun tawassuli? I did the 6-hour presentation on salat in your community.
Okay, yes, please.
Traditionally in Seattle, our sisters always are ahead of the brothers and they win all those quizzes and competitions most of the time. So, mashallah, say salawat for the brother. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Wajibun ta'abbudi is that wajib where the niyat of qurbatan ilallah is necessarily required for the action to be considered as okay. Whereas wajibun tawassuli, on the other hand, is that kind of wajib where niyat of qurbatan ilallah is not necessarily required for the action to be considered to be okay. Okay? So this is wajibun ta'abbudi, which means where every ibadat is wajibun ta'abbudi. This is also an ibadat. It requires the niyat necessarily. And I already told you, niyat is something that you have before the action, before starting the action, throughout the action, till the end of the action. It's a continuous phenomena that continues throughout. Niyat is the essence
And ruh of the ibadat, the essence of the entire ibadat.
that has to be protected and preserved with ikhlas for sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Obviously, riya, showing off, is shirk. And if riya happens, all our fuqaha say, if showing off and riya happens during the ibadat becomes batil. Because you are no longer mukhlis. If the riya happens after the ibadat has ended,
Then your prayers, your ibadat is not batil, but you did the riya and showing off, you lose the sawab. You'll get no sawab on the day of judgment.
okay, so 0103. Taqseer is wajib if the mayyit deceased person is a Muslim baby 4 months or 4 plus. So if less than 4 months, he or she, what are we going to do with him? We're going to wrap that baby, who's less than 4 months of age, male or female, doesn't matter. We will wrap the baby in a cloth and bury the baby without the ghusl, because he or she is less than 4 months of age. Okay? This is again about the Muslim baby, remember? This is about the Muslims. You're not talking about the non-Muslims. Non-Muslims follow their own laws and values and principles. Even for a waladu zina, even if a baby was born out of zina, some people translate zina as adultery. I never do that, because zina has much wider meaning than adultery. Even the Western style dating, which is not considered to be adultery, is part of zina in Islam. Okay? So I never translate zina as adultery. So zina is any relationship between two non-mahram people, a man and a woman, without the marriage, without the Islamic marriage. So even if a baby is born out of zina, it's wajib to bury the baby. Okay? Obviously, if the baby is 4 months or 4 plus, and one of the parents of the baby is a Muslim, that's what I'm coming. Even for an insane by birth, somebody is born majnoon, senseless. By birth, he has defects. We have adab and etiquettes and akhlaq taught by Prophet and Ahlul Bayt alayhim salam, how to have the relationship between husband and wife. That's not the subject of my presentation. I'm not going to go in the details.
But there are etiquettes and adab and akhlaq taught by the Prophet and Ahlul Bayt about how to have a relationship with the wife. Some people make mistakes because they are jahil, or if they know it, if they're intentionally doing it, that's even worse. And some of those mistakes cause certain defects in the babies
To happen.
in most of the cases, the parents are liable. I'm not saying all. In most of the cases, when the babies are born with defects, in most of the cases, the parents are liable.
Okay? So we need to learn the adab and etiquettes and akhlaq about the relationship between husband and wife. I'm almost 97% done. I'm preparing another PowerPoint presentation about marriage orientation. I'll call it marriage orientation kit. So any young boy or girl who contacts me to recite, aqdun shar'i, nikah, a marriage for them, I'll give this girl or boy this flash drive, go through this presentation, and here's a questionnaire, 10 questions. You have to reply back to me 100% correct. If you don't reply 100% correct, I'm not going to recite your nikah. Go to somewhere else. Because there's a skyrocketing rate of talaq in our Islamic communities, generally speaking. In a lot of cases that I'm handling,
There is jahl and ignorance. Our youth don't even know their hukuk and fara'id, their rights and responsibilities, and the tawazun and balance, beautiful tawazun and balance that Islam taught us between hukuk and fara'id. They don't know. They were never told. So we don't want our youth to end up in darkness. So this presentation almost like 97% complete.
So yeah, that's very important. So we know those rulings. So, like I say, akhlaq and etiquettes have been taught. Some people mess up with those things. In most of the cases, the defects are because of the, fault of the parents. So even an insane person by birth, if one of the parents, father or mother of a baby, is a Muslim, at least one has to be a Muslim, then we have to bury it in the Muslim graveyard. And we'll come to the tadfeen burial segment where we'll talk about the burial rulings, inshallah, soon. So, but the bottom line is that one of the parents of the baby has to be a Muslim, and that's what it takes, even if the baby himself or herself is insane by birth. Doesn't matter, it has respect. It has to be buried. It's disrespect and ihanat and insult for a Muslim not to be buried. So 0104, taghsil is haram for a kafir, a person dying away from this world without reading the kalimatul shahadatain. Anyone who dies from this world without reciting shahadatain, ashhadu an la ilaha, or la ilaha illallah, shorter one or the longer one, whatever, la ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So anyone dying away from this world without the shahadatain, kalimatul shahada, is classified as a kafir. He never recited that in his life up till the time of his death, and finally he died. This is how we define a kafir. Okay, so when it's decided that he is a kafir, our shari'i responsibility is haram for us to give ghusl to him. (0105) Taghsil is mahramiyat sensitive. Mahramiyat sensitive issue. That means you have to be mahram to the person being washed. Okay? If a man washes the dead body of a non-mahram woman, or if a woman washes the dead body of a non-mahram man, the ghusl will be batil. This is no ghusl in the eyes of Allah. It has to be done again. You need to follow the principles. Okay? Taghsil is mahramiyat sensitive. Yeah. Once Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam asked Jibreel, do the angels cry and laugh? It's a long hadith. I'm not going to go to the whole hadith, but I'm just mentioning one part of it. Got reminded by this. So those three reasons, they cry for three reasons. Jibreel mentioned that, and they laugh for three reasons. One of those three, for which the angels of Allah laugh upon the human beings, is this, that Jibreel said to the Prophet, when a woman is being buried in the qabr, in the grave, and the announcement is made, only the mahram people come forward to put her down, the angels start to laugh. If the woman never used to do hijab, she used to walk outside in front of non-mahram people by exposing her hair without the hijab. And now at the time of burial, people are announcing, only the mahram people come forward to lay her down in the qabr. Jibreel said to the Prophet, angels of Allah laugh. So the ghusl is batil, it's mahramiyat sensitive. 0106, Taghsil's miscellaneous ahkam. Obviously, like I said in the Salat presentation, the rulings are so many. I cannot cover all the rulings. I'm just here to mention some of the most important rulings to you. It's not, don't consider it to be sufficient. There's so much more to be learned. Husband and wife can do ghusl towards each other. Obviously, Imam Ali did, alayhi salam, did the ghusl for Sayyidah Zahra alayhi salam. Isn't it right? Husband and wife can do ghusl towards each other. So they are still mahram. Even after the death of your wife, you are still mahram towards her. Okay, you can see her, you can touch her, she can see you, she can touch you. If the husband dies, the wife can see him and touch him. Father can wash his daughter less than 3 years of age. If the daughter is more than 3 years of age, then it has to be a male, female person washing the daughter. If your daughter is less than 3 years of age, you can wash it. You can wash her yourself. Mother can wash her son less than 3 years of age. If the son is more than 3 years, it has to be a male person, not the mother. Okay? Maharim can do, the mahram people can do ghusl to a person of opposite sex without looking at the awratain, the private parts. Awratain means the private parts. So, like a brother is mahram towards the sister. Sister is mahram towards her brother. Isn't it right? They're mahram. So they can do the ghusl towards each other. Brother dies, the sister can give her ghusl. Sister dies, brother can give her ghusl. Obviously, looking at the private parts is haram, but other than that, they can look at each other's body. Well, they can look at each other's body even in the life, and the same ruling. Sharia doesn't change. The same Sharia that applies in the lifetime. In the lifetime, it's allowed to look at each other other than the private parts. The same applies after the death. It's nothing different. So, but I'm just mentioning it so things are clear to you. Man doing the ghusl of a man or woman doing the ghusl of a woman can see all or everything except the awratain. If the person of the same gender is giving the washing and ghusl to a person of the same gender, a man giving ghusl to a man, a woman washing a woman, they can also look towards the entire body of each other. Obviously the dead is not going to look at you, but you can look at the dead person's body other than the private parts. You need to cover it and wash it carefully without seeing it. Looking at the awratain is haram, but ghusl will not be batil. Let's suppose somebody did a wrong and he looked at the private parts of the person. The ghusl that he or she is doing will not be batil, but he or she did a haram. Ghusl will not be batil. Tathirul badan, Islamically cleaning the body, at least that juz is must. That means that juz and part of the body which is najis. Let's suppose a mayyit, a dead person, has a blood stain, blood on the finger. So it's wajib to wash the finger which has the blood on it before starting the ghusl. The body has to be tahir, Islamically clean. So if the whole body is najis, fine, wash the whole body according to Islamic rulings. If juz means a part of the body, for example, a finger is najis, you need to first clean the finger in the Islamic process of cleaning, and then you have to start the ghusl. You cannot start the ghusl if the body has to be clean before you start the ghusl. You can wash the rest of the parts of the ghusl. Let's suppose I gave example of this left finger of mine. So you can start washing the body. You can wash the head and the neck area, and you can start washing the right half of the body, front and the back of the dead person. And then when you start washing the left side, that's where, before doing that, you have to first wash the finger according to the Islamic process of cleaning, and then start the ghusl of the left side. Okay? So, tathirul badan, at least that juz is must before ghusl of that juz. This is what I meant, how I explained. I'll take the questions after the presentation if you allow, please. As long as is the TB, that's a typo mistake, sorry. Tartibi is possible, irtimasi should be avoided. So as long as ghusl, two ways of doing the ghusl, tartibi and irtimasi. Tartibi means the sequential. First, after niyat, you first wash the head and the neck, isn't it right? And then you wash the right hand side, right half, front and the back, and you wash the left half, front and the back. That's how we do, isn't it right? So this is the tartibi, the sequential way. And there's another one, irtimasi, which means immersing your body into water all at once. You do the niyat and you drop into a swimming pool or any collection of water, a lake, river, ocean, whatever, and the whole body goes into the water, is present in the water at once. That's called the immersing ghusl, by immersing the body, irtimasi. So, well, the body, the water has to be. I have to double check that before I say. I will double check it. That for the irtimasi kur is necessary or not. I will double check that before I say that. Okay, so as long as tartibi is possible, we don't go towards irtimasi. It should be avoided. Ihtiyat wujubi, ihtiyat wajib. It's ihtiyat wajib to avoid the ghusl with immersion of the body. You have to do it the tartibi way, okay, sequential way. That's ihtiyat wujubi, ihtiyat wajib. As long as it is possible. If there is no way, it is not possible, obviously in that case you will immerse the body. That's the only way. When that's the only way possible, then you will do it. You are forced to do it, basically. If one dies in haid or janabat, only one ghusl al-mayyit is enough. If a woman dies in the condition of haid or janabat, or a man dies in the condition of janabat, and now obviously ghusl of mayyit is also wajib, isn't it right? Ghusl of janabat is also wajib. In the case of a woman, ghusl of haid is also wajib. So you can just do one ghusl, the ghusl of mayyit, with the intention of both of them. That will be sufficient. At the end of the day, you're giving that one ghusl which suffices for both. Is that clear? So it's not allowed for a person to charge for ghusl al-mayyit. That's also ihtiyatun wujubi, ihtiyat wajib. Don't charge the money. It's not just for this, for all the wajibat. We never charge the money. In Islam, you cannot charge money for teaching the wajib stuff. Wajib is free. For mustahab things, you can charge the money. So, in the example of washing, for example, straightening the table, or arranging the place, or bringing some water in the bucket and putting it there, that's not wajib on you, isn't it right? So, anything which is mustahab, anything which is good to do, you can charge money for that. But for the ghusl, which is wajib, according to ihtiyat wajib, you cannot charge money for that. Likewise, the rest of the wajibat. Teaching Quran. Well, tajweed of Quran, there is a wajib portion of tajweed, and there is a mustahab, extra high level rulings of becoming a professional qari. But that's not wajib on us to become a professional qari with all the delicacies of the ilm al-qira'ah. No. What is wajib is the basic ilm al-tajweed, so that our makharij are corrected. Isn't it right? Basic ilm al-tajweed is wajib. So if you are teaching Quran to children in the Sunday school, for example, if you are teaching the basic tajweed, which is wajib to learn, you cannot charge money for that, because that's wajib. If you are teaching the children higher level, detailed rulings of ilm al-qira'at, which is not wajib to follow, it's better to follow, you can charge money for that. Okay? You don't charge money for the wajibs. If water is unavailable, 3 tayammums will be wajib to do one in the place of each ghusl. Obviously, if the water is not available in our lifetime, we do the same thing, isn't it right? We do the tayammum. The same will apply for the dead person. For each of the three ghusl, you have to do tayammum upon him. So, so this is how we would do it. So now let's move forward to the number two. Number two is tahneet. Tahneet means applying hunut. Hunut, putting the kafur on the 7 parts of Mayyit's body. A'da'u sajda, the parts which are used in the sajda. Forehead and the palms, wajib to put on in the sajda. The fingers are not wajib to put, but the palm is wajib to put in the sajda. This is where we apply the kafur, palms. This is 3, and the 2 knees and the 2 toes of the feet. Okay, this is wajib to put in the sajda. Even if you don't put the rest of the fingers of the feet, that's not wajib, but the toe is wajib to put. Okay, so we apply the kafur on the toes of the feet. These are the 7 a'da, 7 parts used in the sajda, masajid. We call them masajid, places of sajda. So applying a bit of fresh kafur whose smell is not gone. If the smell is gone, we don't do that. Okay, the smell has to be there. Fresh kafur has the smell. On the 7 parts used in sajda after the taghsil, after you wash it. So after you are done with washing, this is where the turn comes for tahneet, applying the kafur. You don't apply the kafur before the ghusl. It will be washed away, obviously, isn't it right? So Allah wants this smell to be there in the dead person's body. Okay, this is a natural smell that has to be there in his body. So after we are done with the ghusl, we apply the fresh kafur on the parts of the sajda. And even for the mu'tadda lil wafat, the woman who dies after during the iddat and waiting period of her husband. Let's suppose husband dies. So the woman has to go through iddat and waiting period. Isn't it right? So in the waiting period of the woman, so what she's supposed to do, she's not supposed to use the the perfumes and the smells, fragrances. So, but here it is allowed, and it is not just allowed, but it's wajib to apply the kafur even on that woman who was in the waiting period of the death of her husband. So she is mu'tadda in the wafat of her husband, during the iddat. Even for her, you have to apply the kafur. So she is not exempt from that. You have to apply. So forehead is the first on forehead, ihtiyat istihbabi. This is ihtiyatun mustahab. It's not wajib, it's ihtiyatun mustahab, that you start with the forehead first, then the rest of the parts of the body. The rest of the parts, there is no tartib, no sequence required. You can apply on the toes of the feet first, you can apply on the knees first, you can apply on the palms first. The rest of the parts have no tartib necessarily required, no tartib. But for the forehead, it's ihtiyat mustahab, ihtiyat istihbabi, how we call in Arabic, to apply on the forehead first. Mustahab on the tip of the nose. If you remember, it's mustahab to touch your nose in the sajda as well, isn't it right? So this is also not a wajib part to be put in sajda, but a mustahab part to be put in sajda. So we have, it's mustahab to apply some kafur on the tip of the nose. So if kafur is less, let's suppose you are somewhere stranded away from population, from city, you have no way to get abundant kafur. You have to give the ghusl as well, ghusl with the water of kafur, sidr, water of sidr, then water of kafur, and then the fresh pure water, then the pure water.
So let's suppose you have less kafur within your hands and you cannot arrange it and you have to bury the person. Now, if the kafur is less, ghusl has the priority over tahneet. So you will keep the kafur to mix slightly in the water for ghusl. If it is less for all the 7 parts, so you will use it for the ghusl. If nothing remains for the tahneet, fine. Do not do it because nothing remains. Obviously, it's wajib to arrange if you can, but there's a supposition. I'm supposing that you are stranded in a place where you cannot arrange. If you cannot arrange, it's wajib to arrange. But we are supposing if you are in a situation where you cannot arrange and there's a limited amount of kafur available, then the ghusl has the preference. You will use it for the ghusl. If nothing remains for the hunut, nothing remains. But if there is something remaining, but it's less, then you will first give the preference to the forehead. And the rest of the 6 parts you could not apply because it's so less in amount. Kafur is so less. Forehead has tarjih and priority over the rest of the parts of sajda. Tahneet 02. So it is haram for 2 persons. It's haram to do the tahneet for applying the kafur on 2 persons. 1. Muhrim lil hajj. If a person who is muhrim, he has a niyat for doing the hajj and he dies before the sa'i, before walking between Mount Safa and the Mount Marwa. It's called sa'i. He did the niyat for doing the hajj. Before he did the sa'i, he died. It's not allowed in Islam to apply kafur and do the tahneet of this person. It's not allowed. Okay, he's mustasna. Second of all, muhrim lil umrah, the person who has niyat of ihram for the sake of umrah and he dies before the taqsir, before cutting some of the hair or his nails at the Mount Marwa, he died. It's not allowed to do tahneet, that means applying kafur on his 7 parts of sajda. It is not allowed. Tahneet, putting the kafur on 7 parts of the mayyit's body. Remember that it is mustahab to add only a bit of turbat of Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam into the kafur. This is the most superior soil. It's part of the paradise. It's so this is the most superior soil. So we have to respect it. It has the highest respect among all the soils. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, according to authentic narration in Kamil al-Ziyarat by Ibn Qulawayh, rahmatullahi alayh, great scholar of ours, has mentioned this authentic narration. Allah created the land of Karbala 24,000 years before creating the land of Kaaba. 24,000 years. And there's a conversation mentioned in Kamil al-Ziyarat that took place between the land of Karbala and the land of Kaaba. Those 2 lands were talking to each other. And their conversation is mentioned in Kamil al-Ziyarat. So this is the most superior soil. We have to respect it. If it goes into the toilet, it's wajib on you to take the turbat, muhr, sajdaga out of the toilet. Wajib. It's not your choice. You have to take it out and make it tahir according to Islamic way. In the fatwa of Imam Khomeini, it was not allowed. This was haram to put the turbat in your lower pocket next to the private parts if it causes insult, which it is insultive. He did not allow that. You have to put it in the upper pocket. It's not an ordinary soil. It's turbat of Imam Hussein. You have to respect it. So that's the only turbat which is allowed for humans to eat for istishfa, shifa'u fi turbatihi,
Allah had provided shifa and cure in the turbat and soil of Imam Hussein alayhi salam. Isn't it right? Anyone who eats it, it's allowed for the sake of shifa. Will get the shifa, inshallah. So this is the turbat of Imam Hussein. We add only a bit of turbat into the kafur. When we are applying it on the 7 parts of the sajda. But remember that kafur in which you add the turbat, you only apply it on the forehead and the 2 palms, not the rest of the 4. That means the knees and the toes. Don't apply that kafur in which you added the turbat of Imam Hussein. Don't apply that kafur to the 2 knees and the 2 toes, because this is part of your legs and feet. This is insultive. Okay, we don't apply that kafur in which you added turbat. It is you add the turbat in the kafur and you apply it on the forehead and the 2 palms only. It's mustahab. It's not wajib to add, but it's mustahab. There's it's good. You can put the turbat that you used to do sajda throughout your life. You can do right in your wasiyat. That muhr, that sajdagah, that turbat should be put in my kafan. Very good. You can do the wasiyat of these types. Anything which has a spiritual value. Once there was a lady coming in the funeral, and she said she brought her husband in Seattle. She brought her husband with the 3-piece suit and tie and everything, and even the shoes on. Because my husband used to like these clothes. We are not here to do what your husband likes. If you are here to do what your husband likes, you came to the wrong person in a wrong place. We are here to do what Allah likes. Leave him alone, man. He is dead. At least after death, let what Allah has said be practiced. What is going to benefit her in the barzakh? Forget about what he likes. Allah likes for us to be wrapped in the kafan, isn't it right? So anything that has a spiritual value should be buried with him. Yeah. So you can bury the turbat of Imam Hussein alayhi salam. You can find those kafans available in Iraq and Iran. They write Surat Yasin or Al-Jawshan al-Kabir or Ayatul Kursi or the names of the Imams upon the kafan with the turbat of Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam. This is very good. Turbat of Imam Hussein itself is Nurani, and then ayat of Quran or the names of Ahlul Bayt are written on the kafan. What is better than that? So you can do that. So anything which has a spiritual value, if you have your handkerchief where you had the tears on crying on Abi Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam. Whenever you participated in Majlisul Aza, Roze Khani, you wiped your tears with that handkerchief. You can write in your wasiyat, that handkerchief should be put in my kafan. It has a spiritual value. It benefits us. Anything which has a spiritual value, it benefits us. Because this is Noor. This is Noor. So, it is makruh to use misk. In Arabic we say misk. In English we say musk, amber or oud. These are natural smells from the trees. Various trees which have nice smells. The tree of amber and the tree of oud, or the musk which is derived from a deer. These are natural smells. It is makruh to use any of these 3 natural smells or any other perfume with the kafur for the dead person. You cannot use a perfume from Paris or Milan, Italy, and because this person liked it, so you applied perfume on the whole body. We don't do that, okay? This is makruh. It's disliked by Allah. Don't do something which is disliked by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وصلى الله على سيدنا ونبينا محمد وآله الطاهرين.
Bar Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad Salawat. 7 minutes for Azan, inshallah. So please prepare your wuzu. We're going to do 15 minutes for Salat Maghribain, followed by 15 minutes break. And after that, we're going to put the snacks out. We are not going to take a break. If it is necessary, we take a break. Otherwise, we're going to finish up this session as soon as we can because we're running behind. So, inshallah, at 5:45, we're going to start the adhan. 5:45, we're going to start the adhan. And 6 o'clock, we're going to come back and take a break. Sisters, we're going to give us the time to put the partition in. So you can join us on the salat, inshallah. Bar Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad Salawat.
वो मुझे अभी जहन में नहीं, इसलिए मैंने जवाब नहीं दिया. मैंने लिखा हुआ. अब मैंने भी कहीं पढ़ा नहीं है, किसी किताब में मेरे जहन में नहीं है. हाँ. अस्सलाम वालेकुम. हाउ आर यू? अस्सलाम वालेकुम. कैसे हैं आप?
कैसे हैं? ठीक ठाक है, अल्लाह का शुक्र। आप कैसे हैं?
خوب انشالله خوب هستید من حفظ کنم سلام علیکم حالتون خوب انشالله چطور هستید
حاج آقا اینجا دیگه ما نور شما نباشید ما دیگه ضعیف میشیم ما خوب هستید سلامت ان شاء الله خانواده خوب
الحمدلله
حفیظ شدید
موفق نگه کنه ما بشه انشاءالله نشد کنید آواز بس انشاءالله
خرابه حاج آقا بد نیست But you can talk about fiery stuff to get my heart open. یاد قدیم حاج آقا والله دیدم که یک کشتن Rabi. Father was with me.
by Daesh دفاع از اهل بیت میکنه تی از این بالاتر कैसे हैं आप खैरियत से हैं वालेकुम शहीद के ऊपर मैं अभी आऊँगा इंशाल्लाह शहीद को हम लेना जायज़ नहीं है तो शहीद की इसमें एक तो तकन एक आदमी जो फी सबीलिल्लाह मारा जाए कराची में किसी ने आके गोली चलाई एक बेचारे मोमिन को मार दिया सबीलिल्लाह और अहले बैत में कत्ल किया गया शहीद है और एक शहीद वो होता है कि जो कहते हैं शहीदुल मारिका तो जंगी मारके में शहीद होता है इस्लाम की हक की जंग हो रही है बातिल के खिलाफ उस जंग में शहीद मैदान जंग में जाके शहीद होता है जो मारिका जंग में शहीद होता है उसका हुक्म अलग है उस शहीद के लिए जायज़ नहीं है कि हम उसको कफन पहनाएं या गुस्ल दें उसी खून आलूद बदन के साथ उन्हीं कपड़ों के साथ जिसमें वो शहीद हुआ है वैसा का वैसा उसको दफन किया जाता है और गुस्ल देना जायज़ नहीं है Just like in Iran, Iraq. Yes.
Brother Ibrahim.
It's a war of haq against batil. We have to give ghusl.
سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن أمير المؤمنين عليا ولي الله أشهد أن أمير المؤمنين عليا حجة الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على خير الأعمال حي على خير الأعمال الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله اللهم اجعل محياي محيا محمد وآل محمد ومماتي ممات محمد وآل محمد اللهم اغفر المؤمنين والمؤمنات والمسلمين والمسلمات الأحياء منهم والأموات بحرمة سورة الفاتحة مع الصلوات.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله أشهد أن أمير المؤمنين وإمام المتقين عليا ولي الله عليه الصلاة والسلام أشهد أن أمير المؤمنين وإمام المتقين عليا وفاطمة وأبناءهما حجج الله على الخلق عليه الصلاة والسلام حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على خير العمل حي على خير العمل قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله وجهت وجهي للذي فطر السماوات والأرض حنيفا وما أنا من المشركين قل إن صلاتي ونسكي الله أكبر 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 بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إذا جاء نصر الله والفتح ورأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا فسبح بحمد ربك واستغفره إنه كان توابا الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم وحمده سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله بسل على محمد وآل محمد سبحان الله محمدا الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى بحمده سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله بسل على محمد وآل محمد الله أكبر أستغفر الله وأتوب إليه الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى بحمده سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله رب صل على محمد وآل محمد الله أكبر حول الله وقوته يقوم وأقعد وأرفع وأسجد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد كذلك الله ربي الله أكبر اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد اللهم كن لوليك الحجة ابن الحسن صلواتك عليه وعلى آبائه في هذه الساعة وفي كل ساعة وليا وحافظا وقائدا وناصرا ودليلا وعينا حتى تسكنه أرضك طوعا وتمتعه فيها طويلا ربنا لا تجعل مصيبتنا في ديننا الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم وحمده سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله بصل على محمد وآل محمد سبحان الله محمدا الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى بحمده سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله بصل على محمد وآل محمد الله أكبر أستغفر الله وأتوب إليه الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى بحمده سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله رب صل على محمد وآل محمد الله أكبر الحمد لله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد حول الله وقوته أقوم وأقعد وأرفع وأسجد. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله. رب صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجه. سبحان الله وحمده. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى بحمده سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله. رب صل على محمد وآل محمد. الله أكبر. أستغفر الله وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى بحمده سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله. رب صل على محمد وآل محمد. إلهي إن كان قبح الذنب من عبدك فليحسن العفو من عندك يا كريم. الله أكبر. الحمد لله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم كن لوليك الحجة ابن الحسن صلواتك عليه وعلى آبائه في هذه الساعة وفي كل الساعة وليا وحافظا وقاعدا وناصرا ودليلا وعينا حتى تسكنه أرضك توعا وتمتعه فيها طويلا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
brothers and sisters, my Isha prayers is Qasr. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن أمير المؤمنين وإمام المتقين عليا ولي الله عليه الصلاة والسلام أشهد أن أمير المؤمنين وإمام المتقين عليا وفاطمة وأبناءهما حجج الله على الخلق حي على الصلاح حي على الصلاح حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على خير العمل حي على خير العمل قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله وجهت وجهي للذي فطر السماوات والأرض حنيفا وما أنا من المشركين قل إن صلاتي ونسكي ومحياي ومماتي لله رب العالمين لا شريك له وبذلك أمرت وأنا أول المسلمين أستغفر الله وأتوب إليه أستغفر الله وأتوب إليه أستغفر الله وأتوب إليه الله أكبر 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 بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إذا زلزلت الأرض زلزالها وأخرجت الأرض أثقالها وقال الإنسان ما لها يومئذ تحدث أخبارها بأن ربك أوحى لها يومئذ يصدر الناس أشتاتا ليروا أعمالهم فمن يعمل مثقال ذرة خيرا يراه ومن يعمل مثقال ذرة شرا يراه الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله رب صل على محمد وآل محمد سمع الله وحمده الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى بحمده سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله رب صل على محمد وآل محمد الله أكبر أستغفر الله وأتوب إليه الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله رب صل على محمد وآل محمد الله أكبر حول الله وقوته أقوم وأقعد وأرفع وأسجد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد كذلك الله ربنا كذلك الله ربنا كذلك الله ربنا الله أكبر اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد اللهم إنا نرغب إليك في دولة كريمة تعز بها الإسلام وأهله وتذل بها النفاق وأهله وتجعلنا فيها من الدعاة إلى طاعتك والقادة إلى سبيلك وترزقنا بها كرامة الدنيا والآخرة اللهم اجعلني عندك وجيها بالحسين عليه السلام في الدنيا والآخرة الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم وحمده سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله بصلي على محمد وآل محمد سبع الله وحمده الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى بحمده سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله بصلي على محمد وآل محمد الله أكبر أستغفر الله وأتوب إليه الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى بحمده سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله رب صل على محمد وآل محمد إلهي إن كان قبح الذنب من عبدك فليحسن العفو من عندك يا كريم. الله أكبر. الحمد لله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
سبحان ربي.
وآل محمد. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. لا إله إلا الله. لا إله إلا الله. لا إله إلا الله.
Let us read the Dua al-Wahdat all together. Please hold the hands of each other. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. La ilaha illallah ilahan wahida wa nahnu lahu muslimun. La ilaha illallah wa la na'budu illa iyyah مخلصين له الدين ولو كره المشركون. لا إله إلا الله ربنا ورب آبائنا الأولين. لا إله إلا الله وحده 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 أنجز وعده ونصر عبده وأعز جنده وهزم الأحزاب وحده فله الملك وله الحمد يحيي ويميت ويحيي وهو حي لا يموت بيده الخير وهو على كل شيء قدير. Let's read the Ayat al-Karima 5 times for all the mu'mineen and mustad'afeen and mahrumeen and mazlumeen in the Islamic Ummah, especially those who are defending the atabat and shrines of Ahlul Bayt alayhi salam, and those who are in the jails of Dhulm, Ayatullah Sheikh Nimr, and all the mu'mineen who are ill, those who requested for dua, those who have hajat, for all of them. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أمن يجيب المضطر إذا دعاه ويكشف السوء 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 أمن يجيب المضطر إذا دعاه ويكشف السوء. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم أدخل على أهل القبور السرور. اللهم أغن كل فقير. اللهم أشبع كل جائع. اللهم اكس كل عريان. اللهم اقل دين كل مدين. اللهم فرج عن كل مكروب. اللهم رد كل غريب. اللهم فك كل أسير. اللهم أصلح كل فاسد من أمور المسلمين. اللهم اشف كل مريض. اللهم سد فقرنا بغناك. اللهم غير سوء حالنا بحسن حالك. اللهم اقض عنا الدين وأغننا من الفقر إنك على كل شيء قدير. وصلى الله على سيدنا ونبينا محمد وآله الميامين. One Surah Al-Fatiha for all the Shuhada of Islam. السلام عليك يا رسول الله. السلام عليك يا أمير المؤمنين. السلام عليك يا فاطمة الزهراء سيدة نساء العالمين. السلام عليك يا خديجة الكبرى. السلام عليك أيها الحسن المجتبى. السلام عليك يا أبا عبد الله. السلام عليك وعلى المستشهدين بين يديك ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليك يا علي بن الحسين ومحمد بن علي وجعفر بن محمد وموسى بن جعفر وعلي بن موسى ومحمد بن علي وعلي بن محمد والحسن بن علي. السلام عليك يا صاحب العصر والزمان يا قائم آل محمد. السلام عليك يا إمامنا وإمام الإنس والجان. عجل الله تعالى فرجك وسهل الله تعالى مخرجك وظهورك وجعلنا من أنصارك وأشياعك. السلام عليك يا بقية الله ورحمة الله وبركاته.
یعنی اصلا واقعا چیزی نبود غیر از لطف خدا و هم خوابی که من دیدم عملا راست به شما اسمم فاطمه هست خواهشن بچه ها زمانه ابراهیم دامادم آمریکایی مسلمان گرشی هست اصلا خیلی کلیه همه دین مهدی هست ایش کبنه آدو خواهشن یعنی من خوابی که در مورد شما شب دیدم من براتون مطرح کردم باورتون نمیشه به شکل یعنی فقط خودم میخواستم آزمایش بکنم که یا واقعا میشه یا نمیشه قبلا با اون مدیر دادم که من جا به ثابت بلا
أهل البيت الصالحين خلاص بركاتنا هي معنوية فائدة
سلامت
Brothers all take their plates. Sisters still in the line, so we're going to wait another 10 minutes, inshallah. Once you filled up your plates, please be seated so Maulana can start. We need to complete this presentation, inshallah, today. So, and for the sake of the time, we need to have a Q&A session too. So once you filled up your plate, please be seated so we can start, inshallah. Bar Muhammad wa ali Muhammad salawat. Bar Muhammad wa ali Muhammad salawat. It looked like everybody take their plates, so we're going to start our session again, inshallah. Please join us with the loud salawat.
अगर वो वाजिब भी सिखा रही है, मुस्ताहब भी सिखा रही है, तो नियत करनी चाहिए।
छोटा सा बच्चा आता है ना जिसको कुछ भी नहीं आता, यहाँ के बच्चों को तो उर्दू के या अरबी के हरूफ की पहचान नहीं है, पहले हरूफ की पहचान आती है।
हाँ, तो ये वाजिब है कि पहचान करवाना, ताकि वो सही पड़ेगा। मैंने तो हर की पहचान ही कर, तलफ़ुज़ ही गलत होगा। ये वाजिब मिक़दार है, तो वो पैसा नहीं ले सकते।
वो फ़र्ज़ करें कायदा इख्फ़ा सिखा रहे हैं, या कायदतुल इज़हार सिखा रहे हैं, या कायदतुल क़लक़ला सिखा रहे हैं, कायदा यरमलून सिखा रही हैं, ठीक है ना, या कायदा इमाला सुगरा सिखा रही हैं, तो वाजिब नहीं है। ये बेहतर है ये सारी चीज़ें तजवीद में कि हम इमाला सुगरा को प्रैक्टिस करें, क़लक़ला करें, यरमलून को फॉलो करें, इज़हार करें, इख्फ़ा करें, इस्मात करें, सारे मुख्तलिफ कई सारे कवायद हैं। ये सारे एक्स्ट्रा चीज़ें हैं, ये अगर सिखाती हैं इनका पैसे ले सकते हैं, तो ये वाजिब नहीं है।
कुरान फिर बारह पढ़ाती हैं,
वाजिब की नीयत से, वाजिब चीज़ें ना पैसे की नीयत से ना लें, इसके अलावा एक्स्ट्रा कुछ और पढ़ा रही हैं,
और कोई चीज़ और एडिशनल ऐड करें जो वाजिब नहीं है।
और मोहम्मद वाले मोहम्मद सल्लल्लाहु
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا ونبينا محمد وآله الطاهرين. So our presentation has reached to the point where we are talking about takfeen, means wrapping the shroud and the coffin on the body of the deceased person. It is the next wajib after you are done with the ghusl and after you are done with the tahneet, applying hunut. There was one question asked which was very relevant, so I will mention it before moving forward to takfeen. It's about the ghusl of a shaheed. We do not provide ghusl to the shaheed.
Shuhada are of two types. Some people who die
fi sabilillah. Let's suppose there's a bombing, la samahallah, God forbid, in Najaf. Some Shia MOMIN dies there, or bombing in Afghanistan or Karachi or Lahore.
somewhere in Pakistan by Wahhabis, those takfiri terrorists. So a mu'min dies in that bombing. He is a shaheed. We respect him. But the rules of the shaheed do not apply on him.
The rules for the shaheed applies on shaheedul ma'arika. The person who dies in the ma'arika means in the battlefield of when there is a war between haqq against batil, righteousness against falsehood. In that sort of battlefield, if there is a shaheed dying in the battlefield, that's where you apply the ruling of the shaheed. So the ruling of the shaheed does not apply on the shuhada who are dying in the civilian areas, in the cities, metropolitan areas. We don't apply those rulings. Now, ruling of the shaheed is you cannot wash the body of a shaheed died in the battlefield of haqq against batil. You don't provide hunut.
You don't do the hunut, you do not wrap the coffin.
That sort of shaheed in the ma'arika is buried with the same
Blood on his body and with the same dress
he had on at the time he became shaheed. We just do the salatul mayyit, salatul janaza, and bury him. That's it. These things that we learned up till now about, washing and applying the hunut, tahneet, or the takfeen that we are about to study do not apply on shaheedul ma'arika, shaheed of the battlefield. Shaheed in the cities, we respect them, but we will apply these rulings. So we will give ghusl, we will do the hunut, we will do the kafan for them. Okay? Remember this distinction. Okay, takfeen. That's the third segment of the presentation. Wrapping the kafan on a mayyit's body. We wrap three pieces of cloth. The first one that we wrap is the upper body cloth, something similar to a long shirt. Not exactly the shirt, something similar to a long shirt, upper body cloth. So, according to ihtiyatun wujubi, in Farsi we say ihtiyat wajib. According to ihtiyat wajib, you have to, the upper body cloth has to be from the shoulder, this part from the shoulder, so it will cover the shoulder. Shoulder will be covered up till the middle of the sock, means between your knee and your ankle. This area is called sock, between your knee and the ankle. So it has to be between that area, in the middle of the sock. That means in the middle area between your knee and the ankle, starting covering from the shoulder till middle of the sock. This is ihtiyat wajib to do this much, okay? Ihtiyat wujubi. That's the upper body wrapping. You can call it a shirt, a long shirt if you want to. The second wajib about takfeen is izar. In Farsi we say lung. Lungi ki tarah se, lung bandna. And the bottom cloth, it is the cloth which is put on the bottom part of the body. It has to be from the belly button till the knees. So it should cover the belly button. Belly button will be covered up till the knees. Although it's better, preferably from the chest till the feet. It's better that you cover the cloth, lower cloth, to be further high, starting from the chest. The shirt, you started from the shoulders. This cloth, you start from the chest of the person up till the feet. That means feet will also be covered up till the feet. This is better. It's not wajib. Wajib is from the belly button up till the middle of the sock. Sock is the area between knee and the ankle, middle of that. From the belly button till the middle, this much is wajib. I'm going to explain it very soon in the upcoming slides, a pictorial guide for that. And if someone among you is ready for the voluntarily for a practice with the cloth brothers have arranged here, it will be very good. We did it in our community in Seattle. We did it, so it gives a very good hands-on experience about that. So third of all, the third thing, other than the upper body cloth and the izar, the bottom cloth, other than these two, the third thing which is wajib is the overall cloth. Overall cloth, overall chadar, overall cloth is wajib. The width of the cloth is not mentioned. The width of the cloth is not mentioned in terms of meters or yards in the fiqh.
Muhammad wa ali Muhammad salawat.
What they write in the fiqh is that it should be that much wide. It should be that much wide that one side can come over the other. So it depends. A person may be skinny, a person may be fat. Sometimes you may require wider cloth, sometimes you require smaller cloth. The amount, exact inches or yards or meters are not mentioned in the fiqh. So it should be that much wide that you wrap one side like this and then the other side over it. This much wide. So this is the overall cloth, and this is from the width perspective. Now from the lengthwise it has to be so much that it is possible to tie up the cloth from both the corners. So you are covering the entire body. You cover one side like this and then you put the other side over it, and on the two corners his head is also covered, his feet is also inside, it's covered. Then you tie up from the feet and you tie up from the head. So it should be that much long in the length that you can put a knot at the end on the feet and a knot towards the head. So you can tie up. So that much long. Again, there is no meters or inches mentioned in the fiqh. It depends on from person to person, depending on his or her height. So this is how we have the overall cloth. First, before I get to the pictorial guide, and after learning from the guide, then I would like to request one of you to come forward if you agree to do a practical here, inshallah. But first let's go through this. So this is the kafan description, the wajib amount and the mustahab amount, and the difference between the sexes, the male and the female. Kafan must be done after the ghusl is over. That means you cannot wrap the kafan during the ghusl. Obviously, forget about wrapping the kafan before the ghusl. That's not going to happen. It has to be done after the ghusl is completed. It is mustahab to use white cotton cloth.
So if possible, the cloth should not be cut with a metal instrument. So you can cut it with your teeth and rip it like this. That's okay. It's mustahab, you know. It's mentioned not to use any metallic thing like knife or sword or dagger or scissors or blade. Don't use any of those things in cutting the cloth. You can, rip it with the teeth and then rip the whole thing apart. That's the better way of doing when you are, you measured the body. Now you found you need, for example, 4 meters or 3 meters, whatever, 2.5 yards, whatever. Now just you measure 2.5 yards, cut it with your teeth, and then rip it like this. That's better.
Mustahab to use the white and cotton cloth. Obviously, non-cotton is also okay, it's not haram. Non-white is also okay, not haram, but mustahab to use white and cotton cloth. Now here the differences between men and women. The wajib amount are the same 3 things we just discussed. For the lungi, the bottom cloth, we just learned from the belly button till the knees, and pirahan, in Farsi, the qamis, the upper body shirt type thing, which is from the shoulder till the middle of the sock, that means between the knees and the ankle, and the third was the chadar, the overall cloth. So the same wajib for the men and women. There is no difference in the wajib stuff of kafan between a man and a woman. It's exactly the same. Okay, there is no difference in that perspective. Now, in the mustahab, we have differences between the 2 genders. For a man, there are these 4 things which are mustahab. First is amama. Well, amama is mustahab anyways to wear throughout your life for everyone. But right now, because amama has become an alamat and sign for those who study in the Hausa and any Hausa level studies, okay, and reach certain level of knowledge. Usually when people read, it's a centuries old tradition that when people reach the grade, the level of Sharhul Lum'a ad-Dimashqiyya, that famous book written by Ayatollah al-Ulma, Shahid Asani, our great marji from Lebanon, who was killed by some extremist Muslims in Lebanon, in those areas. So that book, when you reach that level, that's where you start wearing the amama. That's a centuries old tradition. So amama, because now it has become an alamat and sign for scholars. So, this is not something which is
advisable. I'm not saying it's haram. It's not something which is advisable for a regular person to wear, because it may deceive the viewers. Okay? Just like wearing black amama is never in any hadith. We never find in any hadith that Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam or Ahlul Bayt alayhimus salam used to wear black amama. I never read any hadith in my life about that.
But right now it has already become an alamat and sign for the Sayyids, Hashimiyin, to wear black. So right now, if anyone who is a non-Sayyid wears black amama, he is called fasiq. He is not adil. Why? Because in the urful uqala wal mutasharri'a, in the regular Islamically intellectual and religiously practicing Muslims, in their view, this is now has become an alamat. After it became an alamat in the urf, all the Islamic titles and unwan are applied. The rulings of Sharia applies on the unwan and titles. Now that it has already become, an alamat and sign in today's society for the Sayyids, if a non-Sayyid wears it, he will not be called an adil person. He will be classified as a fasid because he is basically practically lying about what he is not. although we don't have any hadith, not that I read in my life, which shows that Prophet and Ahlul Bayt used to wear black. Since when it started, I don't know. When the black amama started to be worn by the Sayyids and the Hashimiyin. What we have is the Prophet or Ahlul Bayt alayhi salam. About Ahlul Bayt, what we learn is the green amama. Okay? Imam Mahdi alayhi salam was seen by several scholars, several scholars who have seen the Imam alayhi salam. In several stories you find Imam Mahdi alayhi salam was wearing green amama. So, this is what we have learned from the narrations. On the day of Eid, Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam used to wear white. It's an established sunnat of Rasulullah. On the day of Eid, we wear white amamas. That's the sunnat of Rasulullah on the day of Eid. But black, I did not read in my life. But because it has become an alamat and sign in today's world, in the eyes of the urful uqala wal mutasharri'ah, today if some non-Sayyid wears it, we will not call him adil. Okay? So this is why I was saying it's not advisable for a non-scholar to start wearing a mama, because then you will be pretending to be a scholar in a society where the urful uqala wal mutasharri'ah considers this to be alamat of a scholar only. Isn't it right? So, I am not going to say it's advisable for a non-scholar. But at the time of death, otherwise in the fiqh, you open the books of fiqh, it's written, wearing a mama is mustahab all the time. For every man. So, we put the amama, coming back to the point, that's mustahab on the dead person. Again, there is no size mentioned in the fiqh. It has to be 10 meters or 5 meters or 3 meters. There is no mention of that sizes in the fiqh. Just an amama, as much cloth you can wrap around his head, that's it. Size is not mentioned in the fiqh. It can be small, it can be big, just an amama. As long as it is called an amama in the urf, that's enough. Second of all is the ran peach, the things that we wrap around the thighs. The cloth to wrap around the thighs, and I will explain it very soon in the pictorial guide. You will see that. And third of all is the kamarband, the belt that you tie up the kamarband over the lungi, over the izar, over the lung. The kamarband and belt is again mustahab. This helps that the lung, the izar, is not slided down and his private parts remain covered. This is mustahab, it's not wajib. Fourth of all, putting a second chadar over the mayyit. First chadar was wajib, second chadar on top of it is mustahab. Now going to the woman's side, it's mustahab to put a makna for a woman. Makna is something that covers her head, covers her hair, so the hair do not get exposed and the hair are properly inside that makna. Second is the sina band, something that you put over the chest of the woman. So you tie up a thing, which I will show it you very, very soon, inshallah, in the presentation. Some cloth that you tie up over the chest of a woman. So this is what we call the something that we tie on the chest, sina band. And third is the same ran peach, means the same cloth that you wrap around the thighs of the person, of the woman. And fourth is the same kamarband, the belt, similarly to the man. And fifth again is the second chadar. The first one is wajib and the second one is mustahab. So these are the wajibs and the mustahab and the differences between a man and a woman. Now let's go to the explanation, the display of the wajib. So first I'm showing the lungi, the lung, the izar, how we say in Arabic. So you approximate size. Again I said there is no sizes mentioned in the fiqh. That's why I wrote approximate sizes, because this will help you at least at the time, how much. So this will help you. It's not necessarily a wajib amount of the cloth. It's maybe people may require a little bit longer, some may require a little bit lesser. So as long as you are covering from the belly button up till the the knees, the lung, you are doing the wajib thing from the belly button till the knees. Approximate sizes are this: 60 inches into 54 inches, 150 centimeters into 135 centimeters. These are approximate sizes for the izar or the lungi or the lung. And mustahab, as you learned, is make that lower cloth to be further long, so it reaches from the chest up till the feet of the person. That's mustahab, to to make it that much long, as you can see in the picture. And you remember, the wajib things are the same for man and woman. Same is wajib in terms of lung, izar, and the mustab. This thing is the same for the man and woman. And going to the second part of the kafan, which is pirahan, qamis. So the wajib is from the shoulder to the upper half of the legs. So this is where I displayed it, and mustahab is to make it further long. So you take it from the shoulder up till the upper portion of the feet. So this is, we are talking about a qamis, so it's not covering the feet. Okay, it's not supposed to cover the feet. It's a qamis, it's a shirt. So upper portion of the feet. So I left some area of the feet still open, so you can understand we are talking about the shirt thing. It is not supposed to reach the feet and cover the feet. From the shoulder up till the upper side, upper portion of the feet. This is mustahab, to do it that way. And the same applies to man and woman. So, in this. And the approximate sizes is what I wrote to help and facilitate you. Again, this is not necessarily wajib or something, but this can vary. So approximate 36 inches into 110 inches, 90 centimeters into 275 centimeters. The third wajib portion is the chadar, the overall cloth, which I said it should be as much wide that one portion comes here, other one can come over it. That's the width. And the length is that the feet and the head are both covered, and you can tie a knot on both the sides. Approximate sizes are here: 60 inches to 90 inches, 150 centimeters to 225 centimeters. These are all estimates, it can change. So overall sheet to wrap around the body with one side overlapping the other, and long enough such that both ends at the head and feet can be tied up. So you can tie up a knot. This helps, nothing will open, and the lower cloth will be covered, the private parts will remain covered, the shirt will remain on its place. You tie up the whole cloth over it. So this is the third wajib portion. For man and woman, the same. The wajib things are the same. Now going to the mustahab parts for the male person. First was amama. So again, size is not mentioned in the fiqh. You can wrap up a cloth on his head. It can be 5 feet, it can be 7 feet, it can be 12 feet. Size is not mentioned. Just as long as the urf calls it amama, it's amama. So approximate sizes are written. I wrote it there. It can be small, it can be big. Ran peach things that we tie over. Amama is number 1 in orange. Okay, so let's go to number 2 first. The kamarband, the belt. So the belt is number 2. This is what you tie over up the lungi, over up the izar, over the lung. So a cloth long enough that you can basically wrap around the back and on the waist and just tie up, so it's safe. it serves as a belt. The third is the rampage. I showed it here. Serves like an underwear, similar to a phenomenon of the underwear. So you wrap up over his private parts and the upper area of thighs. You wrap up the cloth. And this is another further protection for the private parts to be to remain covered. So, so now, fourth of all is the second chadar, and second chadar is basically similar to the first chadar. There is no difference in the second and the first, except that the first was wajib and second is mustahab. But in terms of size, in terms of wrapping, it's the same. The width should be like this. You wrap one side and then you wrap the other over it. This is the width, and the length should be the same. It covers the head and the feet totally, plus you tie up knots on both the sides. That's the second chadar. And this is for mustahabbat for a male person. Now let's go to the female person, a female. First one is the makna. I displayed it in the orange. You tie up a cloth properly over her head, around the chin and the head, so her hair remain in its place. And do not, when you are carrying the janaza, or people are touching it, or people are crying, people are kissing their loved one, this should not move and the hair should not be opened up. So this is one of the benefits of the makna, that the hair remain covered and are not displaced. So I just displayed it in the orange. You can, again, sizes are not mentioned in the fiqh. Any amount of cloth which can suffice for you to wrap it around to keep the hair in its place. Approximated sizes I wrote, 25 50 into 55, 63 centimeters. These are estimates. It can be, you can do it more, you can do it less, as long as you are covering all the hair and make sure the hair are staying in its place. Number 2 is the sina band, that you tie up on the chest of a woman. This number 2 you can see in the orange. Tie up a wide cloth, wide enough to cover the entire chest area, and wrap it around it. You can wrap twice or 3 times, to make sure that it helps and it secures, covering for the breasts. Approximate sizes are written here, you can see. And number 3 is the same for the man, it's the same for the woman. Kamarband, the belt. You could tie this over the izar, over the lungi, over the lung. You tie it over it, on top of it. Number 4 is the similar rampage, similar to the underwear thing. So you can cover a cloth, wrap around her body, over the private parts, 2 times, 3 times. Again, the sizes are not there in the Sharia. Sharia says wrap it over that area, upper thigh and the private parts. Size is not mentioned. You can wrap it, make 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, to make sure it is secured. So this helps again for the private parts to remain covered properly. It happens for some people, janaza is taken and the body becomes visible. If we do these things properly and we do the mustahab things as well, the wajib will be secured. So mustahab serves as a prelude for the protection of wajib. Like if a person wakes up for Salatul Layl, Namaz Shab, the night prayers, he is not going to miss his Fajr. The mustahab protects, is a muqaddimah to make sure the wajib is always is done. In several cases it's like this. Number 5 is the same second chadar, which is similar to men. So, and similar to the first chadar. First chadar was wajib, second is mustahab. Size is the same. The width should be, it comes one over the other from the width, over the woman's body. And the length is the same as the first chadar, covering the whole body. And then you can tie up from the feet and from the head side. That's the second chadar, is also mustahab for a woman as well.
no sizes mentioned. These are all approximate sizes. It varies, widely according to the size of the person, the length of the person, and all that. So, do we have cloth for all these things, like tying up as a makna, tying up as a chest band, tying up as a belt and an underwear, all these things? Do we have cloth to do that? Okay, so that will be good. I think this is, before I go to the Jarida 10, it's good that we practice this. If one of you can volunteer, that will be very good.
Brother Hadar is one.
Okay, inshallah. So let's first do the qamis, the shirt. Let us first do the qamis, the shirt. And use a cloth. It's better we use a cotton, not the plastic. So use if it's not a cotton, you can use other types of cloths as well. But use a cloth, not a plastic. And that's not necessary to wait for drying up. It can be wet, and you can start doing the hunut on a wet body, and you can start putting the kafan on a wet body. That's okay. So let's do the first thing, which is upper body cloth, and here's the guide. Ihtiyat wujubi says, Ihtiyat wajib says from shoulder till the middle of the saq. So we need to have a cloth, which is upper body cloth, covering the shoulder of a man or a woman, and the middle of the saq means lower than the knees and upper than the ankles. So let's first do that on somebody. देखिए एक सेकेंड. जी इसमें क्या क्या है? अच्छा, ये सेंटर का पीस है. अच्छा, ये तो
लुंगी है.
ये तो लुंगी लग रही है मुझे. ये काटा हुआ, इन्होंने काटा हुआ क्यों है बीच में?
काटा हुआ तैयार है.
अच्छा, ये इसलिए काट दी कि शर्मगाह पे आप ऐसे करके रखते हैं.
शर्मगाह से आ जाएगा और फिर
ठीक है, ये हो गई. अच्छा, ये है शर्ट.
ये शर्ट.
तो पहले हम शर्ट पहना लेते हैं, ठीक है ना?
ये शर्ट है.
ये शर्ट पहले पहना लेते हैं किसी को.
ठीक है.
ये इन्होंने काटा हुआ. हाँ, लेट के.
यही लेटेंगे
क्योंकि द पर्सन, वेयर इज द माइक?
माइक इज हियर. लगा हुआ.
अच्छा, लगा हुआ, ठीक.
लगा हुआ.
The person will be lying down when we do the ghusl, so it's better one of the brothers lies down on the floor and then we do it. Huh? That really doesn't matter, any side, because this is another good question he asked. See, when the person is in sakaratul maut, in the last moments of the life, we call it alamul ihtidar, and the person is called muhtadir. So we have ahkam for the muhtadir person who is in the time when the soul is taken out. At that time, it is wajib on the people standing around him to turn his legs towards the qibla. Qibla is here. You turn his legs towards the qibla. His face is this side, head is this side, legs are this side. It's wajib on me and you who are standing next to the person who is dying to turn his legs towards the qibla. Okay?
and women who are in their period time must not come next to that person. Okay, in the time of najasat, you are not allowed to come next to that person who is dying. And obviously, so many mustahab things are there for muhtadir person. We ask him to read the kalima, we asked him to send salawat as much as he can. Kalima, scholars say in the books of fatwa, keep on reminding him to repeat the salawat, repeat the kalima, over and over, repeat the names of the imams, over and over again, repeat the names of all the 12 imams. And inshallah, I'll come to that inshallah later on about the details. But because now that a person has died, it's no longer wajib to keep his legs towards the qibla. Now you can move the legs. Okay? So now if we are doing the ghusl, we are done with the ghusl, now we are done with the hunut, supposedly. Now we want to wrap the kafan. It's not necessary the legs should be towards qibla. No, he already died, the soul has gone. So now he can be lying in any direction. That's okay. Correct. Right. So if somebody can lie down on the floor in the middle so the sisters can also see, then here in the middle, please. Oh, okay, you can do it here. So why don't you come here? We move the table towards the sister's side. Further, so sisters can see. So now you can lie down here, so you come in the camera, plus the sisters can also see you. Any direction, doesn't matter. Any direction. So the first thing we start, obviously, we already took the permission from the inheritors. Where's your mom and dad? Oh, okay. They're not here. Then we cannot do it. I'm sorry. No, lie down. I'm kidding. I'm kidding to you. Okay. So he's lying here. We already took the permission. The ghusl is done. The hunut is done. Now the kafan. The first thing is the shirt. And remember, these, if there are ayat of Quran written on it, we will handle it carefully, and we'll handle. Why are you moving?
The person giving the kafan will run away.
Remember that these ayat of Quran we cannot touch without wudu. Yes. So if you handle this, handle it carefully. We cannot throw it on the ground because this is Quran. It has respect, and plus the person doing the ghusl doesn't require wudu for the ghusl purpose or for the kafan. But if you want to touch the ayat or the names of the Ahlul Bayt or name of Allah, you require the wudu for that. For doing the ghusl, you don't require wudu. So this one comes from his head up till upper area of the thigh. Can you stretch it further? Let's see if it can go down a little bit up till lower than the knees or not. This is a wajib thing, yeah, but it has to, ihtiyat-e wujubi, ihtiyat-e wajib says it should go beneath the knees up till the middle of the sock. So it's for a shorter person. Can you stretch it a little bit, please? Stretch it. Stretch the shirt a little bit so it goes up till here.
Don't come here.
I have the two chadar over here.
It's very hard to access.
Okay. Yeah, so this is too short. It can.
This is the point that the size is not come up here.
Yeah, it has to be lower than the knees according to ihtiyat-e wajib. So now, okay, this is one thing. Now let's move to the second thing, which is if you have underwear as well in this. Do you have underwear? Yeah. If you promise to post on the YouTube. You can tag him in the Facebook as well.
No, not. If you touch the dead person's body, the skin, the body, after the ghusl, after the 3 ghusl are complete, if you touch his body, the ghusl of masl mayyit is not wajib on you. After the 3 ghusl are complete, it's not wajib if you touch. Okay, this is good. You tie up the legs, wrap it over it, you wrap around the leg so the whole leg is properly covered. I think this cloth seems to be a little bit smaller. So now we are done with the 2 things, okay? The shirt and the lung, the izar, lungi. 2 things are done. Now before we go to the 3rd, which is chadar, let's do the mustahab things. If there's an underwear, let's put the underwear on. And we were supposed to put it on before the lungi, if it was there. Okay, do you have a belt? If there's a kamarband and belt, we put it on before we go to the 3rd thing. As long as it is over it, on top of it, which it is, it's okay.
First you say don't do anything.
Yeah, don't tie up his hands. Leave the hands outside. Leave the hands outside. Tie up the kamarband and belt on over his lung izar. No, this is the lungi. जी वो तो अच्छा नहीं ये तो वो है फिर लुंगी तो ये है ना असल में जो आपने बिछाई ये लुंगी है ये तो फिर अंडरवेयर है ये अंडरवेयर बेसिकली इनको we have to put the underwear under the lungi. That's a mustahab if we do it. Otherwise, you know, for now you can put it over it, but otherwise we do it under it. To keep the private parts secure, we do it under the lungi, lung, izar. Okay. You don't become najis. You don't become najis. You don't become najis because the body of the mayyit is not najis. This najasat is not najasatun zahiriyya. If it was apparent najasat, your hand would become najis. So it's not the apparent najasat. Okay? So this is why we do the ghusl. We don't clean the hand. We don't make the hand pak or tahir. We do the ghusl. If it was najis, we would have been making the hand. So the body is not najis in that sense. So this is a different najasat. It's not the zahiri and apparent najasat. So yeah, if you are wearing the gloves, you are not touching the body, so ghusl is not wajib on you. And in the splashes of water coming from the body on your clothes, splashes of water when you're giving the ghusl, the water, splashes coming on your dress or body, they are not najis. Unless if the body of the person is najis. Najasat zahiri, there's blood, for example, blood is there or some other najasat is there, then you cannot start the ghusl until you first make it pak and tahir. So when you are making it the body pak and tahir, make sure at that time that najasat doesn't come on your clothes because there is a blood there, that is najis. So that is a different thing, that blood is najis. Otherwise the body itself doesn't become najis after death. That you touched, so you have to clean your hand. No, it's not like this. It's not the najasatun zahiriyya. Sorry?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, but the point is that we are discussing whether the body is najis or not. So if even if the qatarat and drops come to the apron, are you supposed to make the apron pak after that or not? That was the discussion, because if the body is not najis zahiran, then the drops on the apron are also pak and tahir. We just learned that in the presentation in the ghusl thing. No, it's okay. So basically, it's not wajib to do those ghusl. It was wajib upon the dead person to do that. It's not wajib on you to do it. You will do one ghusl, and that suffices for haz, and that suffices for janabat. The same ghusl mayyat that you are giving, that ghusl suffices for haz or janabat. Okay, so now is the time for the belt. You tied up the belt already on the lung? Over the lung. There has to be a belt tied up and put a knot, which is mustahab. We don't have the cloth for underwear. If we had the cloth of underwear, we'll put it under this lung. Okay? Under the lung, just like we wear underwear under the pants. So we would have put that underwear type of cloth under it and then put the lungi and izar. Right now we don't have the underwear. So we put the izar is there, and now we'll put the belt kamarband on top of the izar. That's a different one. Yeah, put a similar thing over here. Put that one here.
Okay.
Seema band is similar to the underwear thing, yes. It should be a wide cloth to cover the breasts of the woman. It's not haram to be over the shirt either, but you put it under the shirt. Okay, so the belt is tied. That's one mustahab done. Now, underwear thing, we don't have it. The third mustahab for man is the amama. Do we have a cloth for amama? This is too short, I think.
Yeah, very short.
It's hard to even tie up, unless if you can do some miracle. This will be like Yaba Abdullah, the headband of a Basiji person. So, okay, for now, we are doing it for an amama. So, you tie up the cloth 2, 3, 4 times, that's enough. The amama, people call it amama in the urf, that's amama.
Can you make like the hand and put it?
Yeah, you can do that as well. You can do that as well. You can do that as well, or you can tie up on the head directly. Anyways, both ways is okay. So now,
Is there any order to start, or you just use the rational order when you put the clothes, whether you do the bottom part first, and loom first, and then?
well, there is no necessarily wajib to follow that order, but obviously, in a logical way, you have to put the underwear first, and then the lung, and then the shirt, and then the belt over the lung, and then the amama. For a woman, the breast band as well inside the shirt. So now is the turn. We are done with the amama mustahab. Now is the turn for if you have the overall chadar. Okay. Now some people, there is a tradition in Islamic Iran that religious people do it. They ask people, especially Sayyid scholars, isn't it right, to sign as shahadat, as a witness, 40 people signing that we did not see this mu'min doing any sin in our life. They write a sentence and then they get people signed, 50 mu'mineen, 50 sayyids signed, say 40, sorry. We have a hadith from Ahlul Bayt alayhim salam where we learn if 40 people, arba'een, if 40 people bear witness in front of Allah that we did not see him doing a sin, Allah accepts it. Although Allah knows all my sins, look at the rahmat of Allah. Allah ignores all my sins that I did in my life. If 40 mu'mineen come and say, we did not see him doing a sin, Allah accepts it and forgives him. How much merciful is Allah? So this is the reason why some religious families put a cloth. So they can put a cloth, if you have a cloth like this with 40 signatures, you can put it here on the chest. If you have his turbat, sajdagah, mohr, where he used to do the sajda throughout his life, bring that turbat, put it here on the chest. If you have his other things like I mentioned, his handkerchief where he has his tears on Abi Abdullah al-Hussein alayhi salam, you can put it here on the chest. If you have any other thing which has spiritual value, anything with it, his musalla, janamaz, sajjada. If he had his sajjada, his musalla, janamaz, where he used to pray throughout his life, bring that musalla, it has noor. He did so much noor on that musalla. Bring it on, fold it and put it here with him, over him or next to him. This is very good. Anything which has a spiritual value, bring it. Okay? If you did something, if somebody supported two yatim children, two Shia yatim children, if those two Shia yatim children can write a statement, that statement, put it here with him. Anything which has a spiritual value, put it along with the person. It carries a lot of weight. Aqiq is also there, yes. So now is the time for us to do, if it was a woman's janaza, we would do the band on the chest, and we don't have the underwear, which we would do. That's mustahab. The band over the chest is mustahab, and the makna. So please remove the amama and let's put a makna for a woman. Ji. क्या मतलब, मैं समझा नहीं आपकी बात. जी, नीचे से, बिल्कुल नीचे से ही आना चाहिए. जाहिर है कि दोनों तरफ से होना चाहिए. बिल्कुल सही है, बिल्कुल दोनों तरफ से होना चाहिए. सिर्फ ऊपर से नहीं होगा, ये गलत है. दोनों तरफ से होना चाहिए. Okay, no. You tie up over his head and chin like this. So the hair are secured properly. Yeah, you can, and then you try to move it over in front of his neck properly. You can put a knot here, that's okay. Just like the women do in their lifetime. Yeah, cover it properly so the hair are secured. And even if you move the janazah a little bit, the hair do not come out. Put it properly, okay? So this is the makna which is mustahab for a woman. Okay, now you have a chest band. Second mustahab for women is the chest band. And then use the same thing as the chest band. लगा दें इसको आधा करके, हाँ यूं करके. So this is also too small. It has to be, we put it like two or three times we roll over it. So that's how it's secured. Just putting once is not a secure thing, okay? So you put it once and twice and thrice, you just secure it properly, okay? So the body is covered properly. So this is, yeah, it's okay, but it's too wide. It can be smaller as well. Yeah. So we have the makna, we have the chest band, we don't have the underwear. These are three things for the woman, and then the fourth thing is remaining is about the second chadar,
Second chadar will come after the first chadar. The first chadar is wajib. We didn't do the first chadar yet because we are explaining these things to you. Now we'll come to the first chadar, which is wajib, and then the second chadar on top of it, which is mustahab for men and women both. So let's do the first chadar now. दो डालते हैं, पहली वाजिब है, दूसरी वाली मुस्तहब है. नहीं, तीन नहीं है. हाँ, वो तो अब यमनी देखें, बर्द यमानी अगर किसी के पास है तो वो कफन का पूरा कफन उसी से दे. हाँ, तो उससे हाँ, तो उसमें ये फिर हम ये करेंगे ना कि वो जो बर्द यमानी वाली है ना, उसको हम लपेट देंगे वाजिब चादर की जगह पे. बस, तो वो वाजिब हो जाएगा अदा. उसके बाद एक चादर होगी, दो नहीं होंगी. हाँ, नहीं, उसके ऊपर नहीं, पहली चादर के ऊपर बर्द यमानी ना डालिए. आप बर्द यमानी ही को चादर बना दें, उसी को वाजिब चादर बना दें. हाँ, उसके ऊपर प्लेन चादर डाल दीजिए. करबला की कफन की चादर जो है, तो आप फिर दूसरी वाली चादर ना डालें, उसको करबला वाली को दूसरी चादर बना दें. आयतों में ये ख्याल करें कि उसको हम एहतराम और संभाल के रखें, कि कोशिश ये करें कि आयतें जो है ना वो इंसान के यानी सीने के ऊपर आए, सामने या ऊपर के हिस्से में. ये उल्टा वाला शाना ऊपर आएगा, सीधे वाले शाने के ऊपर हम यूँ टर्न करेंगे, घुमाते हैं ना मुर्दे को, तो यानी ऐसे हो कि आयतें ऐसे रखिए कि या सामने के ऊपर आए सीने पे, और या इस साइड पे आए, क्योंकि ये ऊपर रहेगा. नीचे ना आए कि बदन कुरान से ऊपर हो जाए, इसका ख्याल रखें. क्या चीज़? उसको जो है वो चादर की तरह से जो आप नीचे डालेंगे और फिर नीचे से आप उसको ऊपर की तरफ मोड़ेंगे. बिल्कुल बिल्कुल ऊपर रखना पड़ेगा, वो बदन के नीचे नहीं होना चाहिए कुरान. हाँ, उसी को आप चादर बना रही हैं तो फिर वाजिब की अलग से क्या जरूरत है? नहीं नहीं, तीन की कोई हाजत नहीं, तीन की कोई, हाँ नहीं, तीन की कोई हाजत नहीं है. तो फतवे में दो ही, एक वाजिब है, दूसरी मुस्तहब है, बस तीसरी की हाजत नहीं है. हाँ, बस दो ही हैं. ओके, no need to tie the knot, I think. Can anyone take a picture for his Facebook, please? Okay. Okay. So see, this is the overall chadar. Now the point is that this chadar is too short. It has to become. It's not like this. It should come up till here. Okay. Overlap. This side should come up till here. Yes. And then this one side should come up till here. Okay. So this is too short. That's not right. It has to come up till here. Up till the arm. Remember that. Up till this side. This armpit. This side should come up till the armpit here. So the whole body, it comes, it don't include the arm, but the whole body is covered up till here. And then the other fold comes here up till this side of the armpit. Even if the hand is out, that's okay. Hand will be inside because it's a chadar, but I'm saying the folds, first fold can come this side only. Yeah, so this is done. Now, this is good that he did the ties. We have the leg ties and the middle tie and the tie at the end. Okay, so this helps that things remain in its place when you are carrying the janaza. When we carry the janaza, we have to be very careful. If you carry it violently, aggressively, this is bad because the dead person feels the pain. Ruh has gotten out of the body but not totally. This is why we call it barzakh. There is a middle stage between alamut tajarrud and alamul madda. So there is not completely, it's not completely disconnected from the body and it's not completely in the body. There is still a special type of connection remaining between the soul and the body, and this is why the soul feels the pain of the adhab in the qabr for the sinners and feels the reward, the sawab in the qabr for the good doers, because there is a connection of soul with the body. If soul was totally disconnected, why would it feel the punishment or the reward? Body is not going to feel it without the soul, so there is a connection remaining. So if we mistreat the soul, it feels the pain. And we have authentic hadith from Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. When the janazah, we learn from the hadith, when the janazah of a mu'min is carried, rafa ruhuhu fawqa na'shihi, his soul hovers over the body. The soul is accompanying, it hovers over the body. You are carrying the janazah, the soul is going over it alongside with you. Alongside with you, the soul is coming with it. If you allow, I'll take the questions after, inshallah. So alhamdulillah, we did at least the practical to some extent. Certain things were not there, but alhamdulillah, it's better than nothing. So we did some sort of practical, alhamdulillah. Thank you very much. Please say a salawat for these two brothers, the brother who was wrapping the Quran and brother Shayan. So this is very good of you to help all of us see this thing. So this is about the description of the kafan that we did. The males mustahabbat and the females mustahabbat. So basically, in the difference between the male and the female has two more mustahab things other than the male. One is the maqna. Obviously, male person has the amama, and one is the chest band. These are two specific things for the female. For the man, it was amama, and the chest band was not there. So now come to the next mustahab. It's not wajib, it's mustahab to put jaridatan. Jaridatan. This means two branches of twigs without the leaves. Take the leaves off. Just put the branches without the leaves from a tree. Okay? Two fresh twigs. We have authentic hadith from Ahlul Bayt alayhim salam telling us, as long as these two branches are fresh, there will be no punishment for the person in the qabr. As long as the branches are fresh, there will be no punishment for a person in the qabr. Obviously, look at the arrangements of the rahmat and mercy of Allah. From various ways, Allah is teaching us to acquire His rahmat. Various ways. So now, obviously the branches, I guess, remain fresh for inside the soil probably for 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Isn't it right? 2 to 4 days. It's a very good thing. For next 2 to 4 days, a person is secure. Very good help. So he has another margin of time. He is gaining further time to more and more people raise hand to recite Fatiha for him, to say salawat for him, to remember him, do some khairat, give some sadaqah for him. So 4 more days as a grace period. It's a very big thing. It's a very big thing. So don't forget, it's not wajib, but it's mustahab. Don't forget, it's very, very helpful for the dead person to arrange 2 fresh twigs, jaridatan. Remove the leaves and put it, like I put the red lines, in the armpits, in the sides of the person. Put it here. one branch here and one branch here. That's how we put it. Now, no, it's of the twig. You know.
No specific tree.
No, it's जी मैं अभी अर्ज करता हूँ ये तो ये बेसिकली बेरी है नहीं है तो ज़ाहिर है ये तो मुस्तहब ही है वाजिब तो नहीं है मगर अच्छा है कि हम बंदोबस्त करें ताकि उसका फ़ायदा होगा ना उस मोमिन को उस वक्त तक उस पर अजाब नहीं होता जब तक ये दोनों शाखें ताज़ा हैं अगर पाकिस्तान में तो मिल जाएगी बड़े आराम से हाँ यहाँ भी होना तो चाहिए बंदोबस्त यानी ये तो फ़ायदे की चीज़ है क्योंकि मोमिन के ऊपर अजाब नहीं होगा मोतबर हदीस के तहत जब तक ये शाखें तरोताज़ा हैं अजाब नहीं होगा सो द ट्विग इज़ ऑन द राइट साइड a twig on the right side should touch the armpit while the one on the left hand side should be kept above the armpit. Did you find the difference between the right and the left? The twig on the right hand side should touch the armpit, but the twig on the left hand side should be kept above the armpit. Okay? The chadar is then wrapped around the body. So this is what we put inside, and then the chadar, the wajib chadar, is placed after that. This is not wajib, it's a mustahab, but if you want to do it, this is the way you do it. Okay? Now come to the remainder of the takfeen thing. Wrapping kafan, okay, from a ghasbi usurped kafan. It is not jaiz to provide these three wrappings from a ghasbi kafan. All the three, that means the qamis, the shirt, the lung, izar, the lower body covering, and the chadar, overall cloth, all the three wrappings is not allowed to do from, number one, a ghasbi, a usurped cloth. Ghasbi means you have no permission from the owner. You have no permission from the owner. So it's not allowed for you to even touch it. Forget about using. You cannot even touch it. So, or if it is taken without the permission of the owner doesn't agree with you. This is ghasb. That's maghsoob. That's usurped. You cannot provide kafan with that. One of the reasons why nabshul qabr, see, opening the qabr of a Muslim is haram in Islam. Once you bury, you cannot open. There are few reasons in Islam where the grave can be opened. One of those few reasons is that if the kafan was ghasbi, usurped, maghsoob, first we'll try to take permission and request the owner to become radi and pleased. If the owner says, no way, I am not going to be pleased, that was my cloth, give it back to me. Why did you use it without my permission? I am not going to agree. It's allowed to open the qabr of the person and give that kafan back to the owner and put a different kafan on him. Although opening the qabr was haram, but it becomes allowed for that if you use the kafan without the permission of the owner and it was ghasbi and he's not agreeing after your try. So, providing, why is it skipping itself? Okay. Now, providing kafan through a najis thing. So, that's not allowed. That's not jaiz. You are putting a najis kafan on the dead person? This is not allowed. The cloth, all parts of the cloth completely has to be tahir. If it becomes najis, let's suppose, if it becomes najis, you have to make it tahir. Take it off. If you can make it tahir while it is over the body of the dead person, good. Make it tahir. If you cannot make it tahir until you take it off again, take it off. Take it off from the body of the dead person, make it pak and tahir, and then put it back again. Okay? So, I'll take the question inshallah after, if you allow me, please. So, providing kafan through a najis thing is not jaiz in Islam. This is not going to be counted as kafan. You have to either make it tahir or replace the kafan. One of the two. if you are unable to make it tahir, obviously you will replace it because you have to give the kafan anyways. Number 3, through pure silk. You cannot provide your my father passes away, like I gave you the example of that woman coming in Seattle and putting on her husband, she put the 3-piece suit with a tie. You're putting silk tie on the neck of your husband. It's not even allowed to wear the silk tie for the men. Okay? Buying a silk tie with the niyat of wearing is also not allowed in Islam. Wearing is not allowed in Islam. You cannot wear a silk tie. Silk is haram on men. So make sure no part of the kafan is made of silk. Don't torture the dead person, please. Let's not torture. Leave him alone. Let's not torture him. So pure silk should not be, it's ihtiyat wujubi, ihtiyat wajib should be avoided, except if no other option is available. That's obviously majboor, we are mujbar, we are forced to do. When you are forced, you can even eat khinzir. Hukmun sanawi, secondary ruling, if you're dying of hunger. No other option available. So pure silk is not allowed according to ihtiyat wujubi. Now number 4, through gold woven dress. Have you seen those stupid sheikhs of the Persian Gulf? Emirat and Kuwait and Qatar and Bahrain and Saudi Arabia and Oman. See those shuyukh wearing, some of them wearing those abba with gold on it. This is haram in Islam. A man cannot wear gold. If your dress has even golden threads, you cannot wear it. It's haram. If you wear in the salat, your salat is batil. Without the salat, in normal situation, it's haram. So you cannot use the kafan with gold woven dresses. It has parts of gold in it, threads of gold in it. That's not allowed. Except obviously if no option is available. If nothing is available, obviously you will be forced to do it. That's something else. It is mustahab that a person arranges for his kafan, sidr and kafur in his lifetime. That's a very important point. Please note that what is wajib on the people as wajib-e-kifai is takfeen, not the kafan. There's a difference between takfeen and kafan. Takfeen in Arabic means wrapping the kafan, not buying the kafan, purchasing the kafan. Why are we obliging other people to buy kafan from me? What is the cost of a kafan? $20? $30? What the heck I was doing throughout my life? Even if I was a poor person, everybody can save $20 in his life. Isn't that right? I am obliged to arrange for my kafan. A MOMIN must have his kafan with him all the time, or the money in his pocket which suffices for the kafan all the time. What if I am coming here to Dallas and I die? It's not wajib on you to provide kafan for me. It's wajib on me to arrange for my kafan. It's wajib on you people to wrap the kafan on me. Takfeen, not the kafan. Kafan is not wajib on you. Takfeen is wajib on you. Okay? Let's make it very clear. So the kafan of the wife is wajib on the husband. Even if you divorce your wife and the wife is in the iddat of talaq. Iddat of talaq is salasatu quru'in. 3 menstrual cycles. When the 3rd menstrual cycle starts, she comes out of iddat, of talaq. So, as long as your wife, if you divorce your wife and she is in the iddat of talaq, during the iddat and waiting period of talaq, she dies, her kafan is wajib on you. Okay, remember that. Our own kafan is wajib upon us. Kafan of our, of the wife is also wajib on us. Likewise, sidr is wajib, the ghusl of sidr. First ghusl is of the water of sidr. Second one is with the water of kafur. Who is going to arrange the sidr and kafur? So we should, it's mustahab for us that we arrange for that in our lifetime, or at least we have that sort of money. It's mustahab we arrange the sidr and kafur, obviously. Money is for the kafan thing. Actually, the seerat of Ahlul Bayt alayhimus salam is that they used to arrange for the kafan min tahur amwalihim. All their money is tahur and pure and clean.
but the cleanest of all the monies. Their kafan, muhuro nisa'ina wa akfanuna min tahur amwalina. The mehers of our wives and the kafans of ours are from the tahur of our amwal. So everything of theirs is tahir, but specifically the kafan has to be from the purest money, pure money. Okay? This is how you're going to meet Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Okay? Let's suppose you have an appointment with the governor of Texas. Let's suppose you have an appointment with the governor of Texas. What are you going to wear? The worst of your clothes or the best of your clothes? You don't want to be insulted. Come on, isn't that right? There's no comparison to a human being with Allah. We are meeting with Allah at the time of death. We have to be in the best form. And the best is this. Because this is, one of the reasons it's best, because it's the simplest, lowliest, hakir and mutawadi, modest before Allah. The person is more modest, gets closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So, and definitely we are going to stay in our kafan for longer duration than any of your clothes that you buy. We so much care about buying such a nice clothes and some brand names, isn't it right? But how many people care about their kafan? How many years I'm going to wear my brand name clothes? Probably, I don't know. Even if I buy it, how much opportunity I get, tawfiq from Allah, I don't know. But at the most, 60 years, 70 years, 80 years, 90 years. That's an average, isn't it right? Well, we are going to wear the kafan for longer time than any of the clothes that we wear, because we will be lying in our grave for so much longer time than our life. We don't know when the zuhur of Imam alayhi salam is. It may be tomorrow, it may be after 1,000 years. Allah knows. You don't know. And then after the zuhur is his hukumat and government. For how long? We don't know. And then is raj'at. First person to come back is Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam. And we say in the hadith, we say in the ziyarat of Waris, وَبِإِيَابِكُمْ مُوقِن. I have yaqeen about your return. We say in the ziyarat of Imam Hussein alayhi salam, وَبِإِيَابِكُمْ مُوقِن. And the second Imam to return is Imam Ali alayhi salam. How long is their government? We don't know. There is no, I did not read any narration where there is a duration mentioned for the government of Imam Mahdi alayhi salam, or the government of Imam Hussein alayhi salam. I don't know the duration. I did not read any authentic narration that tells about that. But what is there in the hadith which I read, that the eyebrows of Imam Hussein alayhi salam, his government will be so long, his eyebrows will fall in front of his eyes. And probably one of the slowest hair in terms of growth in the body of your human are the eyebrows that grows slowly. So his hair will fall in front of his eyes. Duration is not mentioned. Allah knows. So it's a long, God knows when Imam Mahdi will appear, alayhi salam. Then Imam Hussein's government, how long, we don't know. Imam Ali and the rest of the Imams, we don't know. So Qiyamah and Day of Judgment is way far from today. So definitely we are going to be lying in this kafan for longer duration than any of the dresses. Okay? And then, so we have to care about that. It has to be the best and the purest. So takfeen, it is ihtiyat wujubi, ihtiyat wajib, that all three cloths are not see-through. Don't put the kafan which is see-through so the body is visible. It's against ihtiyat wujubi, against ihtiyat wajib. The kafan of wife is wajib on the husband even if she is rich. And even for a mutallaqa doing the iddat. Let's suppose the wife is rich. Let's suppose the husband is penniless. The law of the Sharia is still the same. For you are penniless now, fine, work hard. Work hard. Go find a job. Do something.
Give sadaqah, Allah increases in your rizq, inshallah. Istanzilu rizqa bis sadaqah. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam has said, bring down the rizq through sadaqah. So give sadaqah. Allah will bring rizq for you. It's confirmed. Sadaqah increases in the rizq. Okay? Go work hard, get the money, and get kafan for your wife. If you allow, we'll take the questions after that, inshallah. So kafan of the wife should be arranged, just like you give her meher, which is wajib to give. As soon as the sigha of aqd is recited, wife can demand the complete meher from you. Okay? Whether it's muqaddam or muakhar, it's delayed, prompt or deferred, all the case. There is no muakhar and muqaddam in shara. As long as the sighatul aqd al-shar'i is recited, after 1 second, your wife can say, give me the meher. That's okay. It's her money. So if your wife has put for example, she put Hajj of Baytullah as the meher. You take him for Hajj. In the meher, she put that. Now, as soon as the sigha of nikah is recited, it is wajib on her to go to Hajj in this same year. Why? Because she is now mustati. She is capable. How is she capable? She is entitled to get the money from her husband immediately 1 second after the aqd. She is entitled to receive the money. So now he is mustati. When you are mustati, it's wajib for you. Don't spend this money on anything else. Go for Hajj in the same year. If you delay it, it's a gunah kabira. It's a bigger sin. So those of the sisters who made Hajj in their meher, you must demand from your husband and you go for Hajj in the same year. Otherwise, this is big sin in Islam. So it is ihtiyat wujubi that all three cloths are not see-through. The kafan of the wife is in the husband, even if she is rich. Even if your wife is rich, her fitrah is wajib on you. Okay? Even if the wife pays the fitrah, it is not considered to be paid off until you, Mr. Husband, pays the fitrah for the wife. Let's go by the principles. Okay? Fitrah of the wife is wajib on the husband. If Mayyit did his wasiyat will that the kafan should be from his or her sulus, 1/3 of the miras, or the sulus must be spent on him, her, the mustahab part of kafan can be taken from the sulus. This is another very important point. Remember, as a principle, our wasiyat and will applies to 1/3 of our wealth. It does not apply on rest of the 2/3. FYI. Let's suppose you have $9,000. You said, okay, I want all my wealth to be spent on the orphans. Okay, very good, very nice thing. But when you say all your wealth, do you know what it means now after your death? It means 1/3. So your money, 1/3 of 9,000, 3,000 will be given to the orphans. Not the 6,000 are no longer yours because you are dead. 6,000 will be distributed, 2/3 will be distributed according to the shares mentioned in the Quran. Those 6,000 have different owners. You are no longer the owner. You are dead. Your wasiyat only applies to 1/3 of your money. So now, if a mayyit did his wasiyat and will that my kafan should be from his or her sulus, 1/3 of the money, or the sulus 1/3 must be spent on him, on her, or her, now the mustahab part of kafan can be taken from that sulus. Okay? Because he has the wasiyat, that you can do it. So you cannot take it from the 2/3. 2/3 is not doesn't belong to the mayyit. 2/3 belong to the rest of the inheritors. If they allow, they can spend it. Otherwise, we cannot take from the 2/3. It is wajib to pray. Now coming to the fourth segment, prayers on the dead person. Tasliyah means praying. Salat, praying. It is wajib to pray on a 6-year, please pay attention, 6-year-old or 6+ year Muslim boy or girl. So if a boy or girl is less than 6 years in the lunar calendar month, it's not wajib to do Salatul Mayyit on that boy or girl. Salatul Mayyit becomes wajib for a 6-year-old according to the lunar calendar. Okay? Boy or girl, 6 years.
If one or both of his parents are Muslims at his death, on the time of his death, if one of the two parents are Muslims, we will consider that boy or girl to be a Muslim shar'an, and we will pray on him or her if he's 6 years old, according to the lunar calendar calculation. Tasliya means prayers must be after taqsil, tahneet and takfeen. You cannot do the Salatul Mayyat before the kafan. You cannot do it before hunut. You cannot do it before the ghusl. Let all the three complete, only then you can do the prayers. Wudu or ghusl or tayammum or the taharat of the body or dress, taharat of the dress is not required for tasliya. Let's suppose my clothes are najis, I have najasat on my clothes, or my body is najis, I have najasat, I have blood on my hand. My body is najis. I can still do Salatul Mayyit. Taharat of badan is not a condition. Taharat of libas is not a condition for Salatul Mayyit. Let's suppose I don't have wudu. That's okay. If ghusl is wajib on me, I did not do ghusl. It's still okay. I can pray. I have to do tayammum. Still okay. Without tayammum, I can still pray. None of these things are wajib for the Salatul Mayyit. Such a lenient and flexible ruling from Allah, although it is ihtiyat mustahab, ihtiyat istihbabi, that you have all those things done. You have tahir clothes, you have tahir badan. If ghusl is wajib, you do the ghusl. If tayammum is wajib, you do tayammum. If wudu, you do wudu. So it's all ihtiyat mustahab. Imam must be in standing position facing qibla. You are not supposed to sit down and do Salatul Mayyit. Imam has to be standing, facing the qibla. Mayyit must be on its back. So you cannot slide the mayyit like this sideways. No, mayyit should be lying over the back. Okay? And his head has to be on the right hand side of the imam. Let's suppose this is the janaza. Okay? And let's suppose this is the qibla. Now, if the imam of Jamaat is reading the Salatul Mayyit, if the dead person, obviously somebody invites you, brother, please go and do Namaz Mayyit, Salat Mayyit. They are warasa, inheritors, standing there, they are crying. First ask the inheritors, do I have the permission from you to do the Namaz Mayyit, Salatul Mayyit? Ask them, go by the principles. Don't start the Salatul Janaza without asking the warasa. We don't do that. Okay, take the permission. If there is a wasi of the Mayyit for whom he did his will and wasiyat as an executioner, take permission from him as well. Now the Mayyit is lying over his back. Make sure, not on sideways, on his back. If the Mayyit is a man, we stand in the middle. If the Mayyit is a woman, we stand next to her chest. Remember these things, okay? If it's a woman, we stand next to her chest. If it's a man, we stand in the middle of the Mayyit. It is also mustahab for the Imam and the rest of the people praying behind him not to wear shoes, barefooted. Mustahab, not wajib. Mustahab. Take your shoes off. Okay? These are part of the teachings. And Imam of Jamaat, who is leading the Jamaat, should be standing so close to the Mayyit that if the wind blows, his abba strikes the tabut. If the wind blows, the abba will strike the tabut. He should be that close. Okay? These are part of the things that we remember. Head of the Mayyit has to be on this side. Don't place the head there. You ask the person before you start the Salatul Mayyit, where is the head? Make sure you tilt the janazah to this side, the head is here and the leg is here. If this is the Qibla, head should be on your right hand side, necessarily. And we are coming to those rulings, but Namaz Mayyit,
We already said doesn't require wudu, doesn't require ghusl, doesn't require tayammum. Even the dress is najis, you can do it. Badan is najis, you can do it. Although it's better to have all these things, but and also it's important to remember that everything of Salatul Mayyit you have to read on your own. Imam of Jamaat suffices for nothing. You get the sawab of Jamaat, yes. But the whole Salatul Mayyit must be recited by everyone standing behind the Imam, completely recited by him. If Imam recites, it's not sufficient for you. The whole Salat you have to read on your own. This is another difference between Salatul Mayyit and the rest of the Jamaat prayers. So everyone should memorize. Let's suppose you don't memorize it, you don't know. You don't know? Then fine, in the Jamaat, you stand here on the side. So these people don't spoil their namaz mayyat. You don't remember, your Salatul Mayyat is not going to be counted. Okay? So don't destroy other people's Jamaat. You move on one side and let those who remember stand behind the Imam. Okay? Let's go by the principles. If you don't remember it, yourself move on one side, on the corner. So the rest of the people, their ittisal is there and they are doing it properly. And no, except that obviously he has to know the masail and ahkam of the prayers to do it correctly, and his tajweed has to be correct, and obviously he has to be adil. The same three conditions we have for the 5-time prayers. So let's go to the next slide. So those of you who are tired, please say a loud salawat. So all of you are tired. And those who are not tired, please say another loud salawat. Inshallah, next 7 hours, don't worry, inshallah. Inshallah, I'll finish sooner, so don't worry. So, Imam should be close to the Mayyit. There should be no curtain or wall between the Imam and the Mayyit. No curtain, okay? Nothing ha'il and mane. There should be no curtain or mane or obstacle between the Imam and the Janaza. The private parts of Mayyit must be covered by something during the Tasliya. Let's suppose you are in a desert, there is no kafan. You don't have kafan. You are supposed to bury a Muslim person. You cannot just leave it in the desert. Animals will eat him. That's insult of the janazah of a Muslim. So you have to bury him. There is no kafan. Fine. At least you bury him. Do as much as you can. As much as you can. You cannot give kafan. You can at least bury him. Okay? So now that you are burying, cover the private parts with something. Before you start the namaz mayyit, it's wajib, necessary that the private parts has to be covered. Private parts cannot be open. Even if the rest of the body doesn't have kafan, you have to put something over the private parts to cover it. Something, arrange it. Take your shirt off. Take your own shirt off, put over the private parts of the mayyit, so at least you can pray over him. Tasliya must be done, the prayers must be done with the niyat of qurba. Obviously, it's wajib-e-kifai, it's niyat of taqarrub, qurbatanillah is necessary. It's wajib-e-ta'abbudi, like I explained at the beginning, specifying that mayyat in your niyat. You should be having this, I'm saying salatul mayyat, on this mayyat, qurbatan ilallah. You are specifying this mayyat in your niyat. If the mayyat did his will about somebody to lead the salat, he should take izn from the waliyul mayyit, and the wali must permit. Let's suppose the person died and he, he said in his wasiyat and will that alim so and so, Mr. A, should read the janaza on me. Now this alim is invited to read the janaza. This alim should take izn and permission from the wali, inheritor of the mayyit. And the wali must allow him, because the mayyit said that my janaza should be recited in the wasiyat. He said it should be recited by that alim. Okay, the wali, he should take permission from the wali, and the wali should allow him. It is makruh to pray more than once on any mayyit, except two categories of people. We don't pray more than once, okay? We only pray once on a mayyit. And we don't have namaz-e-ghaibana, salat fil maghrib. A person is far away in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Pakistan, India, and I'm in Dallas. I cannot pray namaz salat al-mayyit on him. This is what our Sunni brothers do. We don't do that. From far away, we cannot pray. So a person has to be right in front of you, and we don't pray the prayers twice. If you are sending janazah to Iraq, Wadi Salam, to Mashhad, to Pakistan, wherever, you're sending janazah of your dear one, and you did a Salat al-Mayyit here, tell your brothers there, no, Salat al-Mayyit is already done, so don't do it again. Okay? It's not done twice. It's makruh, disliked by Allah, except for ulama. If a person is an alim, it can be repeated. Or atqiya, the pious people. Imam Ali alayhi salam, according to some authentic narrations, when he recited the janazah of Qusam ibn Abbas. Qusam ibn Abbas is the governor of Imam Ali alayhi salam in Medina. He's a very pious person. According to some narrations, he recited 15 takbirat, which means 3-time prayers. One prayer has 5 takbirat, isn't it right? 15 takbirat means prayers 3 times. When Salman al-Farisi, Salamullahi alayh, died, Imam Ali alayhi salam came for his Salat al-Mayyit. Imam Ali recited his Salat al-Mayyit. It really matters who recites your Salat al-Mayyit. It's a very big deal. Very big deal. If the pious person reads on you, it really matters a lot, because he is going to say those holy words in front of Allah for seeking rahmat of Allah. When it comes from his pious tongue, it matters a lot for Allah. So it's very important who recites on my namaz al-mayyit. Allah gives the tawfiq to me. If Allah gives the tawfiq to me, my sins are not that much, that Allah gives me the tawfiq that a pious person comes to read my Salatul Mayyit. It's a big tawfiq from Allah. Not everyone gets that. So Imam Ali alayhi salam recited Salatul Mayyit for Salman al-Farisi, rahmatullah alayhi wa salamullahi alayhi. Imam Ali came with 2 people. Prophet Khidr alayhi salam, who is alive on earth, and Hazrat Ja'far at-Tayyar, salamullahi alayhi, came from paradise. He's already shaheed. Salman, the time when Salman Farsi dies, Ja'far Tayyar alayhi salam died in the battle of Mauta. Long before, so he came from the paradise. And 70, the hadith says 70 million angels were coming along with Ja'far at-Tayyar salamullah alayhi, and 70 million angels were coming with Khidr alayhi salam. So there were Ja'far at-Tayyar standing behind Imam Ali, and Prophet Khidr alayhi salam standing behind Imam Ali, and behind them 140 million angels doing the Salatul Mayyit for Salman al-Farisi, minna ahl al-bayt. So when Hazrat Hamza, Sayyidul Shuhada, Prophet called him Sayyidul Shuhada at that time. He's a very great personality. When Hazrat Hamza became Shaheed, Rasulullah recited 75 takbirat over the janazah of Hazrat Hamza alayhi salam. How many times he repeated the prayers? 75 takbirat was recited by Rasulullah. Look at the azmat of Hazrat Hamza alayhi salam. So it's makruh to recite the prayers twice for ordinary people, except for ulama and atqiya. If mayyat got buried without tasliyah, without the prayers, on amd, that means intentionally someone didn't do the prayers, or nisyan, someone forgot to do it, or if the salat al-mayyat was batil, if the salat somebody recited was batil, it is wajib to pray on the grave before the body decays. Body starts decaying depending on our amal. If we are a muttaqi, body will remain fresh forever. The janazah of Allama al-Majlisi rahmatullah alayh was taken out after hundreds of years. And the henna he applied on his feet were fresh when the janazah was opened, because something happened and his grave was opened and they have to relocate him. His henna on the feet was also fresh, as if he is buried right now, so fresh. How much hardship these people did. If Allama Majlisi knew there's one hadith with some person in Syria. He traveled all the way from Iraq on a donkey, on a mule, in the desert of Iraq, in hot weather, all the way over a mule from Iraq to Syria to get one hadith of Ahlul Bayt. This is how he compiled Bihar al-Anwar in 114 volumes. He deserves his janazah to be fresh. They did the service. They earned it. It is wajib to pray on the grave before the body decays. If somebody Salatul Mayyat, you recited wrong, go to the qabr quickly and read the janazah. You stand in a way, this is the qabr, you stand here. If it's a woman, stand next to her chest. If it's a man, stand in the middle of the grave. Head should be on the right, feet on the left. Stand like this and do your Salatul Mayyit on the grave. Immediately go and do it. Salatul Mayyit has 5 takbirat, and I have written here the wajib amount. There's several mustahab things to be recited, which I did not write here. Okay, but this is a wajib thing. You'll do the niyat, and then you say Allahu Akbar, and then you would say Ashhadu Allah ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. This is wajib. I'm writing the wajib amount only. Then you say the second takbir, Allahu Akbar. And then you would say, Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. This is the wajib thing. Then you say the third takbir, Allahu Akbar. And then you say, Allahumma ghfir lil mu'minina wal mu'minat. That's wajib. Then you say the fourth takbir, Allahu Akbar, and you would say, Allahumma ghfir lihadhal mayyit, or lihadhihil mayyit if she is a female. And then you would say the fifth takbir, Allahu Akbar. The salat ends. It takes like 1 minute or 30 seconds to do Salatul Mayyit. Mustahab things are so many mustahab things that you can look at YouTube. I have some videos here to also show it to you, how the great Mujtahideen, Maraje, when they are leading the Salatul Mayyit of some scholar, how they are reading it. We need to learn from them. There's so many mustahab things that they read at that time. Where's the volume? Speaker. म्यूट तो नहीं किया आपने?
What? It's a Mac, so it's a little bit different. Look at it. Okay, let me just quickly try something.
I'm going to put the mic here from the speaker. Yeah. Where's the speaker? This is the janaza of Imam Al Khomeini. 14 million people, largest Salatul Mayyit for the Ghair Masumin. I'm sorry, this is the janaza of Ayatollah Mishkini. Imam Khomeini's janaza is after that. This is the city of Qum. Why is the video stuck? I don't know. I wanted to show you the Salatul Mayyit recited by
No, it's not. I got from YouTube. Okay, video दिखाना. Okay. I see. No, it's
Where's the video? The video should play. What's the problem? This is the janaza of Ayatollah Behjat, recited by my teacher Ayatollah Jawadi Amoli. You don't say azan, you say as-salah, as-salah, as-salah. This is all mustahab that he's reading.
الذي لم يتخذ صاحبة ولا ولدا ولم يكن له شريك في الملك ولم يكن له ولي من الذل وأشهد أن محمدا صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم عبده ورسوله أرسله بالهدى ودين الحق ليظهره على الدين كله ولو كره المشركون وكفى بالله شهيدا. اللهم اغفر لهذا المسجى. الله أكبر. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وبارك على محمد وآل محمد وارحم محمد وآل محمد وتحنن على محمد وآل محمد كأفضل ما صليت وباركت وترحمت وتحننت على إبراهيم وآل إبراهيم وصل على جميع الأنبياء والمرسلين والأئمة الهداة المهديين وفاطمة الزهراء سيدة نساء العالمين والملائكة المقربين. اللهم اغفر لهذا المسجى. الله أكبر. اللهم اغفر للمؤمنين والمؤمنات وللمسلمين والمسلمات الأحياء منهم والأموات. تابع اللهم بيننا وبينهم بالخيرات إنك غافر الخطيئات إنك قاضي الحاجات إنك مبدل السيئات بالحسنات.
This is all mustahab that is reciting.
إنك على كل شيء قدير وبالإجابة حقيق وجدير. اللهم اغفر لهذا المسجى. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. إن هذا المسجى قدامنا عبدك وابن عبدك وابن أمتك نزل بعز قدس جلالك موحدا معتقدا مؤمنا عارفا عابدا زاهدا سالكا سائلا لنفسه
All mustahab things that he's saying.
تاركا لهواه. اللهم إنا لا نعلم منه إلا خيرا وأنت أعلم به منا. اللهم إن كان محسنا فزد في إحسانه وإن كان مسيئا كما لا نعلم فتجاوز عن سيئاته. إنك رؤوف رحيم إنك على كل شيء قدير وبالإجابة حقيق بجدير. اللهم اخلف على أهله في القابرين. اللهم احشره مع الأنبياء والصديقين والشهداء والصالحين. اللهم احشره مع أهل بيت العصمة والطهارة وأبرئه ممن كان يتبرأ من أعداء الدين من الكفار والمنافقين والعصاة والطغاة والطاغين والفاسقين. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم لقه منك رحمة وروحا وبرهانا ورضوانا. اللهم صل على محمد وعترته الطاهرين. اللهم عفك اللهم اغفر له ولنا وارحمه وإيانا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. الله أكبر.
Now you see how much extra things he recited? We just talked about like 4 sentences. Isn't it right? He's reading like so long. There's so many things, mustahab, that we need to learn and recite. And such a nice things. I wish I had time to explain to you word by word. That would have been wonderful. So okay, Amir Mumini alayhi salam has said, "Khalat an-nasa mukhalatatan in ashtum ma'aha hannu ilaykum wa in muttum bakaw alaykum." Interact with people in such a way that if you are alive, they get attracted towards you, and if you die, they cry upon you. So this is a blessing of Allah. How many people come in your janazah? Some people die, nobody bothers to go to their janazah. Isn't it right? This is about our amal, our akhlaq. Yeah, this is the 14 million people in the janazah of Imam Khomeini, Ridwanullah alayh. Now, okay, let's go to tadfeen. The burial. It is wajib to bury in a way that the odor, the smell, does not come out, or animals may not take the body out. So, bury a person that much deep that usually the animals do not dig up that much deep, and the odor of the body doesn't come outside. If the bad odor, for example, comes outside, this is insult of a MOMIN. Isn't it right? So, I would say 3-4 feet. Okay, so to be on the safe side. Obviously, the qabr, the place has to be mubah, permitted by the owner. You purchase the place. It should not be ghasbi. That's obviously understood. Mayyat must be laid fully on the right facing qibla. Yeah, this is another important point to remember. So let's suppose qibla is in this direction, which it is. So the person is lying on the back. Here is the head, and here are the feet. You do like janazah like this, and you pray. Now that you put it in the qabr, make sure the janazah is like this, 90 degrees vertical, not like this, not like this, 90 degrees. Even the nails of the feet should be facing towards qibla. Even the nails of the feet should be facing towards qibla, 90 degrees straight. You can rest him on the back of the grave, on the wall of the grave. You can put some soil under his head, which is good, so the head is resting properly straight. Put some soil under the head, remove the rocks and stones, put some soil under the head, and let the janazah be relying on the back of the wall of the grave, 90 degrees straight. So here is the head, and here are the feet. Totally, whole body is towards the qibla. When at the time of he was on deathbed, we put him like this, the legs towards the qibla. Now in the qabr, we put him like this. Okay, remember the difference. So we have hadith from Imam Sadiq alayhi salam. إذا مات ابن آدم دخل معه في قبره ستة صور. When a son of Adam, that means a human, dies, 6 surat, shapes, forms, enter along with him in the qabr. So obviously we learn the nur on the right hand side is the nur of salat, prayers. All the prayers he did throughout his life are in the form of a surat, a shape. We believe in tajassumul amal. Amal will be personified in forms and shapes. We will see our amal, we will see our salat, we will see our fasting, we will see our hajj, we will see our ziyarat of Imam Hussain. Every good deed, hasanat, and every bad deed, sayyiat, will be visible in nurani or zulmani surat and form. Okay? So we will see Salat is on the right hand side, and Zakat, taxes, Khums, Zakat, Fitra, all the taxes you person paid on the left hand side. Hajj is on the back of the person. Fasting, Siyam, is in the front of him. And help, Muwasatul Mu'mineen, the help that he provided throughout his life for his fellow Mu'min brothers and sisters, are at his feet. Muhaddis Qummi, who wrote Mafatihul Jinan, such a great scholar, his ustad was Muhaddis Nuri, Rahmatullah alayh, a very great scholar of ours. Muhaddis Nuri had said that I did not find in the entire religion Islam anything which has more, any mustahab thing which has more sawab than the ziyarat of Abi Abdullah al-Husayn alayhi salam. The highest sawab, Muhaddis Nuri says, that I found in among all the mustahab things in Islam, the highest sawab is for the ziyarat of Imam Hussain. Some of the narrations tell us equal to 1,000 Hajj. Some of the narrations tell us, and that's from Hadrat Aisha, that Prophet said the sawab of the ziyarat of Imam Hussain is 90 Hajj of Rasulullah. If I go for Hajj, I don't know whether my Hajj is accepted or not. But Hajj of Rasulullah is always accepted. 1,000 Hajj of mine, but I don't know whether my 1,000, see, this is my Hajj, but 90 Hajj of Rasulullah. So highest sawab, Muhaddis Nuri said, highest sawab among all the mustahab things, he says that I recited in Islam, the highest sawab is for ziyarat of Imam Hussain alayhi salam. There's nothing more than that in mustahabbat. After saying that, he says, there's only one thing that I found in the religion Islam, which has more sawab than the ziyarat of Imam Hussain. And that one thing, Muhaddis Nuri says, that one thing is qada'u hajatil mu'min, fulfilling the need of a mu'min. If Imam Hussain was here, he would be doing the same thing. Throughout his life, they fulfilled the need of the mu'mineen and hajat of the mu'mineen. If you know there's one mu'min in your community who stands in need, he doesn't need to come to your doorstep to insult him. Our iman says we need to go and help him hiddenly. Sadaqatus sir. Sadaqatus sir tutfi ghadab Rabb. Hidden sadaqah extinguishes the wrath of the Lord. If I have a lot of sins, I want my sins to be forgiven. One of the best ways, I give sadaqatus sir, hidden sadaqah. No one on the planet earth knows that I am the one who is giving the sadaqah. Even the recipient doesn't know. That's how Ahlul Bayt used to. Imam Sajjad alayhi salam used to carry the food on his back in the middle of the night and take it to the miskeen, poor people in Medina, and this poor person doesn't know it is Imam Sajjad alayhi salam who is bringing the food for him. This is sadaqatus sir. It has value in the eyes of Allah. So all the help that you provided to fellow mu'mineen in your life, that noor will be at your feet in the qabr. And that noor will say to the prayers, noor of prayers, and noor of khums and zakat and fitra, zakawat, noor of fasting in the front, noor of hajj at the back. The noor at the feet is the help of mu'mineen. That noor will say to these four anwar, you guys help this moment. If you become helpless, let me know. When our prayers fail to help us in the qabr, all the salat are rejected. It was riyah, a show off. All our sadaqah and khums is rejected. It was waste. All our hajj was rejected. It was for the sake of business and showing off to the community. all my fasting is rejected. I failed to abstain from haram during the fast. At that time, the help that I provided to the mu'mineen will come for my help. And then all these anwar, all these lights, they will ask the noor on the head, which is the brightest of all the noor, would you introduce yourself to us? And that noor will say, I am the noor of the walayat of Ahlul Bayt. So don't support the Taghut. So the Noor of Walayat remains in your qabr. So it is wajib to bury in a way that the odor doesn't come out. Animals cannot dig in. Mayyat must be laid fully on the right facing Qibla. Yeah, so now the Mayyat is facing, you will do it like this, 90 degrees. Even the nails of the feet facing Qibla. Exactly 90 degrees, not slanted. Straight, 90. Now, Imam Sadiq alayhi salam told us in the hadith that Salat will be on the right hand side. And we are tilting the janazah on the right hand side. That means, what does it mean? We are lying on the mattress of our prayers. Isn't it right? Some people cannot sleep because they want some Swedish memory foam. Isn't it right? With the sleep numbers. Such and such foams and mattresses are required for them. The best mattress, brothers and sisters, is our salat. Because we will be lying on that mattress for longer than our entire life. Because the janazah is tilted like this, so now you are resting over your salat. Noor of salat. If my salat was wrong, flame of Jahannam is coming to the qabr from the direction of the right hand side of the person. If my hajj was wrong, the flame of Jahannam is coming from behind the back to the person. If my zakat and khums and fitrah is missing, flame of Jahannam are coming from the left hand side to the dead person. If my fasting is missing, flame of Jahannam is coming from the front to the person. Because it's, we have to be protected from all the sides from Jahannam's fire. If a mayyat's body will decay and there's a restriction in keeping it aboard and one can't wait for reaching the shore, you are on a ship, you are on a boat, and Alhamdulillah wa iyyakum. If you're on a ship and if somebody dies, obviously you will give the ghusl, do the tahneet, hunut, and do the kafan, do the prayers. Now comes the time for tadfeen, burial. What are you going to do? You are on the ship. You have to bury. So if a mayyat's body will decay and there's a restriction, according to laws and restrictions, you cannot keep the janazah on the ship. For example, let's suppose there are restrictions. If you can wait, you should wait. But if you cannot wait, there's a restriction and the body will decay. In that case, one can't wait for reaching the shore. Or if one is afraid that an enemy can come and take out the mayyat or cut its parts. Did you find those Zionists selling the parts of the innocent civilians? The New Jersey gang of rabbis which was captured? Isn't it right? So if you find those shameless people who are taking the parts of humans and selling illegally, so if you are afraid an enemy can take out the mayyat or cut its parts, a heavy thing must be tied to mayyat's leg and thrown into the ocean. This is the tadfeen and burial. Keep all these conditions in mind that I mentioned here. All the conditions collectively apply. If you can wait, you will not do that. If it's not decaying, the janazah will not decay, you will not do that. You will wait until you reach the shore. Or if there is no fear of any enemy, wait. Don't do that. But if all these things are there, then obviously you will tie a heavy thing and you will send the janazah into the ocean. Allah will take care of it, inshallah. Expenses of fortifying the grave or throwing into ocean will be taken out from the aslul mal, the seed money, the original money. That's the main inheritance.
the main inheritance that he leaves behind. That money will be taken from that. It is if the mom is a kafira, she must be buried in the grave with her back towards the Qibla. Let's suppose the husband is Muslim and the mother is kafira. Baby will be considered as Muslim. Remember, we just learned few slides ago, even if one of the parents is a Muslim, we will treat the baby as a Muslim. Isn't that right? So now, let's suppose mom is a kafira, husband is a Muslim, the baby will be considered as a Muslim. So you will bury this mom because, if you cannot take the baby out, it's dead. So you will bury this mom in the Muslim graveyard with her back towards the Qibla, so the baby will be facing towards Qibla. Mom's back is towards the Qibla, her face is towards the Qibla, her back is towards the Qibla, her face is against the Qibla. And that's how the baby will be facing towards Qibla. Even if the baby is less than 4 months. So that's ihtiyat wujubi, that we do like this. With the baby, pregnant woman dying with a baby, pregnant woman who's a kafira, but the husband is a Muslim, and the baby is considered to be a Muslim, so that's how we are going to bury it. Nabsh means opening up the grave is haram of a Muslim grave, and that's an insult. We never do it except in special cases and conditions, like I gave you the example. If the kafan is ghasbi, maghsoob, and the owner, we will first try to please the owner if he agrees. If it doesn't please, then we have to open up the grave and give the kafan back to him and put a new kafan. Okay? Very few situations where it is allowed in Islam. Otherwise, we don't do that. When you make the tadfeen, we are talking about burial. When you make the qabr, you don't make the qabr high, more than 4 fingers combined. Graves of regular mu'mineen should not be higher than the ground, more than 4 fingers combined, except shuhada and ulama and awliya, anbiya and a'imma alayhimus salam, and ulama, scholars, and shuhada. Their graves can be made higher. Okay? Rest of the ordinary mu'mineens, their graves should not be higher than 4 fingers combined. Burying of the hair, nails and teeth of Mayyat must be buried with him. If it causes nabsh, these should be buried separately. So if you have, let's suppose you have the hair and the nails and teeth, these things separated from the Mayyat somehow, bury it with him inside the qabr. Put it in the qabr with him. If the qabr is already buried in the grave, then obviously you cannot open the grave for putting the hair or the nail. Now you can bury those things separately. To bury your nails and fallen teeth in your life is mustahab. Whenever we cut the nails, it's mustahab in the fiqh to bury in the soil. Okay? Or your teeth falls down, it's mustahab to bury in the soil. Not wajib, but mustahab. A Muslim in a kafir's graveyard and vice versa is not allowed. It is not jaiz to bury a Muslim in a kafir's graveyard and vice versa. It's not allowed to bury a Muslim in the kafir's graveyard. It's not allowed to bury a kafir in the Muslim's graveyard. Both is insult. Okay? In a place where it is considered to be an insult to a Muslim, for example, garbage area where there's trash, you don't bury a Muslim next to the trash area. That's insult of a Muslim. In a ghasbi, usurped place, you don't do that. That's haram to bury a person in a ghasbi, usurped place. In a place made a waqf, somebody made it waqf for something else. For example, masjid. Masjid is made waqf for Allah, waqfan lillah. I cannot bring my dad and bury him inside the sahan of the masjid. That's not my house. It's the house of Allah. It's waqf for Allah. No one can bring his personal relative and bury inside the masjid or anything which is waqf for some special reason.
in a masjid. So it's not jais to bury in a masjid. Ihtiyat wujubi, according to ihtiyat wajib, it's not allowed to bury inside the masjid. And if it is if it's harmful or it is an obstacle to do the salat of people, it becomes haram. It's not just ihtiyat wujubi in that time, it will become haram. If you put the qabr of somebody in the masjid, and it becomes a nuisance for the people because you lose that space, there could have been saf, people can stand easily, it's causing problem for Jamaat. Then it's not even jais to do that. And in the grave of someone, it's not allowed to bury a Muslim in another grave, another person's grave. There's somebody else who's buried there, and you open his grave and you dump your own dead person in his grave. That's not allowed, obviously. And if it causes the nabsh of qabr, that's obviously another haram, to use the qabr of somebody and open the qabr of somebody. Halwai ki dukaan pe dadaji ka fatiha. To make the grave as deep as a human's height. So with raja'ul matlubiyya, burying the grave, we do at the niyat of raja'ul matlubiyya. Raja'ul matlubiyya means, raja means hope. Matlubiyat means demanded, something being demanded by Allah. We don't know it is wajib or mustahab. We don't know. Maybe Allah has demanded from us to do it. Maybe we have a hope. This is called raja'ul matlubiyya. Certain things we do in the niyat of raja'ul matlubiyya. We hope Allah wanted that from us. We cannot say in our niyat is wajib. We can't say that. It's not proven to be wajib. We cannot say it's mustahab. It's not proven from the evidence and dalil to be mustahab either. So certain things we do with the niyat of raja'ul matlubiyya. What are those things? To make the grave as deep as a human's height. We are not saying it's mustahab. It's not proven to be mustahab in the fiqh. But raja'ul matlubiyya, we hope it is demanded by Allah. So dig as deep as the human height, 5.5, 6 feet, for example. To bury him in the closest place, closest to his death. Unless the farther place has more benefit. For example, you send it to Karbala, you send it to Mashhad. Obviously, it has benefit in the jiwar of Ahlul Bayt alayhim salam. For example, more reciters of Fatiha, or you send it to benefit. You send it in a graveyard where you know so many MOMINeen are coming, reading Fatiha, Surat Yasin, Dua Kumail, reading Salawat, Zikr of Ahlul Bayt. So those are things that are going on next to the graves. That's better. So sending a moment far away from the place of his death is better if that place has more reciters of Fatiha or bigger personalities are buried. Awliyaullah are buried in that qabr, in that maqbara, in graveyard. You are sending your father next to that place where one of the urafa is buried. With the barakat of that arif, inshallah, Allah can remove the azab of the entire graveyard. So that's a big thing. Otherwise, we bury the dead person in the closest place, and that's raja'ul matlubiyya. And to put the janaza coffin 3 times while carrying him towards the grave. So now you are done, you're carrying the janaza towards the grave after doing the salat. After doing the salatul mayyit, you are carrying the janaza, the tabut, towards the qabr. Carry it few steps, put it on the ground. Then carry it further, put it on the ground. Then carry it over 3 times, you put it. And on the 4th time, be laid into the grave. 3 times you put, don't rush. A person has wahshat. The dead person, mayyit, is scared from entering the qabr. He is not habituated. It's the first time he's entering into this area, this closed, small area. He has wahshat, he's afraid. Don't rush to take him. Put him 3 times. Give him a break. 4th time should be taken inside the grave. To put the head of a male mayyit on the 3rd time next to the grave at the side of the feet. Yeah. Yeah, so this is, let me explain it here. What I am trying to say here is that This is the qabr you dig up, for example, for the mayyit. Now you are carrying the janaza of a mayyit. You take him, you put it here once. Ask people to read Fatiha. Obviously, we read the kalima, La ilaha illallah, Muhammad Rasulullah, Aliyun Waliullah, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And then you again lift the janaza, put it here. Okay, third time, again lift the janaza, put it here. Third time, not here. Third time for a male person, the janaza, put it here for the third time, for the male person. That's the third time. This is what I'm saying here. So this is the qabr. So this is the direction of Qibla. You will put the janaza like this, straight vertical, straight here. His head will be here. His feet will be here. So on the side of the feet, put the janaza here for the third time. Okay? So now that you pick up after third time, now you're putting from here into the qabr, like this. From the feet side towards the qabr. For a male. For a woman, third time put the janaza here, sideways. And take the janaza sideways into the qabr for a woman. Okay? That's the difference between a man and a woman, how we carry it. With the Raja'ul Matlubiya also we do to take care of the janaza carefully. Don't be, rushing, moving left and right so fast, hitting him. The guy is moving like this and that. And his head is striking, his hand is striking in the coffin. Don't do like this. Be careful to read the mustahab du'as. Mustahab du'as to open the knots of the coffin. Okay? So when you put in the qabr, you open those knots. See, remember the brother tied the knots and the corners, two corners in the middle, open all the knots. When you put him inside the qabr, open all the knots. To make a pillow of soil under the head, I said already, remove the stones, put some soil, put it under his head. So head is straight. It doesn't recline like this, it's straight. Put some soil under it, just like a pillow. So he's comfortable. To put soil, etc. at the back for support. If you think you are putting straight, it keeps on moving, put some soil in a little bit in the front, a little bit at the back to make sure it keeps on straight. Okay? But before you turn the janaza, see, you entered the male person from this direction, from the feet side. For women, you put it here, third time, enter sideways into the qabr. Now, when you put in the qabr, first you will put it on the back. You're not going to make it vertical straight away. First, you will put the janaza of a male and female on the back. You will read talqeen. Open the knots. All the things you want to put, turbat, his sibha, tasbih, his sajjada, musalla, janamaz, anything has spiritual value, put it at that time in the qabr with him. And now one of the mahram people will go inside. Mahram people will put the janaza inside. Mahram person will go inside and put his hand like this. And someone will sit next to the qabr and read the talqeen, which we are coming to the talqeen very soon. So in that position we read the talqeen, and whenever the name of that person is recited, you move his shoulders. Shake him when the name is mentioned. Isma ifham ya fulan ibn fulan. You shake him, okay, at that time. And after the talqeen is done, then you tilt the janaza vertical. Now it's complete. Now we are about to close the qabr to tilt the janaza vertical after the talqeen. Okay? The man putting the mayyat in the grave has wudu. This is also, it's better to do. Is barefooted. Don't take the shoes inside the qabr. If you are helping the mayyat lay down in the qabr, take your shoes out. Don't take the shoes inside the qabr. And comes out of the grave from the side of the feet. Yeah, so you come out of the qabr where? From here. This is where after you help the talqeen, you are coming out of the qabr, come from this side. Don't come from the head. From the feet side. Those not related to the mayyit throw soil. It is makruh for the relatives. So those who are not related to the mayyit will throw soil with the back of their hands to the grave and say, Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. Back of the hand means like this. They will throw the sand like this. Back of the hand. Those who are not the relatives will do that. Not the relatives. The mahram puts a woman into the grave. If unavailable, then her relatives will put it. If there is no mahram available, we are majboor, forced, then there will be, the relatives will do it. To raise the grave 4 joined fingers above the ground, we don't do that, okay? To put a mark on the grave for identification. So, it's good to put a mark on the grave for the identification. You can put katba, gravestone, write down the name, that's okay. To sprinkle water, it's good to sprinkle water after you shut the grave. After the grave is closed, you sprinkle water over it. After sprinkling, people insert their open hand fingers like this, open hand. They insert their 5 fingers into the qabr, into the soil, and recite Suratul Qadr, Inna anzalnahu fi laylatil qadr 7 times. So those who are not relatives, they are putting the soil like this with their hands, back of the hand. Now the qabr is closed, you sprinkle water, and after you sprinkle water, 5 fingers inside the soil, insert inside the soil, and recite Suratul Qadr 7 times. Okay? To seek forgiveness for the mayyit. Those who are standing there should do istighfar for the mayyit. Allahumma ighfir li hadha al-mayyit. You can say that. Or in your own language. Seek forgiveness for the dead person. To read Allahumma jafil arda an jambayhi. Oh my Lord, expand the earth from both sides of him. Was'ad ilayka ruhahu, and take his soul to you. The soul of the pious people is taken towards taqarrub and qurb of Allah. And soul of the bad people is not taken towards the qurb of Allah. Soul of the bad people is taken towards Wadil Birhut. Okay? So we are praying to Allah, Was'ad ilayka ruhahu, take his soul towards you. Walaqqihi minka radwana, and make him meet the pleasure. Make him meet pleasure. That means radwan and pleasure of Allah. That means provide your rida and pleasure to this mu'min. Askin qabrahu min rahmatika ma tughnihi bihi an rahmat man siwaka, and reside in his qabr that mercy of yours with which he will become rich from having mercy from anyone else. That means give that much rahmat and mercy to him to live in his qabr, that he doesn't stand in need of any other person's mercy. Put jaridatain, we talked about that, 2 fresh tree branches. To do tasliyat, console. People are standing there, the family members, friends, you do taziyat. You hug them, say words of taziyat. May Allah have rahmat, may Allah provide maghfirat, may Allah provide him the jawar of Ahlul Bayt, may Allah give you a sabrul jameel. Words of ta'ziyat and condolences to the family and friends. Do it, it's very sawab. Unless if some time has already passed away. If the time of the person has died away long time ago and now you meet him, don't try to, prolong these things, because then you are going to renew his pain. Okay? Unless if some time has already passed away and consoling may cause renewing of the sorrow. then don't do it. Otherwise, if somebody passed away recently, it's sawab that you do ta'ziyat and condolences. To send food to the family for 3 days. In our society, some of us go and eat food in the house of the mayyit. Somebody died, these people are already in pain. Don't eat food in their house. Even if they ask you as their own akhlaq, let us bring some chai or some food. No. You don't have to do that. Leave their house. Don't cause zahmat to those who are in aza. It's mustahab for the rest of the community to take food to their house for 3 days. They are not supposed to cook the food. Look at the beautiful religion of ours. To say, Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. That's mustahab, kalimatul istirja'. Whenever a person recalls the deceased person, we remember our death. Inna lillah, certainly we belong to Allah. Wa inna ilayhi, certainly we are returning towards Him. So we recall our death. To read Quran for the mayyit as much as we can. To seek dua at the qabr of father and mother. You have hajat? Go to the qabr of your father or your mother and seek dua. Allah, because of the barakat of that, Allah will fulfill your hajat inshallah. One of the places where dua is mustajab is the qabr of your mother and father. Children must go to the qabr of their father and mother. Okay, if we fail to fulfill our fara'id towards our parents even after death, in the life we were very obedient, nice children. After their death we forgot them. We will still become aq. In the fatwa of all the marajeh. If we fail our fara'id after the death of the walidain, we will still become aq. But please remember, there is no question for any mustahab in the qabr. Reciting Quran, or zikr, or sadaqah, these are all mustahab things. It's not wajib to read Quran. It's not wajib to do the zikr. People are never asked a question about any mustahab thing inside the qabr. The best gift, brothers and sisters, you can send to your relatives is not reciting Quran. That's a mustahab thing. The best thing you can send to your relatives is to fulfill their wajibs. First things first. If he doesn't have the prayer, fulfill the wajib prayers first. If he didn't pay his khums or fitra or zakat, fulfill that. Didn't fulfill his fasting. You love him, do the fasting for him. You love him, send somebody for hajj. Seek apology for hukukun nas that he have violated. Go and seek apology from people on behalf of the dead person. This is the best gift you can do for him. Hukukullah and hukukun nas. Not reciting Quran. Reciting Quran is very good, but he's not asked in the qabr about the mustahabbat. To make sure the grave is tough so it cannot sustain. Yeah, don't make a grave like this, one time the rain comes and it's gone. We don't make the grave covered with stone or full, solid concrete. We leave the middle portion uncovered. Middle portion is left uncovered except for the great personalities. For ordinary MOMINeen, we leave the middle portion uncovered. On the sides of the grave, you can make it tough and solid so rains and other things don't destroy the qabr. To eat food at the house of the family in sorrow at the disease, makruh. Laughing in the qabristan, maqbara. Some people are talking about, oh yeah, my stocks of Facebook are really going up in the Wall Street. Forget about Wall Street. You are standing in the graveyard. Forget about dunya. This is the place we are supposed to think about Allah and our own death. Talking about umur of dunya in masjid is makruh. We don't talk about umur of dunya at the time of janaza. We don't laugh at the time of janaza. This is condemned in the hadith of Ahlul Bayt alayhim salam. Some people are laughing in the Tashiyul Janaza, talking about things and they are laughing. to scratch the body or the face in the sorrow of a dead person. No, we don't do that. Okay? We don't scratch our body or the face. It's not jaiz. To rip apart the front of the shirt, except for father or brother. If a husband tears apart his dress in the sorrow of his wife or son, or the wife scratches her face in the sorrow of her mayyit, he or she must either set a slave free. It's wajib to set a slave free. We don't have slaves today, so that's not an option to do. Or give food to 10 mu'min fakir people, or provide dress to them. That's wajib as kafara. If you scratch your face, or if you, or you tear apart your dress in the sorrow, other than for the father or brother, then you have to pay this kafara that I have written here. Either you set a slave free, or you give food to 10 mu'min fakir people, or you provide dress to them. And if not possible, then you should fast for 3 days. And if it did not bleed, you tried to scratch your face but blood did not come out, then it's ihtiyat wajib to do the kafara. Not wajib, but ihtiyat wajib. Ihtiyat wujubi. Now coming to talqeen. It is mustahab to recite talqeen 2 times for reminding. Talqeen is recited twice. Both of them is mustahab. First, I just said, you lie the mu'min when you bury him. First, put in the qabr, you lie him over the back. One of the maharim puts his hand like this. Right hand will come in this position. The right hand will come on the right shoulder. Left hand will come on the left shoulder. And someone is reciting talqeen, and when the name comes, he pushes the dead person like this. This is the first talqeen. After talqeen, you put the valuable spiritual things, turn the mayyit vertical 90 degrees, come out from the feet side. That's it. The job is done. Put the jaridatain, 2 branches of twigs. The job is done. Come out from the feet side of the qabr. Now you close the qabr. As soon as the qabr is closed, angels come. So this is where we recite the second talqeen. When the qabr is closed, one person sits next to the grave, and recites the talqeen for the second time. This, alhamdulillah, the rahmat of Allah, that the questions we read, the things we read in talqeen, angels, munkir and nakir, or bashir and mubashir, or for the mu'min, there are bashir and mubashir. For the fasiqeen, it's munkir and nakir. Or kuffar and munafiqeen, it's munkir and nakir. So, when the angels come, they are asking the questions in the same sequence. The same sequence which is mentioned. The test paper of the examination has been made out by Allah ahead of time. Okay? So, we remind the dead person of that information. It helps him. It helps him. We are helping him. Yeah, but the second talqeen when we recite, after closing the grave, we ask the people to move 40 steps away. Then we recite the second talqeen. Okay? Ask the people to go 40 steps away from the qabr. After the qabr is closed, ask the people to move 40 steps away. One person will sit next to the grave, recite the second talqeen. When he is done with the second talqeen, then everyone should come back to the qabr, put their fingers in the soil, insert the fingers in the soil, recite Inna anzalnahu fi laylatul qadr 7 times. And Fatiha or Yasin, whatever they want to read, or dua of rahmat. Okay? After the second talqeen is recited by one person, all the people are 40 steps away. When second talqeen is done, then you ask the people to come back to the qabr, they put their fingers, read the Inna anzalnahu fi laylatul qadr 7 times, and dua Yasin, whatever, at that time. The mahram puts the right hand on his or her right shoulder and the left hand on left shoulder, gets closer to the ear and reads it and shakes the mayyit upon calling the name of mayyit. We already talked about that. I'm trying to do it faster. My teacher, Ayatollah Jawadi Amuli Hafizahullah, was saying that the questions which are asked in the talqeen, in the qabr, are the easiest questions possible. They are not difficult questions. Who is your Lord? Is it difficult for a Muslim person to say Allah? It's not a rocket science. What is your Qibla? Man, we have been praying throughout my life towards Makkah. We all know it's Makkah. Is it a difficult question? What is your book? Quran. Even a Sunday school kid knows it. Is it a difficult question? Names of the Imam. We repeat it throughout our life. Are they difficult? No. My teacher said, why most of the people cannot reply? Because these things did not become a malakatun nafsaniya, a part of their qalb. This is what we need to remember. Why it becomes difficult to reply. If we practice the walayat of Ahlul Bayt alayhimus salam and their teachings, then it becomes part of our qalb. When it becomes part of our qalb, whatever is part of your ruh, you take it with you. Whatever is not part of your ruh will be left behind. So you cannot reply. Tarheem, doing some of the things which are important to remember to send the sawab to the mayyit. Most important thing is the wajibat. I already mentioned that as well. Obligatory duties. So if the mayyit did not perform any of the wajibs, this must be done and compensated. It is important than any mustahab. Let's suppose he didn't pay $100 to some MOMIN. You go and pay $100 to that person. This is the best help you can do. Instead of reading Quran, Khatmul Quran, the best help you can do is fulfill the wajib. Pay the $100 to that man who is waiting. This is the best love you can show for your mayyit. Better than reading Quran. Fulfill the hukukun nas. Seek apology, ma'azarat. He break the heart of somebody. You go and on behalf of mayyit, seek ma'azarat, an apology from that person, so that person forgives him. This is better than reading Quran. Hukukun nas are not forgiven unless the people forgive. To seek the forgiveness now, ASAP. This is what we should do. In our lifetime, we should go with our muhasabah. We seek forgiveness ourselves. Don't leave it on your inheritors. Hold yourself accountable daily to get rid of the fear of maut. Why are we afraid of death? Somebody asked Abu Zar. He's on the 9th level of Iman. Ma lana nakhaful maut. What is the problem with us that we fear the death? Abu Zar al-Ghafari rahmatullah alayhi replied back, لأنكم أمرتم الدنيا وأخربتم الآخرة فتخافون أن تنقلوا من عمران إلى خراب. Because you guys destroyed akhirat and constructed dunya. So you are afraid of getting transferred from a well-constructed place. You constructed the dunya for you. From a well-constructed place to a destroyed rubble. So he said, well, okay, then what's the solution? He said, the solution is this. La tusi'u ila ahabbil ashya'i ilayk. Don't do, that's the mazmoon riwayat, don't do bad behavior towards the most beloved thing of yours. This guy said, did you ever see somebody doing bad behavior towards the most beloved thing? Abu Zar said, yes, that is what the people are doing. Nafsuka ahabbul anfusi ilayk. Your own self is the most beloved of everything else in your eyes. A person loves himself more than anyone else. Yourself is the most beloved to you more than anyone else. فَإِذَا أَنْتَ عَصَيْتَ اللَّهِ فَقَدْ أَسَأْتَ إِلَيْهَا. So when you do the sin, you did bad towards your own self. In Farsi, there is a proverb. They say, "Harche kuni bikhudit kuni, agarche niko bad kuni." Isn't it right? Whatever you do it to your own self. You do good, you do bad. In the real sense, you are harming your own self or benefiting your own self. We don't understand. It's a matter of understanding. So we need to hold ourselves accountable. Imam Rida alayhi salam has said, "Laysa minna man lam yuhasib nafsahu fi kulli yawm." Someone who does not hold himself accountable every day is not one of us. Our scholars say that this kind of text from Ahlul Bayt means he's not a Muslim. Not one of us, not amongst us is not a Muslim. So we have to hold ourselves accountable on a daily basis. Before going to sleep, we check a checklist, just like a pilot's checklist. Before sleeping, we should check, did I do any haram today? Harams are crystal clear. There is no gray area in Islam. Gray areas are because of our ignorance. If you don't know what harams are, learn it. It's crystal clear. Then I find out, did I do any haram? If I did, I should do tawbah. Tawbah is wajibun fawri, immediate wajib, just like replying to the salam of a person. If I do a sin, God forbid, and I delete the tawbah, scholars of akhlaq say, I did two sins, not one. One is the sin, and one is the delay of tawbah. That's also a sin. It is mustahab to recite the Salatul Wahsha after the Isha, in the night of the burial, Laylatul Dafn. And when the person is buried, that's where you read 2 rakats of Salatul Wahshat, Wahshat al-Qabr. Person is afraid. Wahshat means scare. He's afraid to go in a lonely place. So when you read Salatul Wahshat, you send the sawab to him. His wahshat and scare is removed. His adab is removed. Waqtatul Qabr, his fishar qabr is removed. Such a great thing. If we pray Salatul Wahshat for others, inshallah Allah will arrange. He is Khaliqul Asbab and Murattibul Asbab, arranger and creator of all the means and ways. Allah inshallah will arrange someone to do Salatul Wahshat for us. Irham man fil ard, yarhamuka man fis sama. You have mercy on those on earth, and those on the heaven will have mercy on you. Irham, turham. You have mercy, you will be having mercy upon you. That's the way it works. The hadith says, Inna Allah yunzilul abd haythu anzalahul abdu min nafsihi. Allah treats a servant, a slave, a person, the way that person treats Allah. How much is the level of ahmiyat and importance of Allah in my eyes? When the time of Zuhr comes and I'm at the job, do I leave everything and go and do my Zuhr prayers first in Awwalul Waqt? This shows my ahmiyat towards Allah. I know people who are working for Jewish bosses, and they have said from the beginning of their job, I am a Muslim, I need to pray, and they allow it. The problem is not from the non-Muslims, the problem is from us. Some people are cowards. Some people are basically, themselves not fulfilling their fariḍa and obligations. Instead of us blaming others, let's blame our own selves first. If we respect our values, others will learn to respect us. So after the Isha, we do Salatul Wahshat. Salatul Wahshat is a 2 rakat prayers. You must all be knowing that. 10 rakat, 10 times, Suratul Qadr after Fatiha. And then we read Ayatul Kursi in the 2nd rakat after Fatiha. Isn't it right? And then you say at the end of the Salat, Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ali Muhammad wab'as sawabaha. Send its reward to ila qabre fulan, to the grave of such and such person. 2 rakat prayers. In the first rakat we do, Ayatul Kursi. Sorry, I said upside down. In the 2nd rakat we do Suratul Qadr 10 times. After prayers, you say Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad wa ba'as sawabaha ila qabre fulan. We mention the name. Write your will, wasiyat. We should write it down. Let's suppose you borrowed money for somebody. You didn't write it down in the wasiyat. And if I die and those people come, ask from my children, give the $500 back. My children say, we don't know. We don't know our dad borrowed 500 from you. I'm not going to pay you. I don't know. And they're right. The children are right because they don't know. I did not tell them because I did not write the wasiyat. Who is suffering? Me. I am the one who is suffering in the qabr. Children did the right thing because they don't know.
So we need to write down our wasiyat and keep on amending. If I have 3 years of salat qaza prayers, I keep on amending. When I pray, I keep on writing down. I did 1 year qada, I did 2 years qada. Keep on amending the wasiyat. Hukukun nas, keep on amending them. Write it down so the warasa can at least do it on your behalf if you die. Write your hukukullah, hukukun nas. Write about your assets and belongings before an unexpected conflict happens between your kids. Some people have their children very good, living in the time when the mom and dad were alive. As soon as the mother passes away, father passes away, you find children fighting with each other. Fighting over the miras, over the land, over the house, over the apartment, over the money, over the stocks. So, what is the solution? Write it down about your assets. Give whatever share you wish to in your lifetime to your inheritors in your lifetime. You want to give $1 million to your daughter and $1,000 only to your son? Fine, give the $1 million in your life. Don't wait for long. Give appropriate share to the poor in your lifetime. Okay, instead of writing in the wasiyat, that has very less sawab, brothers and sisters. Remember that famous story? The person died and he had the date warehouse. So we do the things in our life. We don't leave it on the... Before you repent over piling up of whatever money, less or more, that you have. So tips to know before you die that you will certainly repent if you depart without them. Some of the highly beloved acts are as follows. Helping the walayat of Ahlul Bayt. Priority number 1. Helping the walayat of Imam Sahib al-Zaman alayhi salam. He is the Imam Ali of our time. He is the Imam Hassan of our time. He is the Imam Hussein of our time. Isn't it right? He is the Imam of our time. So we support the walayat of Imam Mahdi alayhi salam and all those people who are standing for his walayat, his naib. Those people who are standing for him and his mission. Ziyarat of Sayyid al-Shuhada. This is something which is, you will repent if you did not do. If you go to qabr, you will repent. I wish I went for the ziyarat of him. There's so much sawab. So much sawab. It helps at, in the day of judgment so much. Even on the bridge of Sirat. Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam will help those people who used to cry over Abi Abdullah al-Hussein on the bridge of Sirat. Hazrat Fatima az-Zahra salamullahi alayha gives the the license to go to paradise to everyone who goes for ziyarat of Abi Abdullah al-Hussein on a Thursday night. So much sawab. A Thursday night should not pass by that my son and daughter doesn't stand up and read the ziyarat of Imam Hussein in his house. I should raise my children, my daughters and sons. Every Thursday night you have to stand up, face the Qibla, read the ziyarat of Imam Hussein. That's the most important thing. No matter how much busy you are. These are our values. Friday, we have to give sadaqah. Friday is the day of sadaqah. No Friday should pass by in the life of a mu'min that he didn't give sadaqah. That's the sirat of Ahlul Bayt. Well, they used to give all the time. May Allah give us the tawfiq. Helping the non-Taghuti mu'mineen. Taghuti mu'mins are, obviously, we don't support the Taghuti ones. The non-Taghuti mu'mineen who need your help in any regard. There's so much sawab. Qada'u hajatil mu'min. I already talked about that. Respecting a pious alim. An-nadharu ila wajhil alim ibadah. Prophet said, looking at the face of an alim is ibadah. Obviously, those who act upon the knowledge, that alim is, that's the thing. The one who doesn't act on his knowledge, there is no sawab in looking at his face. So, we have hadith from Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam where he says,
that if an alim comes to a qarya, a town, dakhala min babin wa kharaja min akhar, enters from a door and exits from the other. You know, in old days there used to be wall of the city, so people enter from one door of the city and exit from the other door of the city. So lam yat'am min ta'amihim wa lam yashrab min sharabihim. If an alim comes to a town, comes from one door, exits from the other, he did not eat from the food of that town, he did not drink from the drinks of that town. رَفَعَ اللَّهُ عَذَابَ قُبُورِهِمْ أَرْبَعِينَ يَوْمًا. Just because alim passed by that town, did not eat from their food, did not drink from their drinks, just because one alim passed by their town, Allah removes the adhab of their graves for 40 days. Sadaqa Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Certainly he said the truth. Serving your walidain. These are things that a person will repent. He'll be nadim, pashiman in the qabr if we did not do in our life. Serving our walidain. Our urafa say no one can reach any level of irfan and ma'rifat, any maqamatun ma'nawi levels, metaphysical levels, without serving your parents. I remember in one of the speeches, Samahatul Wali al-Faqih, he was talking about, he said that whatever I have in my life, he said whatever I have in my life is because of some service that I did to my father. This is what our Urafa say, that serving your parents, khidmat be walidain tawfiq zast. It generates the tawfiq from Allah. Some people's life is stuck. They invest money in the business, there's no barakat. They lose the money, it gets wasted. Their dua is not mustajab. Problems. They stop receiving tawfiq from Allah. How we have to rejuvenate the life? How? Serve your parents. Go and visit your relatives. Silatul Rahim. Silatul Rahim. Tunmil Anwal. Gives numu and increase in your money. You don't have money, you lost your job. Go visit your relatives, Aqriba. Barakat of the visit of Aqriba. Allah will give barakat in your money. Tunsil ajal, silatul rahim, tunsil ajal. It makes the death time to be forgotten. That means it expands in your life. Anyone who has silatul rahim will have long life. Anyone who has qat'ur rahim will die soon. These are the things that we will repent when we go to the qabr. Serving your walidain, we should do. Helping a mazloom and mustad'af. So, you remember when when Allah said to Prophet Musa alayhi salam, Hal amilta li amalan khalisan? Allah said to Prophet Musa, did you do any khalis, sincere act for me? When Prophet Musa said, Rabbi sallaytu laka, I prayed for you. Sumtu laka, I fasted for you. Sabbahtu laka, halaltu laka, I did tasbih, tahleel, subhanallah, la ilaha illallah for you. Allah replied to Prophet Musa, As-salatu laka jawazun ala sirat. That means the prayers are your license to cross over the bridge of Sirat. What it has to do with Allah? I mean, what's benefit Allah is getting from it? You are the one who is benefiting. In other words, you will be crossing the bridge of Sirat because of your prayers. As-sawmu laka junnatun minan nar. Fasting is a shield for you from the hellfire. Did Allah benefit from that? No. At-tasbih wa at-tahleel laka darajatun fil jannah. Tasbih and tahleel are your darajat and levels in the paradise. For Baka Musa alayhi salam. Prophet Musa started to cry when he heard that response from Allah. Then he said to Allah, Rabbi dullani ala amalin khalisin laka. Oh my Lord, guide me towards an action which is khalis and pure for you. This is where Allah said, Hal akramta aliman? Did you respect a scholar? Hal nasarta mazluman? Did you help a mazloom, oppressed person? All political and social duties are mentioned. No individual duty of Islam. Social and political duties are way more important than individual infiradi duties. Hal nasarta mazluman? Did you support a mazloom person? Hal saqaita atshanan? Did you provide water to a thirsty? Hal kasauta oryanan? Did you provide clothes to a person who did not have clothes to wear? Hadha li amalun khalis. This is sincere act for me. So, helping a mazloom and mustad'af person. Imam al-Khomeini Ridwanullah used to say, Ma hamiye mazluman jahanim. We are the supporters of all the mustad'afin and mazloomin in the world. Even if a Jew is oppressed, the mustad'af and mazloom, we will support him. We have very high moral standards of Ahlul Bayt alayhim salam. Alhamdulillah. Any human being who is mustad'af and mazloom, we will support him. Praying for 5-time prayers and fadilat time. Isn't it right? I told you the statement of Ayatollah al-Uzma Sayyid Qadi at-Tabatabai in my Salat workshop. Sayyid Qadi at-Tabatabai is considered to be one of the biggest urafa of the history of Tashayyu. And he said, if somebody prays his prayers on the Awwalul Waqt and did not reach the Maqamatur Ruh, the high levels, stages of Ruh, high levels of the spirituality, he should send his la'nat upon me. That means it's not going to happen. If you do one thing in your life, always pray in the Awwal al-Waqt, you will certainly reach the maqamat, high levels of the soul. Certainly you will reach. If you don't reach, send la'nat on Ayatollah Qadi Tabatabai. But it's not going to happen. You will reach. So prayers on the Awwal al-Waqt is very important. Providing water to the thirsty, I mentioned that. Being generous in all kinds of sadaqat. Sakhawat and sakha and generosity is the sign of a mu'min. Farazdaq has said in his qasida in front of Hisham ibn Abdul Malik ibn Marwan la'natullah alayhim. Farazdaq said about Imam al-Sajjad alayhi salam, Ma qala la qat illa fi tashahudihi. Lawla tashahudu kanat la'uhu na'amu. Imam Sajjad never said la, no. Except in his tashahud of prayers, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. If there was no tashahud, his la in there would also have been no. His la would be, his no would be yes. This is how much Imam Sajjad is generous and sakhi. So our Imams used to give whether they have or they don't have. In both situations they used to give. Hazrat Fatima didn't have the money. She sent her cloth to Salman al-Farsi to put in the with the rich Yehudi guy and borrow money. Where there's a will, there's a way. You don't have money, fine. You can still help if you have the will to help. Don't refuse. Don't refuse the poor mu'min person. This is the barakat of Allah coming at your door. You will repent in the qabr if you do that. These are things we will repent inside the qabr. So, being generous in all kinds of sadaqat. Leaving salih children behind to serve the Islamic ummah. Isn't it right? So Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was passing by a maqbara, qabristan, and Rasulullah said to his ashab to move quickly. After a while, he was returning back from the same place. Ashab knew that Prophet said to go quickly. They started to walk quickly. Prophet stopped them from moving quick. Ashab asked Rasulullah, when we were going, you said move quickly, and now we are returning from the same place. You say you are stopping us from moving quickly. What's the matter? Prophet said at that time there was a person who was being punished. So obviously at this time that Prophet is stopping them, there's rahmat of Allah taking place. So they asked, what is the reason of punishment for that person and what is the reason of rahmat? Prophet said, he did some sin, because of that he was punished. The sin is not mentioned in the hadith. So, and Prophet said about the reason of rahmat, that he has a son. And today the son was taken to the madrasa. And in the madrasa, the muallim, the teacher said to the son of this guy who is dead, today the teacher said to his son in the madrasa, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. And the son recited, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Allah said to the angels, stop the adhab. His son calls me Rahman and Rahim and I punish him? At least we should, this is not a big deal if we leave our Jaguar behind for our children. The big deal is that my daughter and my son can come to my qabr, remember me, and recite Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim with ikhlas and correctly, and Surah Al-Fatiha and Surah Yasin correctly at the qabr. This is a big deal. So, yeah, I'm skipping that. The biggest thing, like I mentioned to you, is serving the walayat of Ahlul Bayt alayhim salam. Bunya al-Islamu ala khamsin. In Sahiha of Zurara, Imam al-Baqir alayhi salam has said that's in Al-Kafi, volume 2. Bunya al-Islamu ala khamsin. Islam is founded on 5. Ala salati, was zakati, was sawmi, wal hajj, wal walaya. Islam is founded on 5. On prayers, on fasting, and prayers and fasting, prayers and zakat in Islamic texts, all the texts, khums, zakat, fitra, and fasting and hajj, and walayat. Islam is founded on these 5 things, in other words. Walam yunada bishay'in kama nudiya bil walaya. And people were not invited towards anything the way they were invited towards walayat. Look at what the people did. Look at the behavior of the people. فَأَخَذَ النَّاسُ بِأَرْبَعٍ. People took the first 4. People took the 4. That means prayers and Islamic texts and fasting and hajj. وَتَرَكُوا هَذِهِ. Imam Baqir Islam says, and they left this one. يعني الولاية, the walayat. والله لا يستكمل الأربعة حتى يستكملوها بالخامسة. I swear to Allah, they will not perfect the 4 until they perfect it through the 5th one. وصلى الله على سيدنا ونبينا محمد وآله الطاهرين. So if you have questions, inshallah, I can take your questions, the written questions, please. Please, if you write down, that will be better.
You want to say, can she?
According to the fatwa of Ayatollah Sistani, may Allah protect him, according to his fatwa, hadiyah and gift has khums. But in the fatwa of Samahatul Wali al-Faqih, no. The hadiyah, the gift does not have khums. So it depends. You follow which mujtahid. This depends on the niyat of those people. If they give it with the niyat of hadiyah, then it is hadiyah. So if they give it to you with the niyat of hadiyah and gift, then it's hadiyah. Nadar hai. Hadiyah khums nadar hai na. Yeah. She was asking about gift, hadiyah, khums on hadiyah. So, yeah, you asked me. You asked about the ruh remains its contact to some extent with the body. So, how would be the situation when it is drowned or burnt? So, will the ruh remain in contact? Yes, ruh remains in the contact with the body, even if it is drowned or burnt. There is no difference in that. That's the. Yeah, even the body is drowned, or the body is burnt, but the ruh has a contact with the body. So, we may be deformed, our body can be burnt into a different form, it becomes ashes or whatever, but there is a contact still remaining with the body. In the barzakh, yes. In the hadith of whoever goes to the fire remains there for... No, this is not what I said. Whoever goes to fire remains forever. No. There are some people who will go to fire temporarily and they will be taken out. And after these people will be taken out, Allama al-Hilli, Rahmatullah alayh, has mentioned those ahadith that some people will be sent to fire, some of the mu'mineen will be sent to the hellfire, and after they are cleared, they will be taken out, and then they will be sent to Jannat. So, but the munafiqeen and kuffar will be there forever. So after these mu'mineen are taken out from Jannat, then the death will be killed. After that, it is eternity and khulud forever. Imam al-Hujjah alayhi salam, what is the correctness of the hadith about seeing him? Well, it's if you mean the hadith which says that ala faman idda'a al-mushahada qabla khuruj as-Sufyani was-sayha fahuwa kadhabun muftar. That's what the Tawqi al-Mubarak from Imam Mahdi alayhi salam says. Whoever claims the mushahada, seeing before the uprising of Sufyani, and sayha means the cry, means the call will happen, cry of Jibreel. He is a liar. So whoever claims that he has seen Imam Mahdi alayhi salam before Sufyani's uprising and before the cry of Jibreel, he is a liar. Obviously, this is correct hadith. This refers to openly seeing the Imam alayhi salam publicly, openly, everyone can see him. After Khuruj Sufyani and after the Sayha, everyone can see him. So before that, he's in the ghaibat. Obviously, he cannot be seen. He's in the ghaibat. We can see him, but we don't recognize him. Yarawnahu wa la ya'rifunahu. Sahib hadha al-amr yarahum wa ya'rifuhum. So we see the Imam, but we don't recognize him because we don't have the ma'rifat. Whereas Imam Sahib Zaman Islam sees us and recognizes us. Now, meeting with the Imam is possible. There's so many stories of great personalities, ulama, urafa, salihin, who have met with Sahib Zaman Islam in the time of ghaibat. It's possible. But these people don't talk about their stories and don't do iddia. They don't claim. These stories are narrated after their death, usually. All these stories usually surface up after the death of the person, not in their lifetime. Usually it doesn't happen like this. So unless if Imam Sahib al-Zaman alayhi salam asks someone, if Imam asks someone to tell the story to others, that's a different thing. Otherwise, usually the stories are coming out after the death of the person. So no one claims. The hadith says, Man ala faman idda'al mushahada. Who has idda'a, who claims the mushahada. Nobody claims the mushahada. Yeah, because there are so many liqa, so many people met with the Imam. And they saw the Imam. We have so many stories about that. So those people who meet the Imam, they saw him, they don't claim it. These stories come after their death. There is no idda'a. No, roya means seeing. Iddia means claiming that I have seen. Anta la tadda'i ba'dama ra'aytahu. Anta taskut. إذا أنت تسكت هذا لا الحديث لا يشملك. هؤلاء الذين يلتقون مع الإمام لا يدعون أمام الناس أمام المجتمع أن إني رأيت الإمام. لا أحد يدعي. يسكتون. القصص تنشر بعد موتهم عادة، إلا إذا كان صاحب زمان الإسلام هو نفسه أمر الإنسان أن ينقل هذه القصة، هذا شيء آخر. وإلا معظم القصص بعد موت الإنسان. ها؟ Yeah, there are ways. There are ways where things get leaked out. There are ways, there are isharat, there are things that come out. As per Tawzi, the third step of mayyat of a woman should be at the qibla of the qabr. That's what I said. That's what I said. For a woman, you'll put hair. This is towards the qibla. Yeah, the mayyat will be laid towards this direction. This is the qibla. So you the qabr's qibla is also the same, and the mayyat's qibla is also the same, because the qabr is towards the qibla like this, and we put the woman here. No. कब्र का क़िबला भी वही है ना, कब्र भी तो उसी डायरेक्शन में खोदी जाती है ना, क़िबले की तरफ खोदी गई है. कब्र को यूं करके खोदते हैं, साइड वेज खोदा हुआ है, तो वो क़िबले की रुख कहलाएगी ना. नहीं, इस तरफ लिटाते हैं, इस साइड पे लिटाते हैं, और यहाँ से पे हम उसको अंदर ले जाते हैं. Yeah, if there's some liquid water coming out from the mayyit, which makes the kafan wet. Well, if it's the saliva of the mayyit, that's okay. Saliva of the mayyit is not najis. So doesn't make any difference. If there's blood coming out of the mayyit, that's a problem. Or urine coming out of the mayyit, that's a problem. Then we have to make the kafan pak and tahir. Either you make it pak or tahir. If you cannot, then you have to take the kafan off again and make it pak and tahir, and then put the kafan back after that. So basically, najasat is a problem. Otherwise, saliva is coming out, that's okay. If the blood is coming out or any other najasat, then you have to make the kafan tahir. If it comes out after the ghusl, then ghusl is done, is okay, is correct. But if it reaches the kafan, you have to make the kafan tahir. So if you can make the kafan tahir, do it. If you cannot, you can cut the kafan. If it's just a little bit najis, you can cut a little bit portion. If the wajib amount is still covered after cutting, you're not messing up with the wajib amount of the kafan. You can cut a little bit. If it's too much blood, if you cut it, the wajib amount of kafan will be harmed. In that case, you have to replace the kafan. Either you make it tahir or you replace the kafan. जी जी कैंची से काट सकते हैं, जैसे मैंने अर्ज़ किया था कि मकरूह है, किसी भी लोहे की चीज़ से कफन को काटना मकरूह है. हाँ तो ज़ाहिर है हराम तो नहीं है, काट तो सकते हैं. जी 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 हाँ ज़ाहिर है वो हराम तो नहीं है, कर सकते हैं. गुस्ल देते वक्त शर्मगाह को साफ़ करने की गरज से देखा जा सकता है? नहीं, वी कांट सी द प्राइवेट पार्ट्स ऑफ एनीवन except your husband and wife. That's okay, but otherwise, other than husband and wife, we cannot see. You have to wash it without seeing it. Yeah, if you're asking if the waratha have given something to be buried with the kafan, well, if the waratha wanted to be buried things, like I said, those things which have spiritual value, turbat of Imam Hussain, musalla, sajjada, musalla, tasbih, things which have spiritual value, the shahadat of 40 people, anything which has spiritual value, you can put it. Now if they ask you to do it, then do it. That's what, put it in along with the kafan. Don't change if they are asking you to do in the same way. Anything which has a spiritual value, it's okay to do it. Why to change it? You can. कुरान की आयतें तो वैसे भी लिखी होती हैं कफन के ऊपर. हाँ, उसमें तो एक आयत का हुक्म भी वही है जो कि पूरे कुरान का हुक्म है. उसको भी छूना भी उसी तरह से हराम है, जैसे पूरे कुरान को छूना हराम है, उसकी इंसल्ट उसी तरह हराम है, उसको फेंकना वैसे ही हराम है. तो एक आयत का भी वही हुक्म है जो पूरे कुरान का है. कुरान की आयतें तो लिखी हुई हैं, यासीन लिखी हुई है, आइम्मा के नाम लिखे हुए हैं, अल्लाह का नाम लिखा हुआ है, आयतुल कुर्सी लिखी हुई है. कुरान तो पहले ही लिखा हुआ है, तो उसमें कोई वो फ़िक़ही तौर पे हराम नहीं है. Yeah, it's okay because kafan is usually it has Yasin on it. It has Surah, Qul Huwallahu Ahad, Qul A'udhu Birabbin Nas, Qul A'udhu Birabbil Falaq, Mu'awwadhatayn, Qul A'udhu Birabbin Nas. These surahs are written. Ayatul Kursi is written. Names of A'imma are written. Name of Allah is written. So that's what I said. It's allowed. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, because the Quran is already written on the kafan. अगर आयतें वगैरह कफन या चादर या कुर्ते पर लिखी हुई हों तो इसको बेली बटन या पेट के नीचे नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि पेट से की जगह कब्र में शिगाफ्ता, सबसे पहले कब्र में शिगाफ्ता होता है या फटता है. क्या ये बात दुरुस्त है? तो मैंने कहीं नहीं पढ़ा कि कब्र वहाँ से शिगाफ्ता होती है या उस जगह से, ऐसे तो कहीं भी मैंने नहीं पढ़ा. ये तो सारी चीज़ें इंसान के तक़वा के ऊपर मौकूफ़ हैं. अगर इंसान तक़वा रखता है तो ज़मीन ख़ुद हिफाजत करती है इंसान के जनाजे की, और कहीं से भी शिगाफ्ता नहीं हो सकता, कोई कीड़ा भी नहीं खा सकता, कोई भी चीज़ वैसी जानवर कोई कुछ नहीं कर सकता. अगर इंसान का तक़वा सबसे बड़ा मुहाफ़िज़ है. जो बेकिरदार लोग हैं उनके साथ ज़ाहिर है कीड़े मकोड़े वो सारी चीज़ें वहाँ हो सकती हैं, तो उनकी बात अलग है, मगर मोमिन जो तकवा रखता है उसके साथ ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं हो सकता। तो आयतें अगर लिखी हुई किसी चादर पे, ठीक है आप चादर रख सकती हैं उसके ऊपर, अगर आयतें लिखी हैं कोई मसला नहीं है, उसकी एक स्पिरिचुअल वैल्यू है, किसी भी चीज़ की स्पिरिचुअल वैल्यू अगर है वो आप कब्र में साथ रख सकते हैं मोमिन के, उसमें कोई एतराज़ नहीं है। और अगर मैयत का कफन नजिस हो जाए, मुंह से खून निकलने की वजह से, तो जितना हिस्सा नजिस हुआ है उसको कैंची से काट कर निकाल सकते हैं, या पूरा कफन बदलना होगा। जैसे मैंने अर्ज़ किया, इफ़ द कफन बिकम्स नजिस, if you while having the kafan on the mayyit, if you make it tahir, if you can make it tahir pak, make it pak. If you cannot make it tahir, then take the kafan off, make it tahir, and then put it back. If there is no way you can make the kafan tahir, then you have to replace it. But these are the 3 steps. Usually, if a person is is dying in an accident and he has injuries, usually the blood keeps on coming out. So remember, we learned that you cannot start the ghusl before making the body tahir. You cannot even start the ghusl. If blood is coming out, you have to make it tahir. How can you make it tahir? It's constantly coming out. Islamically speaking, there is no recommendation for protecting the blood of the dead person. We protect the blood of the living person. Dead person's blood comes out, let it come out. Not a problem. Islamically speaking, we are not here to protect the blood of a dead person. So let the blood flow out. Don't start the ghusl. After a few minutes, it will stop itself. When it stops, make the badan tahir, then start the ghusl. And after ghusl, put some cotton so it doesn't spoil the kafan. After the ghusl is done, if blood comes out after that, you can make that area tahir easily. वो खून जो ज़ख़म से निकलता है लाइट कलर का, जो बिस्तर पर लेटे लेटे मरीज़ के हो जाता है और मरने के बाद भी वो खून निकलता है, तो क्या वो खून नहीं होगा? If it's blood, then it's blood. You have to make it tahir. If there's something coming out of the injury, if it's blood, then obviously you have to wait. Let it come out. Like I just said, let the blood come out. It will come for just few minutes. We don't have to, save the blood of a dead person. There's no need to save his blood. When the blood comes out, after a few minutes, it will stop. Let the blood come out. When it stops, make it tahir, start the ghusl. After the ghusl, put some rui, cotton. So if it comes out again, it does not, the ghusl is already done, alhamdulillah. You don't have to repeat the ghusl if blood comes out. You will just make that area pak and tahir and make the kafan pak and tahir. जब हम कफन काटना सीख रहे थे पहले, तब ये कहा जाता था कि कैंची नहीं इस्तेमाल करनी है, मगर आजकल सुनते हैं कि कैंची का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। तो इस सिलसिले में क्या हुक्म? मकरूह है, जैसे मैंने किया। कैंची या किसी भी लोहे से, ब्लेड, कैंची, चाकू, छुरी, तलवार, किसी भी लोहे से कफन को काटना मकरूह है। कर सकते हैं, कुल्लु मकरूहिन जायज़, हर मकरूह जायज़ है, मगर मकरूह है। मकरूह हराम तो नहीं है, जायज़ है। मकरूह काम तो किया तो जा सकता है, मगर मकरूह है। अगर मैयत को गुस्ल देने के बाद कफन पहनाने से पहले अगर निजासत नज़र आए तो क्या गुस्ल दोबारा देना होगा? अगर आपको यकीन, ये देखना ये पड़ेगा कि ये निजासत आपने गुस्ल जब स्टार्ट किया था तो ज़ाहिर है कि उस वक्त आप इंसान चेक तो करता है ना बदन पे, कहीं खून तो नहीं है, ज़ख़म तो नहीं है, कोई निजासत तो नहीं है, चेक तो आदमी करता है। तो आपने चेक किया होगा, कोई निजासत आपको नज़र नहीं आई, तो
आपको यकीन था कि बदन ताहिर है, जब यकीन था अब आपने गुस्ल स्टार्ट किया, अब आपने हुस्न कर लिया, अब आपको नजासत नज़र आई है, तो अब जो नजासत नज़र आई है इसको हम ये नहीं समझेंगे कि ये पहले से थी, क्योंकि पहले तो आपने चेक किया था। चेक आदमी करता है, बदन को चेक तो करेगा आदमी गुस्ल स्टार्ट करने से पहले, क्योंकि पाक होना शर्त है, तो हम चेक तो करते हैं। तो हमने चेक किया था बदन पाक था या नहीं था, तो हमने पाक कर लिया था, उसके बाद हमने गुस्ल शुरू किया, गुस्ल हो गया कंप्लीट। अब उसके बाद नजासत नजर आई है तो गुस्ल बातिल नहीं होगा, सिर्फ आप उस जगह जहां नजासत लगी हुई है उतनी जगह को, मसलन उंगली पे है उतनी उंगली को आप पाक कर लें, या कफन पे लगाए, जैसे मैंने अर्ज किया कफन की उस जगह को पाक कर लिया जाएगा। पहने पहने कर सकते हैं तो पहने पहने पाक कर लें, पहने पहने नहीं कर सकते कफन को उतार के पाक कर लें, उतार के भी नहीं कर सकते कफन तब्दील कर दें। अगर मैयत के नाखून बड़े हो तो गुस्ल देने के बारे में क्या हुक्म है? कोई मसला नहीं, दे सकते हैं आप, नाखून बड़े हैं रहने दें, आप कोई काटने की ज़रूरत कोई वाजिब नहीं है, पानी पहुंचा दें आप बस सब जगह तक, तो कोई मसला नहीं, नाखून बड़े हैं रहने दें आप। अगर नकली नाखून लगा हुआ है तो क्या हुक्म? उतार दें उसको। कोई भी माने, देखें गुस्ल का तो मैंने शुरू में कहा था स्टैंडर्ड गुस्ल प्रोसीजर SGP, इस्लाम में एक स्टैंडर्ड तरीका है गुस्ल का, जो हमारे आपके गुस्ल का तरीका है वही मैयत के भी गुस्ल का तरीका है। हम कैसे गुस्ल करते हैं? हम अगर गुस्ल कर रहे होते हैं बॉल पॉइंट की इंक को पहले उतारते हैं, ठीक है ना, लड़कियां नेल पॉलिश को उतारती हैं, ये माने है, पानी नहीं पहुंच सकता, गुस्ल बातिल है। तो जिस तरह से हम करते हैं वही चीज़ें वहाँ भी अप्लाई हो रही हैं, एक ही स्टैंडर्ड तरीका है गुस्ल का इस्लाम में, तो जिंदों के लिए भी वही है, मर्दों के लिए भी वही तरीका है। तो गुस्ल का वही तरीका है, माने अगर है तो हमें पहले से, अगर कोई आर्टिफिशियल नाखून लगे हुए हैं तो जाहिर है नाखून तक पानी नहीं पहुंच सकेगा, उसको उतारना पहले पड़ेगा। ग्लू लगा हुआ है, बॉल पॉइंटिंग लगी हुई है, उसको साफ करना पड़ेगा पहले ताकि पानी पहुंच सके। मा माना कान अल्लाह वला शैअ मअहू वल आन। This is a very good statement, you know. Allah was there, walam yakun ma'ahu shay'un, there was nothing with him, wal an kama kan, and even today it's the same. There is no one exists other than Allah. That's true. Our existence and wujud is tab'i and aradi, not zati. And the wujud of ours is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's not from us. Allah's wujud is from Him, not from anyone else. Our wujud is not from us, it's from Allah. If Allah wills irada, constantly His irada and will is there, we will survive. If His irada is not there, we will die. So actually, we are not living in the real sense. It's Allah who is the only one who has the wujud from His own. He is the only one who is living. We are living because of Him. So our wujud and existence is not ours. His wujud is His own. Our wujud is not ours. It's not in our control either. We are totally dependent on Him. So it's true to say, Kan Allah walam yakun ma'ahu shayn wal an kama kan. Is meat from restaurant depot halal? Well, you have to check if the meat is, you have to check for the meat. Meat ruling is simple. If you are taking from the hand of a Muslim, Yadul Muslim is amaratun shar'iyya. If you take it from the hand of a Muslim, it's taken to be a sign of halal, haliyat. Or suqul muslimin, amaratun shar'iyya. If you buy from Muslim marketplace, it's halal. I go to Iraq, Najaf, I buy meat. I'm not going to do tahqiq. It's suqul muslimin. It's a Muslim marketplace. I go to Pakistan, I don't do tahqiq. I can buy. It's a Muslim marketplace. Muslim market is a sign of hiliyat. If you take it from a kafir, you cannot trust. Okay, you have to do the tahqiq. So you can trust the Muslim. You can trust the Muslim market. You can trust the Muslim person's hand, as long as you did not find that this Muslim is non-practicing. As soon as you find that this Muslim is non-practicing, ghair multazim, you will no longer trust him. But if you don't find that he is non-practicing, you can buy it without tahqiq, without research. As you discover that he is non-practicing, you will not trust him. Now you have to do tahqiq and research. For example, he's saying alcohol.
This is a sign that he's non-practicing. He is doing a haram. Or he's sending non-halal meat as well. Now this one is halal, but this one is non-halal. Okay, you buy from this one. What do you mean? Why are you selling the non-halal meat? So you are a non-practicing person. So I cannot trust you either. Now I will call the supplier to make for tahqiq and yaqeen. So we can trust a Muslim person as long as we did not find that he is non-practicing. As soon as we find that he is non-practicing, from that time onward, we will not trust him. We will do our tahqiq. Otherwise, if we did not find that he is non-practicing, we will continue to trust him and we can buy without research from a Muslim. Now you're sure, you use the word sure. Yaqeen is hujjat itself. If you have yaqeen, you can buy it. But if you don't have yaqeen, taking from non-Muslim's hand is not hujjat. You have to do the tahqiq and research. There's a difference between Muslim and non-Muslim. It's a non-Muslim. Western Depot is a non-Muslim. Now you have to check that meat. Do the tahqiq about the meat because you're taking from the Yadil Kafir. But yeah, a Restaurant Depot, if we did our tahqiq, there's a Tyson chicken. Tyson chicken, we did the tahqiq, that is halal. So if you find Tyson chicken from Restaurant Depot, it's halal because we did the tahqiq. Likewise, Crescent chicken, we did the tahqiq. If you find Crescent chicken from Restaurant Depot, it's halal because we already did the tahqiq. If you are talking about some other meat, you should do the tahqiq because it's from the hand of a non-Muslim. If you have yaqeen, but the thing is that Restaurant Depot has Tyson chicken as well. So ليس كل الدجاج هناك حرام، هناك حلال وهناك حرام. So you don't know هل هو اشترى الدجاج من تايسون أو من أي اسم آخر، لا ندري. فأنت لست متيقن بحرمة هذا الدجاج. So if you know, that means you have ilm, yaqeen, 100% that this chicken is haram, then you know, it's good that you tell him. It's good that you tell him and you will not eat because you have yaqeen. But if you don't have yaqeen, maybe halal, maybe haram, you are taking from the hand of a Muslim, you will rely. You will accept it. Yeah, so say obviously we disagree with that. This is not halal. This is making fun of Islam. Bismillah has to be recited at the time of zibh, not after the zibh. Yeah. So if the ruling is that if you take from the hand of a Muslim, this is alamat of hilliyat. You will trust it and you can buy it and you can eat it. If you find out that this Muslim is not a practicing Muslim, he is selling fake halal in the name of halal. Correct. But this is not right, you know. So if he's selling like this, we are not going to trust it any longer. If you find out that he's selling this kind of meat, just say Bismillah and it's okay. So it's a non-halal meat he's selling in the name of halal and he says it's okay. Then we will no longer trust him. Correct, but yeah, we will not trust him.
etiquette, manners for carrying coffin and giving shoulder to janaza. Etiquette, well, if you carry the janaza from your left hand, all the sins that I did from my left hand will be forgiven. If you carry the janaza from your right hand, all the sins I did from my right hand will be forgiven. So we need to change, keep on changing the sides. Anyway, it's mustahab to carry the janaza. You can carry from one hand, then the other hand. Be part of it as much as you can. It's mustahab to be participating in tashyi'ul janaza. A lot of sawab. Lot of sawab. So is it mahram? Is it mahram condition for putting the janaza in qabr is applicable for mala mayyit, for I don't know, what do you mean? Is mahram condition for mala mayyit? Male mayyit? Oh, obviously a woman is not going to take the male person in the qabr. You know, if there's no man present, obviously the woman can take it, but that should be her mahram woman. Yes, a mahram woman will touch the male person. Yes. No. Doesn't have to be the relative. Anyone can take it. Even for the male, it is the condition for if there's a woman taking it, she has to be mahram. मैयत को गुस्ल देते हुए गलती से निगाह पड़ जाए तो ये अमल क्या हराम के ज़ुमरे में आता है? गलती से निगाह किस पे पड़ जाए? अगर मैयत पे निगाह डालना तो ज़ाहिर है कि अगर चेहरा, हम किसी मर्द औरत के चेहरे की तरफ देख सकता है बग़ैर शहवत के, इतना चेहरा जितना वज़ू में धोना वाजिब है, इतना चेहरे की तरफ एक औरत की तरफ देखा जा सकता है बग़ैर बुरी नीयत के, और कलाई से नीचे के 2 हाथ मर्द इतना औरत की तरफ देख सकता है। औरत के लिए भी जायज़ है कि सिर्फ मर्द के इतना चेहरा जो वज़ू में धोना वाजिब है उतने उस तरफ देख सकती है, और कलाई से नीचे 2 हाथ, उसके अलावा हम एक दूसरे की किसी तरफ नहीं देख सकते। वो फतवा साहब मौजूद हैं वो कि हम देख सकते हैं, वो उन लोगों के लिए होता है जो मसलन परवाह नहीं करते हैं, हिजाब नहीं करते हैं, उनका कितना मज़ीद बदन देखना जायज़ है, वो अलग रूलिंग है, मगर बुनियादी रूलिंग इतनी ही है। शर्मगाह को देखना जायज़ नहीं है। गलती से निगाह पड़ गई है, उसके बाद दूसरी नज़र ना डालें, हम उसको हम ढांकते हैं, दूसरी नज़र ना डालें। पहली नज़र गलती से पड़ गई है तो कोई वो हराम नहीं है गलती से पढ़ना। मैंने करबला से कफ़न ख़रीदा और यहाँ अमेरिका लेकर आई। मैंने अपार्टमेंट चेंज किया तो वो बैग जिसमें कफ़न था वो किसी पानी से थोड़ा सा गीला हो गया, क्या इसे नजिस समझा जाएगा? आपको तो पता नहीं कि पानी पाक था या नजिस था। इमाम सादिक अलैहिस्सलाम की हदीस है, कुल्लु शैइन ताहिर हत्ता तअलम अन्नहु नजिस। हर चीज़ पाक है जब तक तुम्हें इल्म न हो जाए कि वो नजिस है। तो अगर आपको 100% यकीन है कि आप वल्लाह कह के शरीक कसम खा सकती हैं कि ये नजिस है पानी, तो फिर आप नजिस समझेंगे। अगर आपको 100% यकीन है, 100% यकीन नहीं है, एक पानी लगा है तो आपको क्या पता पाक है या नजिस है, आप उसको पाक समझेंगे। जब तक नजिस होने का यकीन नहीं हम पाक समझते हैं। शक हो गया कि शायद इसमें भी पानी ना चला गया हो और धोने से चादर पर लिखी हुई जोसन कबीर और अगर दुआएं ख़त्म ना हो जाएं। हाँ, वो आप चेक कर लें, पानी की वजह से जोसन कबीर धुल गई है तो ज़ाहिर है वो एक अलग बात है। आप देख लें कि जोसन कबीर धुल गई है, आप जहाँ जहाँ से मिट गई है वहाँ आप कलम लेके आप लिख दें अपनी हाथ से, उसको कंप्लीट कर दें। यासीन मिट गई है वो आप अपने हाथ से लिख दें, वज़ू करें आप लिख दें, उसमें तो कोई मसला नहीं है। अगर मिट गई है तो आप उसको पूरा कर दें। If the mayyit does not have a belly button, then now do you know where to start from? Well, usually everyone has it. If somebody doesn't have it, then you do estimate, obviously. from the point where usually people have it up till that point. Do a little bit more as ihtiyat as well, so you're not missing on the wajib amount. You said if the mayyit is in the state of janaba haid, only one ghusl is required for the mayyit. Yes, only ghusl mayyit is required. Not obviously, ghusl mayyit are 3 ghusl, but only those 3 are sufficient. This is what I mean. You don't have to do, apart from the 3 ghusl mayyit, you don't have to do ghusl janabat separately or ghusl of haiz separately. No. The same 3 ghusl mayyit is sufficient. Can you explain about Tyson chicken? Is it halal everywhere in the restaurant? Yes, Tyson chicken is halal. We have our team in Seattle. We have a small committee who does the research about the food. So our food committee has done the research about Tyson chicken. Tyson chicken and crescent chicken in America, they are both halal. Everywhere. If Tyson chicken says halal on it, you can trust on that. Yeah, don't put that slab on the middle. Try to put the slab on the side and put the katba, the plate, on the side of the copper, sirhane pe, uske side of the head. So try to do that, you know. मट्टी तो ठहरती ज़्यादा नहीं है, नीचे तो धंसती है, मगर उसके किनारे को पुख्ता कर दें आप. कब्र के बीच में से पुख्ता नहीं किया जाता. वो उलमा और शुहदा और औलिया और अम्बिया आइम्मा बड़ी बड़ी हस्तियों के लिए होता है. आम मोमिनीन की कब्र को पुख्ता नहीं बनाया जाता. तो किनारे पुख्ता कर सकते हैं. आपने कब्र को पुख्ता बना दिया इन द सेंस कि आपने उसकी दीवारें किनारे ऊपर तक, कब्र के 4 उंगल से ज़्यादा ऊंचा तो करते नहीं है, इतनी आपने की, और उसके किनारे किनारे पे पाकिस्तान में भी ऐसा करते हैं, मार्बल लगा देते हैं. किनारे किनारे पे मार्बल लगा हुआ तो वो ख़राब तो नहीं होगी. हाँ ना, वो तो ठीक है, वो तो इसलिए रख रहे हैं कि मिट्टी डाल सकें उसके ऊपर. हाँ वो ठीक है, बस कब्र के ऊपर का हिस्सा जो ना, वो बीच का हिस्सा आप पक्का ना करें. हाँ वो तो several, the qabr which has several tabaqa and layers. In Wadi Salam in Iraq they have qabr with several, 3 people, 4 people buried one over the other. That's okay, that's allowed in Islam. Sardab, yeah, yes. So we are done with the questions. Okay. Happen if you wait? Yeah. Tayammum you do if ghusl is not possible. But in this example that you are mentioning, ghusl is possible. You don't have sidr and kafur. So you do, if you don't have, now you can try to arrange it. If you cannot arrange it, then you do the ghusl with al-ma'ul khalis, pure water. There is no water, then you do it tayammum. In place of each ghusl, that means you have to do 3 tayammums. What? So then obviously when you don't have sidr and kafur, then you have to do 3 ghusl with the pure water, al-ma'ul khalis. All 3 with the al-ma'ul khalis. No tayammum. If any part of your body, like you mentioned, teeth is separated, it's mustahab to bury it. So you should bury it in the ground. It's not wajib, but it's mustahab. For example, teeth.
No, artificial, no. If you're talking about artificial dentures, no, you don't need to bury it.
That's not part of your body.
Oh, for the mayyit. Oh. Well, if it's in the mouth, you can leave it there. because see, washing the inside of the lips is not wajib in the ghusl. So you can leave it there inside, that's okay.
That can be taken out, yes, but sometimes it may start bleeding. You don't have to take them out. Yes.
Well, thank you.
Ihram can be used as the kafan. That's okay if it is cotton. If it's a cloth, cotton, white is better, which ihram usually is white, so you can use it as your kafan. But then make sure the wajib is equal to the wajib size of the qameez and the izar and lung, all the wajib size of the, like we talked about. Not small enough that you put patches on that. You at the time of burial, you can put it at that time as well, or you can put it. Basically, you put it after the ghusl. After the ghusl, when you put the kafan on, you can place all those things on the chest of the person and carry it to the qabr. If you did not put, the last chance remaining is in the qabr. When he is laid in the qabr, put it at that time. That's okay. वैसे किया जाएगा जैसे बाकियों को करते हैं, उसमें तो कोई फर्क नहीं। हाँ, तो वो अगर खून निकल रहा है तो उसका वही प्रोसेस होगा जो भी हमने बयान किया। आप वेट करें, निकलना बंद हो जाए, फिर आप पाक करके फिर स्टार्ट करें। खून नहीं निकल रहा है, जली हुई है, आप उसको ऊपर से धो लें। एहतियात से धोएं कि वो घिस के अलग ना हो जाए, आहिस्ता आहिस्ता करके धोएं। अगर मैयत के को गलत समत में दफना दिया हो, क़िबले की तरफ नहीं किया हो, तो क्या दोबारा कब्र खोल कर सही कर सकते हैं?
Well,
if the Qibla, I don't think it's part of those mustasnayat. If you have the Risala, Tawdih al-Masail of a Mujtahid, can you please bring it? I will double check this thing before I say. I don't think it's part of the mustasnayat. So let me just double check before I say that. Most meats sold at Zabiha halal supermarkets are halal, but some meats are just stamped halal, but it's actually haram. How do you know which meat is Zabiha halal? By doing the research. You call the supplier, call the slaughterhouse, and ask them, how did you slaughter? If they mention 6 conditions of Islam, good. So 6 conditions need to be met. Call the supplier. If you want to do the research, call the supplier and ask them, and they're obliged to tell you. They will tell you. Ask them, please explain how do you slaughter. If they mention the 6 conditions, it's okay. You have 6 conditions of the zibh. Except the Qibla thing, which some of the Sunnis consider it to be a condition. In our sect, Qibla is must. The animal's neck and the chest should be facing the Qibla in our fiqh. But some of the Sunnis consider it to be a condition, some others do not consider it to be a condition.
So if you are taking the meat from a Sunni who does not believe that facing Qibla is a condition, it's okay to eat from his hand, because in his belief it's not a condition. But if there's a Sunni who believes that it is a condition to face the animal towards Qibla and he did not face it, then you cannot eat that. So now the next question is about अगर इंसान ख्वाब में पानी, आग या सांप वगैरह देखे तो इसकी कोई ख़ास ताबीर होती है. मैं ख्वाबों की ताबीर बयान नहीं करता और आपको भी किसी से बयान नहीं करना चाहिए. ख्वाबों की ताबीर जो है आयतुल्लाह उलमा हसन ज़ादा आमूली बड़े बड़े उरफा उनको आती है. कोई आपसे अगर क्लेम करे कि मैं आके ताबीर बयान कर दूंगा तो मैं उनसे पहला सवाल ये पूछूंगा, हुजूर आपने कहाँ से सीखी? कि जिब्रील नाज़िर हुए हैं आपके ऊपर? ये वो उलूम है जो कि सिखाए ही नहीं जा रहे, तो कहाँ से आपने सीख लिया? और इब्न सीरीन की किताब है ताबीर ख्वाब, वो तो मैंने भी पढ़ी है. मैं एक किताब पढ़ के तो मैं क्लेम नहीं कर सकता कि मैं आलिम बन गया इतने बड़े इल्म का. तो अगर कोई एक किताब पढ़ के आपको ताबीर ख्वाब बताना शुरू कर दे तो माजरत के साथ दैट्स नॉट द राइट थिंग. अभी कहाँ से आपने सीख लिया भाई ताबीर ख्वाब? अगर कोई बयान भी कर रहा है अगर आपके सामने कोई आलिम, तो आप उससे पूछें आपने सीखा कहाँ से? ये तो पढ़ाया ही नहीं जा रहा, नजफ में भी नहीं पढ़ाया जाता, कुम में भी नहीं पढ़ाया जाता, इस्फहान के हौजे में, मशहद के हौजे में, तबरेज़ के हौजे में, दमश्क के हौजे में, दुनिया के किसी हौजे में नहीं पढ़ाया जाता ये. तो आपने कैसे सीख लिया? ये तो क्लोज डोर्स में होता है. जो ख़ास शागिर्द हैं उनको वो बिहाइंड द क्लोज डोर्स पढ़ाते हैं. ये आम पढ़ाया ही नहीं जा रहा ये वाला इल्म. तो कोई भी आपको नहीं बयान कर सकता सिवाय इसके कोई खुसूसी शागिर्द आ जाए आयतुल्लाह हसन ज़ादा आमूरी का या ऐसे किसी बड़े आरिफ का. ऐसे लोग तो बहुत ही नादिर हैं, उंगलियों पे गिनने इतने कम हैं. तो ये आप ख्वाब की ताबीर के चक्कर में बिल्कुल ना पड़ें. इससे हमारी शरई तकलीफ डिफाइन नहीं होती. शरीयत अहले बैत में ख्वाब हुज्जत नहीं है. ख्वाब में आप कुछ भी देख लें, इट कैन नॉट ऑब्लाइज यू टू डू एनीथिंग. ओके ठीक है ना. ख्वाब अंबिया के हुज्जत होते हैं, आइम्मा के ख्वाब हुज्जत हैं. हज़रत इब्राहीम ने ख्वाब में देखा था और जनाब इस्माइल को ज़बह कर रहे हैं, उनके ऊपर लाजमी था कि ज़बह करें क्योंकि वो नबी हैं, उनका ख्वाब हुज्जत है. हमारे ख्वाब हुज्जत नहीं हैं. सच भी हो, रसूलुल्लाह सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम को देख लें, अहले बैत अलैहिस्सलाम को देखें तो सच्चा होगा ख्वाब, मगर सच्चा ख्वाब भी हुज्जत नहीं है. तो कुछ भी देख लें, आपको करना कुछ भी नहीं है ख्वाब की बुनियाद पे, क्योंकि हुज्जत ही नहीं है हमारे लिए. ख्वाब उनके लिए हुज्जत है, अंबिया के लिए, हमारे लिए, आइम्मा के लिए, हमारे लिए हुज्जत नहीं है. और इसकी ताबीर भी हम नहीं मालूम, ख़ास लोगों को पता है फ़कत, और वो सिखाते भी नहीं है. क्लोज डोर्स में पढ़ाते हैं अपने ख़ास शागिर्दों को, बस किसी को नहीं आती है. ये उलूम सिर्रिया में से है. अगर इंसान अपने किसी मरहूम को ख्वाब में देखा तो उसकी ख़ास, अगर इंसान ने वाजिब कोई गुस्ल अंजाम दिया हो तो क्या बग़ैर वज़ू के नमाज़ पढ़ सकते हैं? फ़तवे में इख्तिलाफ़ है, किसकी आप तकलीद करती हैं इस पर डिपेंड करता है. मुख्तलिफ मराजे का मुख्तलिफ फ़तवा है इस मौरिद में, ठीक है ना. गुस्ल जनाबत के बारे में सारे मराजे का इत्तेफाक है कि गुस्ल जनाबत के बाद गुस्ल जनाबत के बाद वज़ू नहीं, न फ़कत ज़रूरत नहीं है बल्कि जायज़ ही नहीं है वज़ू करना. बाकी गुस्ल हैज़ के बारे में इख्तिलाफ है. कुछ मराजे कहते हैं कि उसके बाद वज़ू करना है, कुछ कहते हैं नहीं करना. गुस्ल जुमा के बारे में इख्तिलाफ है. कुछ मराजे कहते हैं गुस्ल जुमा के बाद वज़ू करना है, कुछ कहते हैं नहीं करना. वो आप अपने मुज्तहिद का फतवा देखिएगा. मम्मी पूछ रही हैं प्लीज़ आप मौलाना से पूछ सकते हैं अल्कोहल वाली होम्योपैथिक मेडिसिन पी सकते हैं या नहीं? जी, अल्कोहल वाली तो नहीं पी सकते, ठीक है ना. अल्लाह ताला जो है हमसे हमारी शहरक से ज़्यादा अक़रब इलैना मिन हब्लिल वरीद फमा हुआ हाज़ा नौ मिन अल-क़ुर्ब. तबअन हाज़ा लैसा अल-क़ुर्ब अल-माद्दी. अल्लाह सुब्हानहु व तआला लैसा जिस्मन वाज़िह, लैसा अम्रुन माद्दी, हुवा फ़ी कुल्लि शै, यानी मा अन्नहु लैसा दाखिलुन फ़ी शै व लैसा हुनाका शैउन
ليس الله سبحانه وتعالى لا يحل في الأشياء ولا يحدد في داخل الأشياء، هو غير محدود. هو أقرب إلينا طبعا. الله نور السماوات والأرض، النور موجود في كل مكان، ولكن ليس شيء مادي كما يفكر البعض. أقرب إلينا من حبل الوريد مو يعني ماديا، الله ليس مادة.
No.
صفات عين الذات. صفات الله are عين الذات. صفات والذات شيء واحد. It's not two things. رحمة is عين الذات. الرحيم هو الله والله هو الرحيم. الرحمن هو الله والله هو الرحمن. عين الذات. إلا صفات الأفعال. صفات الأفعال ليس صفات ذاتية. يعني مثلا الخالقية ليس صفة ذاتي، ولكن رحمة كما تفضلتم صفة ذاتية لله سبحانه وتعالى. فهو أقرب. الله طبعا نور، هو نور السماوات والأرض، هو أقرب إلينا من حبل الوريد، صح. هو يعني هو ليس هناك شيء يخلو من الله سبحانه وتعالى. ليس هناك شيء، يعني حتى حبل الوريد، حتى لو لديك مثال أقرب من حبل الوريد، فالله سبحانه وتعالى موجود في كل شيء، لا بنحو التدخل في الحلول في الأشياء، لا.
علم كذلك عين الذات. العليم هو الله والله هو العليم. الحكيم هو الله والحكيم والله هو الحكيم. عين الذات. لا. العالم يعني صاحب العلم. الله هو العالم، يعني الله لديه علم، وعلمه علم مطلق وعلمه علم ذاتي، يعني هو عالم بذاته، وكل من سواه عالم بالعرض، يعني الله سبحانه وتعالى علمه ولذلك أصبح عالما. الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم علمه من الله ليس ذاتيا، العلم الذاتي فقط لله سبحانه وتعالى. فعلم كذلك عين الذات، وعندما نقول هو أقرب كذلك علمه أقرب أيضا.
لا شك أنه محيط، هذا كذلك. طبعا قدرته غير محدودة غير محددة، علمه غير محدد، حكمته غير محدد، حياته عين الذات، قيمومية الله سبحانه وتعالى عين الذات، كلها متناهية، وذاته غير متناهية. فطبعا كل هذه الصفات شاملة مشمولة. عندما قلنا أن ذات الله سبحانه وتعالى أقرب إلينا، يعني كل هذه الصفات موجودة.